Chapter 1552, Perfected Ho. Chapter 1552, Perfected Ho. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. What are you doing? Divine General Skyjade was alarmed. For this attacker to inject his psyche into the White Jade Phoenix Palace, could it be that he was trying to snatch the White Jade Phoenix Palace for himself? You are not Heavenly Cosmic. Who are you? Divine General Skyjade was certain that the Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord in front of him was completely different from the one in his memories. Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord let out a sinisterly cold laughter. It's naturally me. It's just that I have now become a brand new person compared to who I was before. As Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord spoke, he slowly exerted force with the hand which was inside Divine General Skyjade's chest. He grabbed his beating heart. Divine General Skyjade let out a painful cry. Lord Skyjade. Ling Luo was burning with anxiety, but no one from the White Lunar Divine Empire dared to move. On the one hand, Divine General Skyjade was at Heavenly Cosmic's mercy, and any action they took might result in him being harmed, and on the other hand, there were few left in the entire White Lunar Divine Empire entourage who could battle. Even Imperial Preceptor Koan Su had been previously injured by Yi Yun. He had also suffered a sneak attack. There was now only Imperial Preceptor Ling Luo, but it was impossible that she could match Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord. At that moment, Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord was still injecting a mental imprint into the White Jade Phoenix Palace. Indeed. Lord Demon Master is right. Bai Yuan is not dead. Her mental imprint is still inside the White Jade Phoenix Palace. It's just extremely weak. According to Lord Demon Master, Bai Yuan's soul has already escaped, and is hiding in the soul sea of that girl named Lin Xintong. Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord thought inwardly as his eyes turned ferocious. Patron, it looks like you have been possessed by demons. Eclipse Arhat held his staff as he slowly walked out of the crowd. Hee, bald donkey, do you think you are my match? As Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord spoke, he roared out loud. A black storm erupted from his body as a large number of shadows flew out in all directions. These shadows were humanoid in shape, but their faces were ghastly pale and dotted with bloodshot eyes. They looked like they crawled out from Shura Hell. Oh? This is? Eclipse Arhat was surprised. Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord had opened up a world inside his body, and this world contained thousands of evil spirits. These are demonic servants. Eclipse Arhat's heart sank. The Mahayana monastery had been in existence for a long period of time. It also had a collection of ancient texts, and as abbot of the Mahayana monastery, Eclipse Arhat had read each and every one of them. The numerous evil spirits which surrounded Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord were clearly the demonic servants as recorded in the texts. Legend had it that in primordial times, numerous godly monarchs once fought a powerful god in a life-and-death battle, a battle that determined the fate of the sinkhole. Although the godly monarchs clinched victory in the end, many of them suffered grave injuries or even death from the battle. Nearly all of them perished. And back then, the god's demonic army was made up of these demonic servants. Over the hundreds of millions of years since that battle, there had been appearances of pockets of demonic servants in various places. These demonic servants were members of the demonic army which had been in existence since ancient times. They laid somewhere in slumber, and when awakened, would wreak havoc. However, they usually did not amount to much. But this time, these demonic servants were hidden inside Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord's body. Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord was a sinkhole hegemon who was equal to primordial chaos Downlord. The fact that a sinkhole hegemon was in cahoots with demonic servants gave Eclipse Arhat an ominous foreboding. Perhaps, the sinkhole was on the cusp of a calamity. Could it be that the god which was defeated in ancient times was making another uprising? If that were the case, who could stop him? There were numerous godly monarchs in ancient times, but now, the number of godly monarchs in the sinkhole only amounted to a handful. Furthermore, nearly all of them reclused themselves. West River, join forces with me to take him down. Eclipse Arhat knew that he alone was no match for Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord. It was unknown what evil powers this Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord had been cultivating over the past million years. His strength had increased tremendously. A single sneak attack was enough to rob Sacred Horizon Divine Lord of all his combat strength. Eclipse Arhat knew he was not capable of such a feat. This West River Divine Lord had a nasty expression. He could tell that tens of thousands of demonic servants had flown out of from the pocket world in Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord's body. These demonic servants all released powerful auras like they were specters from another world's abyss. It left his scalp tingling. They were at least at the level of Dao Palace realm, with some having reached the Supremacy realm. West River Divine Lord was afraid. He would not care if demonic servants of this strength came in hordes of hundreds or thousands, but now, there were tens of thousands of these demonic servants gathering around Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord. They were in intricate positions and had formed a huge worldly array. And right in the middle of the array was the White Jade Phoenix Palace. Could it be that Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord was trying to take the White Jade Phoenix Palace? Speaking of which, now that Lin Shintong was gone, and she was still a fledgling, her refinement of the White Jade Phoenix Palace was not thorough. It was not impossible, if they took action now, to snatch the White Jade Phoenix Palace. However, why would they want to snatch the White Jade Phoenix Palace? West River, why are you still hesitating? Eclipse Arhide yelled angrily. There were few people in the sinkhole who could fight at present. Yet, West River had not chosen to join forces with him. Master Eclipse, I'll aid you. Exalted Bluefeather walked forward at that moment. Master! Fairy Yuru's heart tightened. She never imagined that so many unexpected turns of events would happen at a mere coronation. Ha ha ha. At that moment, there was a maniacal laughter. A tall figure dressed in black combat armor rushed out from Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord's body. The person was 2.5 meters. His body was as stout as a metallic tower. His arms were coiled in black chains and his body was burning with demonic flames. His body was extremely heavy. Just a step from him was able to cause the 100,000 pavilion palace's ground to crack simply from his weight. This is... Eclipse Arhat's pupils constricted. He could sense a terrifying suppressive force from the person who suddenly appeared. He was a demonic servant. However, he was a demonic servant leader. He had a nearly humanoid body and face. If not for the rough black skin which had scaled armor on it, he could really be considered as human. Let me introduce myself. I'm the Divine Master's demonic general Perfected Ho-1. My master is destined to descend upon the sinkhole. None of you have the means to resist him. Submit early and you will be spared. Perfected Ho's voice sounded like rumbling thunder. It left a ringing buzz in everyone's ears. His tone was somewhat odd, as though it was a particular ancient language of the sinkhole. Demonic General Perfected Ho, our mission is to take possession of the White Jade Phoenix Palace. Let's not waste our time with these people, said Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord. He had inflicted grave injuries on Sacred Horizon Divine Lord with his sneak attack only so the process would go smoother. To the Divine Master, as long as he recovered his strength, all the people in the sinkhole were like porcelain dolls. Destroying them took little effort. Got it. Perfected Ho laughed sinisterly. With a thought of his, the tens of thousands of demonic servants around the White Jade Phoenix Palace ignited. Stunning black beams of light emitted from their bodies. They were offering up their demonic chi origins. Some of the weaker demonic servants even burned to ashes from the black flames. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1553, Raging Demonic Flames. Chapter 1553, Raging Demonic Flames. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. This. All the sinkhole warriors present were alarmed at the sight of this scene. Just a mere command made the demonic servants sacrifice themselves without even a blink of an eye. It was completely impossible to make human warriors do so. In comparison, the lowly demonic servants were like mindless ants, and such unquestionably loyal enemies were even more terrifying. Could the Divine Master he mentioned be that god from ancient times? Eclipse Arhat's voice even began to tremble as he said this. Master Eclipse, what are you talking about? Bluefeather Divine Lord was still unaware of what was happening. My Mahayana monastery has records of an ancient god who devoured the heavenly Tao. Back then, the divine lords of the sinkhole martial world were like soldiers while godly monarchs were like generals. They gave their all in order to win that apocalyptic battle. I never expected that the demonic servants would make another uprising, and here of all places. As for us. Eclipse Arhat did not finish his sentence, but Bluefeather Divine Lord could guess what he was about to say. If divine lords were soldiers while godly monarchs were generals, it meant that all of them would only be mere foot soldiers in that massive battle in ancient times? This. Bluefeather Divine Lord felt stifled. How could they put up a fight? You do know some history. That's right. Hundreds of millions of years ago, those mortals had indeed fought Divine Master. But how can mortals kill a god? Divine Master was only recuperating back then. To him, all of you are just mere ants. You can be destroyed easily. Resistance would only be met by death. And perhaps, all of you are unaware that the sinkhole universe's heavenly Tao is flawed. In this universe, it's impossible for you to become a godly monarch. Even if you managed to barely make breakthroughs, you would face the limitations of the heavenly Tao. You would not be able to freely use your energy and would instead end up consuming your lifespan. Only Bai Yuan, who broke through before the heavenly Tao was chipped away, does not suffer this limitation. But now, she has also been killed by Divine Master. What? All the warriors present were alarmed when they heard Perfected Ho's words. Bai Yuan had been killed by the Divine Master. Also, the sinkhole's heavenly Tao was flawed, meaning people were destined to fail to break through to the godly monarch realm? Even if one went to great lengths and finally became a 1 in a trillion godly monarch, they would not even be able to freely use their strength. Then, what was the point of being a godly monarch? Apart from having a long lifespan, there was no other benefit. Many people found it unacceptable, but when they realized that Eclipse Arhat did not retort the claim, and how all the other godly monarchs except Bai Yuan had reclused themselves, they had no choice but to believe. From the looks of it, what Perfected Ho said was true. Instantly, many people seemed to lose hope. Not only were they infinitely far from the realm of godly monarch, they realized how meaningless it was even if they made the breakthrough. It's no wonder becoming a godly monarch is so hard in the present sinkhole. Fairy Yuru gritted her teeth. She too had wishes to become a godly monarch. Although it was very difficult, she refused to give up that desire. But now, she had learned that the path to becoming a god had been completely barricaded away. However, all of you are very lucky. Perfected Ho suddenly changed his tune. Now that the Divine Master is descending upon this world, all of you will have the chance to break through to the godly monarch realm. As long as you submit yourself to Divine Master, he will bestow you with the chipped Heavenly Tao, allowing your strength to be greatly enhanced. Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord is an excellent example. A fine bird selects its tree. Everyone present is an elite of the sinkhole. You are the only ones who barely qualify to be subordinates of Divine Master. The rest of the trash do not even qualify. Do you not cultivate your entire lives to travel the universe proudly and escape samsara, so as to reign supreme over a dominion? Now, that chance is placed before you. The sinkhole is already destined to fall. Do you want to be meaninglessly crushed like an egg struck on a rock, or do you want to submit to the superior being and gain a great enhancement in strength, allowing you a meteoric rise? It's your choice. Perfected Ho was using his most enticing voice. Some of the warriors present instantly wavered. They realized that Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord had submitted himself to the Divine Master. His strength had indeed increased tremendously, allowing him to severely injure Sacred Horizon Divine Lord with a single strike. If they submitted to the Divine Master, they could at the very least. Vile spawn, you shut up. At that moment, Eclipse Arhat roared. It shook many people to the core, turning them bedazzled as they nearly fell to the ground. Only then did they jolt out of their reverie as they gasped for air. Perfected Ho had injected his psyche powers into his voice. They had nearly fallen for his enticement without realizing it. If you were really to sell your souls to the demonic god, all of the heavenly Tao will be devoured when the demonic god gains possession of the sinkhole. You will not end up any better. Perhaps you would be killed, at best left to your own devices. Now, we should unite and face this common enemy together so as to destroy them. As Eclipse Arhat spoke, he suddenly brandished the staff in his hand. It expanded when it met the wind. It formed a gigantic Buddha in midair as it came smashing down at Perfected Ho. And at that moment, Eclipse Arhat took a step forward. He struck out with his palm across the void. Mahayana Wisdom Palm. Eclipse Arhat's strike transformed into a huge golden hand as he attacked Perfected Ho in unison with the Buddha in the sky. Humph. You overestimate yourself. Since you have a death wish, I'll grant it to you. Perfected Ho took a deep breath as his body swelled up like a balloon. His muscles and skin were unimaginably tensile. It looked like he would explode from his deep breath. Roar! When his body swelled to a size 10 times bigger than its usual, Perfected Ho suddenly opened his mouth and roared. His swollen body contracted abruptly. All his energy was converted into sound waves that surged out vehemently. Instantly, the world seemed to crumble as it was rent asunder. Wherever the sound blast passed, space itself shattered into fragments. Heavenly Demon Perfected Roar. With his maniacal roar, Perfected Ho released his lifeblood powers in churning demonic aura. This indomitable power contained a purely lethal force. Ka-cha! The Buddha in the sky shattered directly. Even Eclipse Arhat's Mahayana Wisdom Palm staggered as it came to a sudden halt. Die! Perfected Ho took a step forward as a bronze giant phantom appeared behind him. The giant's hands clenched into fists as they were thrown out like dual dragons surging out from the sea. Boom! The golden palm released by Eclipse Arhat was immediately torn through by the bronze giant. Yet, the punches did not lose momentum as they reared down at Eclipse Arhat. He protected his body with golden bell. Eclipse Arhat pressed down with his fists as he used the golden protective barrier to forcefully withstand the two punches. Bam! Eclipse Arhat retreated 8 steps back as his lifeblood surged chaotically and his face turned pale. He steeled himself so as not to collapse, but keen people could tell that Eclipse Arhat had suffered tremendously from the clash. That phantom is... Eclipse Arhat's gaze turned heavy. He could tell that it was not the demonic general's own strength. It was power bestowed on him by the ancient god. The demonic general's strength might not have been that powerful. He might have even been inferior to Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord. However, when matched with the bronze giant phantom behind him, his strength far exceeded Eclipse Arhat's. Furthermore, he was still commanding the tens of thousands of demonic servants. West River, Bluefeather, we should cooperate. All right. Bluefeather Divine Lord's beautiful eyes flashed a resolved look. It was possible that this was the battle she would end up perishing in. However, West River Divine Lord did not respond. He still wore a look of hesitation. West River? Eclipse Arhat frowned. West River had no intention to offer his help from the beginning. This sank his heart, for he knew that a calamity was on their hands. As the enemy was too powerful, the Sinkhole warriors might not want to flagrantly throw themselves to their deaths. People like West River and Heavenly Cosmic would first consider their own interests. They were probably not in the minority. Master Eclipse. The White Jade Phoenix Palace has been infiltrated by the demonic aura, said Bluefeather suddenly. A total of 54,000 demonic servants had burned their essence energies and transformed into a raging demonic inferno. The White Jade Phoenix Palace was enveloped in the demonic flames. The originally crystalline palace facade was already tainted by wisps of black gases. If this continued, it would not take long for Perfected Ho to forcibly gain full control over the White Jade Phoenix Palace. They were no match for the demons to begin with. If the White Jade Phoenix Palace was snatched away, releasing tens of thousands of demonic servants, it would no longer be a matter of them being able to stop Perfected Ho. Instead, it would be a question if they would be wiped out all at once. Eclipse, do not send yourself to your death so blindly. These demonic beings are no longer something divine lords can fend off. Let's take the opportunity to escape. There's still time. If we delay any further, we will not be able to leave. The best action at this moment in time is to retreat and inform the reclusive godly monarchs. Let them take action. Perhaps, it might shock the demons into submission. West River Divine Lord had his own ploys. Regardless of the Sinkhole's fate, his survival was of utmost importance. In fact, he wished to understand what made Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord submit to the devils. He wanted to balance the pros and cons so he could make an informed decision. West River, you are betraying the Sinkhole. Eclipse Arhat roared angrily. At that moment, a black flame surged out of the White Jade Phoenix Palace. Out of the 54,000 demonic servants, a third of them had consumed themselves in flames. At that instant, their mind, spirit, and body had transformed into a raging inferno. The White Jade Phoenix Palace seemed close to melting in the demonic flames. Ha ha! Wrestling away control of the White Jade Phoenix Palace is going surprisingly smoothly. From the looks of it, Bayuain is already half dead. The weak soul she has surviving is nothing of concern. Perfected Ho's eyes glowed. He imagined the battle would be extremely dangerous since Bayuain's condition was still an unknown. Now, it appeared that everything would go much easier than planned. Heavenly Cosmic, join hands with me. We shall kill the old bald donkey. With the White Jade Phoenix Palace at hand, Perfected Ho had no wish to depart. He wished to contribute to his cause. Our mission was to snatch the White Jade Phoenix Palace. Although we have succeeded, we sacrificed 20,000 demonic servants. It's best we retreat immediately. Humph. This old bald donkey has been constantly fanning the flames. He will be a stumbling block for our unification of the Sinkhole. Divine Master is currently recuperating. We should take over the Sinkhole before Divine Master's injuries are healed. If we can kill Sacred Horizon and Eclipse in one fell swoop, we would inflict a major blow on the humans. When that happens, countless warriors will submit to us. The situation would be in place before Divine Master even awakens. He will definitely reward us handsomely. If you lack the guts, you can leave on your own, said Perfected Ho disdainfully. Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord hesitated for a moment before he nodded. His submission to the Ancestor God naturally had to do with attaining the real godly monarch realm. He had already given up on the Sinkhole. He had no feelings for it simply because it was a lost cause. He had signed a pact with the ancestor god. After the sinkhole's destruction, he could follow the ancestor god to other worlds and continue doing battle. And now, it was the perfect time to showcase his loyalty. Alright. Let's work together to kill Eclipse and Bluefeather. At that instant, Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord's killing intent surged. And behind Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord and Perfected Ho, the demonic servants gathered once again. They had basically gained control of the White Jade Phoenix Palace, and more than half of them could fight alongside Perfected Ho. Everyone had a change in expression when they saw the numerous demonic servants gather. Their numbers far exceeded the number of warriors present. The calamity that they believed would happen in a few years was happening today. They never expected to be on the brink of destruction this very day. Kill! Perfected Ho bellowed as the demonic servants surged at the humans like locusts. The demonic servants had just refined the White Jade Phoenix Palace, so their staminas were greatly depleted. However, it meant nothing to them. They simply hugged the human warriors and initiated self-destruction. Ah! Human warriors let out tragic cries. They never imagined they would be attacked in this way. The weaker ones were immediately blasted into a mangled mess of blood and flesh. Old bald donkey, prepare for death. Perfected Ho charged at Eclipse Arhat, who had a resolved look on his face. He humbly gave a Buddhist proclamation as though he was bidding farewell to Buddha. Vile spawn, I will accompany you on your trip to hell. Eclipse Arhat brandished his staff and began fighting an intense battle with Perfected Ho. Instantly, Buddhist light shimmered as demonic auras surged into the sky. As for Bluefeather, she was facing Heavenly Cosmic. As the present ruler of the Great Cosmic State, Heavenly Cosmic's strength was already greater than Bluefeather's. Furthermore, he had been augmented by the ancestor god's powers. Bluefeather was injured almost as soon as they clashed. The head-on assault caused her slender figure to fly backward as blood trickled down the corner of her lips. The gap between them was too huge. After all, Heavenly Cosmic was a terrifying opponent who was able to severely injure Sacred Horizon Divine Lord with a single strike. Master! Fairy Yuru burned with anxiety. But at that moment, she was too occupied to help Bluefeather. More than 20 demonic servants had engaged her. Although the strongest demonic servants were only at the early stage supremacy realm, they had no qualms about producing an internecine outcome with the warriors they faced. Fairy Yuru was forced to repeatedly retreat. Were just mere demonic servants that powerful? Fairy Yuru lamented inwardly. The gap in the strength between humans and the Divine Master's army was like night and day. She looked over and saw that the White Jade Phoenix Palace was burning amid demonic flames. The jade edifice was about to lose its last bit of luster before it was replaced by darkness. It resembled the present state of the humans, unable to put up any resistance against the repressive demonic horde. Oh? What's that? As she was immersed in the chaotic battle, Fairy Yuru's heart suddenly jolted. She saw a wisp of green light tear through the dark clouds in the sky. A tender vine drooped down from the dark clouds as it extended towards the White Jade Phoenix Palace. The burning demonic flames failed to stop the vine, which remained emerald green. The nimble leaves met with the howling demonic winds as they gently danced. They were like divine chains of order that linked the heaven and earth. This is... Fairy Yuru was not the only one. Everyone present suddenly held their breaths at the sudden turn of events. The green vine had extended deep into the White Jade Phoenix Palace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1554, Divine Tree. Chapter 1554, Divine Tree. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Oh. Who's the one acting all mysterious? Upon seeing the green vine appear out from the clouds, Perfected Ho roared. His will was already unstoppable. It was really, if God was in the way, I'll slaughter him. If Buddha stops me, I'll slaughter him too. Burn it. Perfected Ho gave the order. Tens of thousands of demonic servants which surrounded the White Jade Phoenix Palace immediately surged towards the vine. Boom. 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 The demonic servants did not hesitate to self-destruct as the terrifying demonic flames raged up the vine. However, the thin vine was unaffected at all. It remained unperturbed to the demonic flames burning. Oh? Perfected Ho was slightly taken aback. The situation had exceeded his expectations. What exactly was this vine? The thin vine was completely unfazed by the self-destruction of the demonic servants. Charge up into the clouds and destroy the bastard who's trying to act all mysterious. Perfected Ho guessed that the green vine was some powerful artifact and the person hiding in the clouds was attacking with a potent artifact. They would be silly to waste their efforts on the artifact. It would be a meaningless sacrifice of the demonic servants. Roar! 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 More than 30,000 demonic servants joined the assault. The strongest was at the early stage Supremacy realm, and the weakest at the Tao Palace realm. This was definitely a terrifying force that could leave any sinkhole sect in horror. Even the hegemonic factions in the sinkhole were about this strong if the strength of their upper echelons were excluded. This was equivalent to having the core strength of a major faction turn out in full force. No one could withstand such demonic servants that showed no fear towards death. Upon seeing this situation, the hearts of the sinkhole warriors tightened. The sudden appearance of the expert was their savior. If he was also defeated, the land they were standing upon was likely their grave. Hold back those demonic servants. Eclipse Arhat had sent the bronze giant phantom retreating with a palm strike as he roared out loudly. At that moment, the only outcome was death if they did not work together. Go with them. Bluefeather was already severely injured, but she continued to persist. She looked up into the sky, her clothes stained with blood as her long hair fluttered. Kill! The sinkhole warriors charged into the sky. Against the tens of thousands of demonic servants, their numbers were far fewer. They were like raindrops beneath a swath of dark clouds. And then... Phew! 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 Hundreds of vines flew out from above. These vines were emerald green and appeared menacing. The hundreds of vines were like the whips of a god, as they lashed out freely in the sky. Pa! 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 Every vine strike tore apart space itself. The sky soon cracked from the vine's lashings, and when the demonic servants clashed with the vines, they split apart like they were made of mud. Some were even directly penetrated. In seconds, hundreds of demonic servants were dead. Not only so, but the dead demonic servants also did not dissipate to nothingness. Instead, they hung on the vines and their remnant bodies were rapidly withering at a discernible pace before vanishing. In just a few seconds, the demonic servants had been sucked dry by the vines. What? Perfected Ho's eyes turned bloodshot. What artifact was this? How did it have such terrifying power? It was as though it was a natural nemesis of the demonic servants. Charge up and blast him to pieces. Perfected Ho bellowed. And at that moment, another few hundred spirit roots flew out from the clouds, close on the heels of the vines. These roots emitted radiant sunlight as they wantonly spread apart, tearing through large swaths of demonic servants. The numerous demonic servants were skewered like meat sticks. The demonic servants which had been penetrated by the vines could not even self-destruct. Their energies rapidly depleted and soon, they were absorbed clean by the spirit roots. And in contrast, the tree roots turned thicker and more robust. Roots that were just the thickness of 2 fingers had thickened to the size of a wrist. What's the matter? Perfected Ho was not the only one dumbfounded. Many of the human warriors who were pursuing after the demonic servants were collectively dumbfounded as well. What sort of power was this? They had witnessed the prowess of the demonic servants previously. The demonic servants were unafraid of death and were difficult to handle. But when pitted against the divine tree, they were like fertilizer. They couldn't even withstand a single strike. Who is it? Did a sinkhole godly monarch come? Everyone was alarmed and elated. The might of a godly monarch was terrifying. Was this the power of a godly monarch? The White Jade Phoenix Palace. At that moment, Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord noticed that the White Jade Phoenix Palace, which had turned black, was rapidly being cleansed after that single vine penetrated deep in. The corrosive demonic flames that eroded the White Jade Phoenix Palace were being absorbed by the vine. The vine that had probed the White Jade Phoenix Palace was growing at a rapid pace. It went from the thickness of a wrist to the size of a water bucket. Finally, it became as thick as a water vat. Such a huge vine was like an ancient anaconda. One look at it left the hearts of people shaking. That's not right. Could this be? This scene triggered a terrifying memory that was buried deep in Perfected Ho's mind. Before he could think carefully, the sky was torn apart as a gigantic tree crashed down like a giant. The vine did not come from the clouds, but from a spatial passageway. Someone had opened a spatial passageway, and before the perpetrator arrived, he had delivered thousands of vines and spirit roots across tens of millions of kilometers. And just the vines alone had obliterated more than 10,000 demonic servants. Boom! The divine tree, which had a diameter of the combined arm length of 100 people, slammed heavily on top of the White Jade Phoenix Palace. The hundreds of thick anaconda-like spirit roots clung closely to the white jade phoenix palace, and right at the top of the spirit tree's crown was a man and woman who appeared like descending gods from the highest heavens. The man held a tiny gray cauldron in hand. He wore black and stood erect in midair like a javelin. The woman wore fluttering white clothes. She held a sword in hand, and released a snow lotus above the tree. She was as clean as ice and as pure as jade, looking completely otherworldly. Yi Yun. Lin Shinton. And it wasn't only Perfected Ho who was stunned, all the human warriors were alarmed as well. They originally believed that it was a godly monarch who had taken action, but they never imagined that the ones who had taken action were Yi Yun and Lin Shinton. How did Yi Yun have such terrifying strength? Wasn't this strength already at the level of a godly monarch? He had not shown such terrifying strength back when he clashed with Divine General Skyjade. Damn it! Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord's expression sank. He had planned on tearing open the void to leave after gaining possession of the White Jade Phoenix Palace. However, Perfected Ho was eager to perform deeds of merit. He was bent on exterminating the human elites of the sinkhole. Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord had agreed to his wishes. He originally did not think that Yi Yun would not be of any concern even if he returned. He had 50,000 demonic servants at hand, which made him completely unafraid of Yi Yun. He never imagined that even before Yi Yun arrived, he had sent a divine tree over across tens of millions of kilometers away, and had destroyed more than 10,000 demonic servants. So it's you. Heavenly Cosmic. Yi Yun took a deep look at Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord. I found you somewhat odd to begin with, but thought nothing of you. I never expected you to have submitted to the Ancestor God. If that's the case, you can forget about leaving here alive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1555, Lightning of Heavenly Punishment. Chapter 1555, Lightning of Heavenly Punishment. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Yi Yun had verbally given a top expert who had managed to heavily injure a sinkhole hegemon a death sentence. Instantly, all the warriors present drew a cold gasp. Yi Yun was way too domineering. At that moment, Yi Yun's aura, the strength he demonstrated, and the shocking presence he had rivaled that of a godly monarch even when he wasn't one. You don't want me to leave alive? Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord's expression was grotesque. You are indeed powerful, but you are not at the level where you are powerful enough to easily slay me. The reason why you can destroy more than 10,000 demonic servants so easily is all because of that tree, isn't it? If I am not wrong, that tree is a nemesis of the demonic servants. Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord remained extremely calm. He had watched Yi Yun's defeat of Divine General Skyjade carefully. He had an idea of Yi Yun's strength, for he did not believe that Yi Yun still held back under those circumstances. Is that so? You can give it a try. Yi Yun smirked. When he said the final word, the aura he emitted changed abruptly. All the energy of his mind, body, and spirit spewed out from his dantian, lending its suppressive pomp to his already impressive might. Yi Yun was dressed in black, with a tiny cauldron in hand. All his lifeblood and nomological powers were converged in him. He looked like an unsheathed sword, and although he was known to be a sharp blade that was not to be messed with, one could not acutely sense the threat he possessed. But the present Yi Yun had Yuan Qi brimming in him. He was like the radiant sun in the sky, preventing anyone who looked straight at him from opening their eyes. Boom! Yi Yun slammed the ascending dragon cauldron out as it crashed down like a falling star right at Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord. Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord felt a jolt in his heart. Back when he watched Yi Yun's battle with Divine General Skyjade, he had observed carefully, but he ultimately did not engage in a frontal clash with Yi Yun. Only when he faced Yi Yun's overwhelming attack did he realize how terrifying Yi Yun was. With such strength, was he really just a junior? Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord found it unbelievable, but at that moment in time, he did not have the luxury of time to think. He raised his arms high and at that instant, lightning surged in the sky as Yuan Qi gathered from every direction, blanketing the world with it. And these clouds were not a gloomy black, but iridescent. The iridescent clouds spewed out golden bolts of divine lightning. Yi Yun! Witness my true power! Crackle! The golden divine lightning weaved into a golden net that shielded the area right above Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord. The ascending dragon cauldron slammed down with indomitable might and collided with the net without any gaudy display. Pa! 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 The lightning net was torn through by the ascending dragon cauldron as the iridescent clouds in the sky constantly surged with the powers of lightning, constantly replenishing the net with its powers. Finally, the ascending dragon cauldron lost its momentum after tearing through the fourth lightning net. It was finally stopped before it was enveloped by infinite golden lightning. Despite the ascending dragon cauldron being as heavy as a star, the golden lightning net above it prevented it from escaping. Is that the lightning of heavenly punishment? Eclipse Arhat was alarmed. He knew that Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord cultivated in lightning laws, but he never expected him to cultivate the lightning laws to such a stage. Legend had it that powerful ancient Fae would experience a heavenly tribulation when they approached the strength of human godly monarchs. These powerful ancient Fae would experience 9 counts of heavenly tribulation before they could experience a metamorphic life change. And now, what Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord was casting was the divine lightning which ancient Fae had to withstand for their transcendence. Such golden lightning could reduce the powerful bodies of ancient Fae into smithereens, much less a human's body. Eclipse Arhat was knowledgeable, but even so, he had never seen anyone cultivate the lightning laws to such a stage after all these years. Could it be that? Ha ha ha. Old bald donkey, you are right. This is the lightning of heavenly punishment. Such divine lightning only existed in ancient times that go back billions of years ago. Back then, ancient Fae had to transcend the tribulations as a test of life and death. But ever since the heavenly Tao became flawed, powerful Fae were no longer able to experience the lightning of heavenly punishment. All they could experience was ordinary heavenly lightning. Without the catharsis of the lightning of heavenly punishment, how are they to establish their indestructible bodies? When Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord said that, the hearts of everyone who heard him sank. Indeed, the disappearance of the lightning of heavenly punishment was due to the missing chunk of the heavenly Tao. Without the existence of the lightning of heavenly punishment, warriors who cultivated in the lightning laws naturally had no way to gain insights into it. But Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord was different. He had been bestowed with an opportunity of studying the missing heavenly Tao by the ancestor god. He possessed that strength. This was fatalistically enticing for warriors who had reached a bottleneck like Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord. It was no wonder Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord chose to submit to the ancestor god. Yi Yun, you are a genius, but you are limited by the missing heavenly Tao. You are destined never to surpass me. This lightning of heavenly punishment is what I will rely on to become a perfect godly monarch. Today, it's your honor to die under the divine lightning that no longer exists in the sinkhole. As Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord spoke, he pressed his hands together as the golden lightning net surged forward like a golden fountain. At the same time, the iridescent clouds in the sky began stirring vehemently. Thousands of golden lightning, each the thickness of water buckets, smote down. It struck Yi Yun from top to bottom, leaving him without room to dodge. Yi Yun! Fairy Yuru's heart skipped a beat. At that instant, Yi Yun had been struck by thousands of bolts of lightning. Boom! Yi Yun's body was sent flying out from the powerful blast. He shattered the massive protective array that enveloped the surroundings into pieces before boring through 7 mountains in the pocket world. Finally, he crashed heavily into the ground. Boom! 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 The earth quaked. A huge crater 10,000 meters across appeared where Yi Yun had crashed. This was the most resilient pocket world in the 100,000 pavilion palaces, but it was as weak as paper under Yi Yun's and Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord's skirmish. Yi Yun! The sinkhole warriors were alarmed. Yi Yun had been struck by so many bolts of golden lightning, it was possible that he was reduced to smithereens no matter how powerful he was. Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord was too powerful. He was just a mere subordinate of the ancestor god, yet, he was already sufficiently strong to push all of them into a corner. Yi Yun, he. Fairy Yura held her breath. She suddenly felt something as she looked up at Lin Shintong. Lin Shintong stood in midair with her white clothes fluttering. She was looking in the direction where Yi Yun had crashed. Although she had a pained look in her eyes, she did not appear worried at all. Could it be that? Boom! The earth blasted apart as Yi Yun flew out of the massive crater with his feet on the ascending dragon cauldron. His top was tattered, and his exposed muscles were damaged in many places. Blood was seeping out of his wounds. Yi Yun looked at his body that was covered in wounds and said slowly, "Is this the lightning of heavenly punishment? Did powerful Fae undergo such lightning in ancient times when they had to transcend the tribulations?" As Yi Yun spoke, the wounds on his body rapidly healed at a discernible pace. The blood automatically stopped flowing as his tendons and muscles regrew. His skin was soon restored to normal. In just a few seconds, he did not appear damaged apart from his tattered clothes and remnant bloodstains. What? Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord had an appalled look. Yi Yun wiped away the remnant blood strand from the corner of his lips as he said, "Ancient Fae relied on the heavenly tribulations to attain their indestructible bodies. Even when ancient Fae perished, their bodies remained timeless for billions of years. I have the Dragon Emperor bloodline in me, but I have never had the chance to experience the lightning of heavenly punishment. I had the intention of using your lightning of heavenly punishment to help me temper my body, but it seems your lightning of heavenly punishment is still far inferior to the true lightning tribulations of the past. What Yi Yun said was obvious. Although Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord had the opportunity to draw on the powers from the flawed Heavenly Tao through the Ancestor God naturally held back some of his power. What Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord received was definitely inferior to mighty figures who had gained their own independent insights from the Heavenly Tao billions of years ago. Besides, it was just too difficult to reproduce the might of the lightning of heavenly punishment through mortal means. This Yi Yun was actually hoping to use the divine lightning produced by Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord to temper his body. Upon hearing Yi Yun, everyone stood stunned. Yi Yun was way too arrogant. Of course, he had what it took to be arrogant. He was only superficially injured against the terrifying divine lightning. Well done. The ancient lightning of heavenly punishment has 9 stages. Same for my tribulation lightning. Do you think that was all I had? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1556, Ninth Staged Lightning Tribulation. Chapter 1556, Ninth Staged Lightning Tribulation. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord had a nasty expression. He believed that he was the only person in the entire sinkhole to have cultivated lightning laws to the extremum, but he still felt tremendous pressure facing Yi Yun. At that moment, due to the Azurewood Divine Tree's shocking presence, all the sinkhole warriors and demonic servants had ceased fighting. The entire pocket world was very quiet as they waited for the battle to spark off. Oh? 9 stages of lightning tribulations? That's something I would like to see. Yi Yun stood there in black, facing everything without any fear. Something you would like to see? How arrogant. Yi Yun, you mentioned that you have the blood of an ancient fae running in you? Unfortunately, I know that there are many family clans in the sinkhole who have the blood of ancient fae running in them. It's nothing special. What Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord said was true. Just the number of people Yi Yun had met, such as Old Snake's disciple, Snake Girl, Nanshin Luoyue, and even Imperial Preceptor Kuan Su of the White Lunar Divine Empire had an ancient fae bloodline. Now in the sinkhole, there are family clans who pride themselves because of the negligible bloodlines they have. It's truly laughable. Do they not know that truly powerful ancient fae have bodies that can rip apart the cosmos? Their bloodlines are not anything any of the ancient family clans in the sinkhole can compare with. Today, I'll let you know what a tragic outcome will befall you when you experience the 9th staged heavenly tribulation meant for powerful ancient fae with that dilute bloodline of yours. As Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord spoke, the iridescent clouds in the sky slowly dispersed. Replacing them were countless nomological beams of light. People looked up and saw the worldly laws naturally condense into runes. The sizes of these runes ranged from the size of beans to the size of fists. They coruscated divine light and appeared infinite and boundless. Pwah! Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Upon seeing this scene, people turned appalled. Despite Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord's powerful strength, burning his blood essence was still required. It made it apparent how terrifying the 9th staged lightning tribulation was. The 9th staged lightning tribulation was indeed not a power which Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord would easily use. If not for him being helpless against Yi Yun, he would definitely not have paid such a tremendous price. A warrior at his age would find it extremely difficult to replenish any loss of blood essence. Burning blood essence was equivalent to burning his potential. But Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord had the Ancestor God backing him. He knew that Yi Yun was marked by the Ancestor God for death. If he could kill Yi Yun, he would have rendered meritorious service. Burning a little blood essence was definitely worth it. Rumble. The lightning boomed as the nomological patterns in the sky automatically coalesced together, forming a dazzling divine cloud. This was a nomological cloud formed from the heavenly Tao. This is... Everyone shuddered. They could already sense the terrifying pressure brought about by the divine cloud simply by standing beneath it. They were not even in the vicinity of the heavenly tribulation's range. Yi Yun! Don't get goaded by him. The 9th staged lightning of heavenly punishment is too terrifying. Blue Feather shouted. She knew that Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord had belittled Yi Yun's ancient fae bloodline in order to goad him into confronting the 9th staged heavenly tribulation. Yi Yun had barely survived the first one, but the heavenly tribulation's might this time far exceeded the previous one. If Yi Yun tried pushing it, he would be heavily injured even if he did not perish. And under the present circumstances, any heavy injuries was equivalent to death. It was clearly a goading strategy. Blue Feather believed that Yi Yun would not fall for it, but in her fluster, she still could not help but remind him. After all, Yi Yun was now their hope, the hope of all humanity. Don't worry. Yi Yun will handle everything well. He will not act on impulse with lives at stake, said Eclipse Arhat. Back when Yi Yun wasn't a divine lord, he had caused primordial chaos Dowlord to flee from him in a wretched state across the primeval universe. That scene had left a deep impression on Eclipse Arhat. He had zero worries about Yi Yun's ability to handle dangers. Yi Yun, I will burn that tiny bit of bloodline of yours with the lightning of heavenly punishment to nothing. Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord finally attacked. Boom! 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 Thousands of lightning were directed downwards by Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord. At that instant, it felt as though the world was collapsing. The world saw an ancient Fey heavenly tribulation once again. Yi Yun was the first one to bear the brunt of the heavenly tribulation. His pupils constricted as his eyes burned with fighting spirit. Power Ancient Fey had to survive the ninth-staged heavenly tribulation before they could undergo a metamorphic life change and the subsequent soaring. And Yi Yun did not have an ordinary bloodline of an Ancient Fey, but the bloodline of the Dragon Emperor, one of the 12 Fey gods. Ha! Yi Yun let out a roar as a black wheel appeared beneath his feet. The wheel was patterned with thousands of gods and demons. The wheel expanded rapidly the moment it appeared, and in seconds, all the sinkhole warriors present were nearly enveloped by it. They retreated quickly and looked at the black wheel in horror. The 10,000 demon wheel of existence spanned a diameter of nearly half a kilometer. The tremendous destruction power surged into Yi Yun's body through his feet. The sole purpose of the lightning of heavenly punishment's existence was to destroy. It destroyed the ancient Fey who attempted to overcome the heavenly Tao with their physical bodies. And the 10,000 demon wheel of existence was the Tao of major destruction which encompassed everything. Now, Yi Yun was using the Tao of major destruction and his Dragon Emperor bloodline to withstand the ninth-staged heavenly tribulation. What? Eclipse Arhat widened his eyes. Yi Yun was really using his body to withstand the ninth-staged heavenly tribulation. An ordinary heavenly tribulation had already dealt damage to Yi Yun's body. He was bound to be heavily injured with a ninth-staged heavenly tribulation. One had to know that other than Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord, there was still demonic General Perfected Ho who had yet to take action. Was Yi Yun mad? Ka-cha! Innumerable bolts of lightning struck Yi Yun's body as his body convulsed. As his flesh and blood were being tempered by the lightning, they almost appeared transparent. At that instant, Yi Yun's meridians, blood vessels, and veins could be clearly seen under the lightning's tempering. Excruciating pain surged through his body like a tidal wave, turning Yi Yun faint. He bit the tip of his tongue in a bid to remain conscious. Was this the power of a ninth-staged lightning tribulation? It was indeed extremely terrifying. Pwa pwa pwa. Even with the Dragon Emperor bloodline, Yi Yun's body found it impossible to withstand the terrifying lightning catharsis. His body ruptured and exploded in various spots. Blood splattered as his flesh was burnt into crisps. Some of his meridians which were not resilient enough were severed from the lightning fires. His meridians were damaged. Yi Yun clenched his teeth. He obviously knew Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord was goading him. Even if it was unlikely he would remain undamaged if he had chosen to dodge the attack, he believed he could dodge Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord's strongest strike at an acceptable price. But that was not what Yi Yun wanted. His opponent was not Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord or Demonic General Perfected Ho, but the Ancestor God. Now, the Ancestor God was in recuperation. Yi Yun no longer had much time. He had to dig out all the potential in him. After Yi Yun obtained the Chaos Gem slip which the Tao Originator Celestial the Arch had left behind, his 10,000 demon wheel of existence was closing in on perfection. However, his Dragon Emperor technique was ultimately lacking. It was something that allowed him to possess an extremely powerful body. It was crucial. All these years, Yi Yun had been gathering natural treasures across the universe. He had consumed all the prized collections of the two sinkhole powerhouses, Primordial Chaos Dowlord and Firecloud Divine Lord, divine herbs that they had prepared for their future godly monarch breakthroughs. However, the Dragon Emperor technique failed to reach the strength Yi Yun had hoped for. Now, he finally understood that he was lacking in the tempering of the ninth-staged heavenly tribulation of ancient times. With the heavenly Tao flawed, Yi Yun could no longer experience the ninth-staged heavenly tribulation in the sinkhole. Then, the only way was to borrow Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord's strength. Desperate times called for desperate solutions. At that moment, Yi Yun ignored Perfected Ho for he was going to make a gamble. Yi Yun. Fairy Yuru's heart tightened. When she saw Yi Yun's body in a bloody mess, her heart was gripped by anxiety and pain. Why did Yi Yun forcefully take on Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord's strike? She looked up at Lin Shintong and saw that Lin Shintong was looking equally anxious. However, Lin Shintong shared the same thoughts as Yi Yun. She knew Yi Yun's plan, but it was just too dangerous. Pa! 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 Yi Yun's body cracked as his skin ruptured to reveal his flesh. Copious amounts of blood spewed out from his body. He had already turned into a body of blood. If it were any ordinary person, they would have been long dead after suffering such heavy injuries. Furthermore, Yi Yun was still experiencing the continued catharsis from the ninth-staged lightning tribulation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1557, Blood is Ink. Chapter 1557, Blood is Ink. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Yi Yun, I never expected you to be this foolish. Even if you had thoughts of escaping the ninth-staged lightning tribulation, I would still have means of dealing with you. But now, things have only been made easier. The corners of Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord's mouth was already stained with blood. His hair was disheveled and he looked like a devil. He had expended a great deal of his lifeblood, but when he saw Yi Yun's tragic state, he laughed maniacally. The service he rendered would bring him a tremendous opportunity. Die. Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord pressed his palms together and sealed space with the ninth-staged lightning tribulations. At that moment, Yi Yun was already completely within the confines of the Heavenly Tao's restraints. It was impossible for him to escape even if he wanted. Heavenly Cosmic, that old bastard. He's stealing credit. Perfected Ho frowned. He led the mission of taking over the White Jade Phoenix Palace, but he had never expected Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord to steal the best credit. He naturally felt displeased. Of course, he was not dumb enough to spoil Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord's plans. It's most dangerous for ancient Fae when they attempt to transcend the tribulations. They would definitely choose an extremely obscure area or choose a companion to defend them since they will be at their weakest while transcending the tribulations. They would perish if they were to be discovered by their enemies. Yi Yun, your wishful thinking of emulating the tribulation transcendence of ancient Fae with your dilute ancient Fae bloodline is truly amusing. Although death is certain for you, I'll give your end a hand. I'll be able to gain some credit for that. With this thought in mind, Perfected Ho grinned sinisterly. A bronze giant phantom appeared behind him with a mere thought. Its body was burning with black auras as it charged towards the heavenly tribulation where Yi Yun was. Once entry was made into the heavenly tribulation's vicinity, the worldly laws would be agitated, he would then be indiscriminately attacked by the heavenly tribulation. However, Perfected Ho thought nothing of it. The bronze giant behind him was bestowed by the ancestor god. The bronze giant was a celestial, and celestials had bodies which were far more powerful than the sinkhole's ancient Faes. It was unlikely to be overly damaged after being struck by a few lightning tribulations. Since Yi Yun was heavily injured, all he needed was a single strike to kill him. Yi Yun! Fairy Yuru turned appalled when she saw the bronze giant charge towards Yi Yun. The present Yi Yun was definitely unable to survive a strike from the god's avatar. Damn it! Bluefeather was feeling anxious and angry. She could not fathom Yi Yun's choice. His moment of foolhardiness had placed him in a precarious situation. She gritted her teeth and charged toward the bronze giant. She was unlikely to survive if she fought the bronze giant in her severely injured state. Master! Fairy Yuru's eyes welled with tears. She could sense that her master was prepared to sacrifice herself. Was today's battle the day she parted with her master? Whoosh! At that moment, a white beam of light flew out like a white dragon. It wrapped around the bronze giant phantom numerous times. Fairy Yuru focused her eyes and realized that the white beam was none other than a tapestry that came out of Lin Shintong's hand. Pa! 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 The bronze giant was stopped and its joints issued an explosive sound while he attempted to escape the tapestry. Although the white tapestry was a godly monarch artifact, the beam buckled under the bronze giant's mighty strength. At that critical moment, Lin Shintong cut the tip of her index finger with her right thumb and forced out her blood essence. She tapped her blood essence on the white tapestry and gathered boundless laws together, leaving behind 9-petaled red lotuses on the white tapestry. The red lotus coruscated with divine light as though it was shaded by a faint blood mist. It was the most beautiful embroidery, one constructed with her blood essence as ink, and laws as needle and thread. Ka ka ka! The tapestry tightened, squeezing the bronze giant which had originally broken free. With the red lotus tapestry on him, the bronze giant was unable to break free quickly. Upon seeing this scene, everyone was astonished. All of them knew that Lin Shintong was an extraordinary genius. She was a future godly monarch, but after witnessing how much a freak of nature Yi-Yun was, they realized that Yi-Yun was truly the #1 freak of nature in the sinkhole. Yi-Yun could obliterate sinkhole hegemons and he was invincible beneath the godly monarch realm. This had already exceeded their imagination. As a result, they felt that Lin Shinton was much more inferior to Yi-Yun no matter how much of a genius she was. Now, they realized that Lin Shinton was capable of restraining the bronze giant. Although Lin Shinton was evidently barely holding up after burning her blood essence judging from her pale face, it was already astounding enough. Blue Feather, let's attack together. Eclipse Arhat flew up as his robes flared. He was injured, but he could not be bothered by his injuries. He struck out with both palms while a 100,000-foot-tall golden Dharma aspect suffused behind him. The Dharma aspect looked lifelike, as though Buddha himself had descended. Alright. Blue Feather spared no expense as well. With sword in hand, she slashed out. All her Yuan Qi was gathered into an azure-colored pang. The pang spread its wings and soared into the highest heavens. Blue Feather had a godly monarch royal seal in her body which came from a great pang ancient fae. Boom! Boom! The two sinkhole hegemons attacked without holding back, their attacks inundating the bronze giant. No matter how powerful the bronze giant's body was, he was still inflicted with heavy damage. His body cracked as he bled darkened gold blood. It was like bubbling liquid bronze. It seems you have forgotten that I still exist. At that moment, a gnarling voice sounded. Perfected Ho appeared behind the two sinkhole hegemons like a specter. Blue Feather and Eclipse Arhat had lost all their momentum and were at their weakest. Perfected Ho had chosen the perfect opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Die! Perfected Ho roared as he struck out with his fists, slamming into the backs of the two sinkhole hegemons. Boom! Space exploded as Blue Feather and Eclipse Arhat were heavily injured. The powerful demonic forces tore through their bodies as they surged all across their bodies. The both of them spewed blood as they flew like a kite with a broken thread. Ha ha ha! Perfected Ho let out a maniacal laughter. He, too, would gain credit by wiping out the sinkhole experts in this intense battle. But at that moment, Perfected Ho's expression changed suddenly as he turned around abruptly. A thick vine shot straight at him like an arrow. What? Perfected Ho was alarmed. He never expected that the Azurewood Divine Tree was capable of attacking autonomously even without Yi-Yun's direction. Bam! Perfected Ho crossed his arms in front of his chest to forcefully block the strike. He was sent retreating as his arms turned numb. Blast it! Blast this tree apart! Perfected Ho roared as the remaining 20,000 demonic servants surged towards the Azurewood Divine Tree's main trunk and roots like locusts as they began their crazy self-destruction sequence. The Azurewood Divine Tree was Yi-Yun's. It had grown in his dantian and had been nourished by the Yuan Qi there. Its strength came from Yi-Yun and was one with him. Without Yi-Yun's direction and Yuan Qi injections, the Azurewood Divine Tree was greatly weakened as well. At the moment the tens of thousands of demonic servants attacked the Azurewood Divine Tree, it showed damage for the first time. Some of its vines had been blasted apart by the demonic servants. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1558, Blood-Infused Dantian. Chapter 1558, Blood-Infused Dantian. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Ping. The vines which had the thickness of bowls plummeted as green juices flowed out of the damaged spots. It was shocking to the senses. Boom! 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 Batch after batch of demonic servants charged towards the Azurewood Divine Tree without fear of death. The tree flailed its vines, tearing through large numbers of demonic servants, but there were just too many. Without Yi-Yun's energy injections and directions, the tree's actions were much slower than before. It was unable to wipe out all the demonic servants. Boom! With a loud boom, 3 demonic servants at the level of human supremacies gathered together and self-destructed. And this explosion was directed at the primary root of the Azurewood Divine Tree. A gigantic hole blasted open in the thick primary root. It resembled the bite from the primordial Fey beast as more than half of the root was gone. Trapped inside the lightning of heavenly punishment, Yi-Yun was aware of all of this. However, he could not divert his attention. His flesh, skin, and tendons were being tempered by the lightning of heavenly punishment. The weaker meridians were directly destroyed by the burning of the heavenly lightning's fires. If the average person had most of his meridians destroyed, they would have their cultivation damaged, to the point of becoming a cripple. But Yi-Yun was different. He had the Dragon Emperor blood in him and he cultivated the Dragon Emperor technique. The ancient Dragon Emperor was one of the 12 Fey gods. Those powerful ancient Fae were completely incomparable to the Dragon Emperor. Although Yi Yun had only inherited a wisp of its bloodline, just this was enough to revitalize him. Now, all the lifeblood powers in him were circulating according to the Dragon Emperor technique. Each circulation was like a raging tidal wave. The burnt meridians were constantly being reborn under these powers. The new meridians were more resilient and crystalline than before. It was like beautifully carved jade. And this process depleted Yi Yun's blood essence forces rapidly. Back in the primeval universe, Yi Yun had consumed a large number of natural treasures, and in turn, they were transformed into energy that was stored inside his body. It could be said that no warrior in the entire sinkhole had consumed as much as he did. But even so, Yi Yun found it insufficient. One had to know that powerful ancient Fae relied on hundreds of millions of years of preparations and the absorption of the worldly essence to have the sufficient energy required to transcend the tribulations. And Yi Yun had cultivated for too short a time. The lifeblood and energy in him were drained so rapidly that he would soon be left dry. Yi Yun clenched his teeth and took out all the remaining natural treasures, spirit pills, and elixirs in his interspatial ring to place inside his body. Without the need of him refining them, the lightning of heavenly punishment would completely refine them into energy which would be absorbed by Yi Yun. However, that wasn't enough. Realizing that his energy was about to be completely enervated, Yi Yun burned with anxiety. Oh. This is... Yi Yun suddenly saw that among the treasures stored within his body, there was an unadorned spatial jade bottle. It contained a large amount of blood. Yi Yun's mind lit up. It was the blood of the ancestor god. Back in the primeval universe, Yi Yun had encountered the ancestor god, and at the critical moment of life and death, the black spear which was left behind by the Tao originator Celestial the Arch had penetrated the ancestor god's chest, inflicting heavy damage to him. Large amounts of ancestor god blood spewed out, and all of that blood came from the ancestor god's heart. The blood was as heavy as a mountain as they pounded the lands. Yi Yun found the blood extraordinary and had used the ascending dragon cauldron to gather them all together. Later in the primeval universe, Yi Yun discovered that the blood did not rot or damage. It was difficult for him to refine it. But now, Yi Yun looked up. His lifeblood reserves were empty, and by borrowing the power of the heavenly tribulation, he believed that it was possible to refine the blood. It was his only chance at transcending the tribulation. With a thought from Yi Yun, the jade bottle exploded as the ancestor god's blood surged out like a river. The blood shimmered with Tao patterns as they contained astounding strength. Fuse! Yi Yun roared loudly as the blood immediately inundated his dantian like boiling lava. Yi Yun's dantian was in excruciating pain as it convulsed. He felt that his body was a burning furnace that would fall apart at any time. Meanwhile, the battle in the pocket world was like a raging fire. Eclipse, Arhat, and Bluefeather were heavily injured. They could not even use 30% of their strength. But even so, they still defended the Azure Wood Divine Tree. All the sinkhole warriors charged at the demonic servants, but the numbers were too disparate. Die all of you. All of Perfected Ho's joints crackled as his muscles bulged. His body, which resembled a metallic tower, grew 10 feet taller suddenly. He charged straight into the crowd and was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. None of the sinkhole disciples was his match. With a wave of his hand, 8 sinkhole warriors would be sent flying out. Just a graze dealt immense damage, and a direct strike meant death. Upon seeing this situation, Lin Shintong turned anxious. However, she was unable to divert her strength. All her powers were injected into the white tapestry in her hands. Even though she was burning her blood essence, she was unable to last long. The bronze giant's strength was too formidable. Master! Lin Shintong called out to Bai Yuan in her soul sea. Bai Yuan met her calls with silence. Master, I can't last much longer. Lend me your powers. Bai Yuan knew that Lin Shintong was referring to the fusion of their souls. Lin Shintong was worried about Yi Yun's safety, and with things on the precipice of full collapse, she could only make this choice. But once their souls fused, it would be difficult for them to separate. And this was what Bai Yuan had been longing for all this time. But at that moment, she was surprised that she was hesitating. She never expected that the man would make such a choice considering the situation. He had chosen to temper his body with the heavenly tribulation to force out all his potential. He wanted to obtain strength that could allow him to resist the ancestor god before the ancestor god fully recovered. This drive alarmed her. Bai Yuan had heard from Empress Shang Mei stories of the Tao originator Celestial Thearka's martial path. He had undergone various obstacles in life and come so far after great difficulties. It was all because of his extremely firm martial Tao heart. And now, Bai Yuan seemed to see the shadow of the Tao originator Celestial the Arch hanging over Yi Yun. He sent me a voice transmission. Bai Yuan whispered. He said that if I were to fuse with you, he would travel to the highest heavens or to the deepest depths of the netherworld to find a solution to wipe out my soul's memories from yours. What? Lin Xintong was stunned, but at that moment. Roar! There was a resounding dragon's roar that reverberated across the firmaments. It shook the world. Everyone looked in shock as they saw the gigantic ascending dragon cauldron spinning above Yun's head. Above the cauldron, the Dragon Emperor sculpture seemed to come alive as it emitted blinding divine light. At that instant, people could sense a supreme suppression from the ascending dragon cauldron. This suppression seemed to tear through the world, leaving them stifled. And at that moment, Yun was genuflecting on the ground. His head was lowered and his body was covered in blood. He looked like he was heavily injured and on the brink of death, but people sensed an unhuman power inside his body. It was as though a god had awoken inside him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1559, True Dragon Nirvana. Chapter 1559, True Dragon Nirvana. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Oh? What's going on? Perfected Ho, who had charged into the sinkhole disciple crowd, also sensed the changes Yun was undergoing. He turned his head and looked at Yun in astonishment. The present Yun had already been reduced to a nearly inhuman state. Why was he able to release such terrifying strength? Heavenly Cosmic! What's happening? Perfected Ho roared angrily. At that moment, Heavenly Cosmic's hair was disheveled and his expression was pale. He, too, was suffering while attacking Yun with the lightning of heavenly punishment. Casting the ninth-staged heavenly tribulation was very demanding on him. He needed to burn his blood essence in order to do so. He was no longer young, and burning his blood essence placed immense stress on his body. His teeth were clenched as he endured, adamant that Yun was on his last legs and would not hold out much longer. However, he never expected Yun to suddenly release such a terrifying aura. Even the powerful ancient Fae who transcended the tribulations in ancient times never showed such power. This suppressive might seemed divine. It made him feel a deep, primal fear. He's transforming. I can sense a power awakening in him. We must not let him succeed. Perfected Ho said loudly. Heavenly Cosmic knew that Yun was already at a critical life and death moment of his transformation. If he was given time to succeed, they would suffer an abject defeat. Punk, don't go thinking I can't burn you to death. Lightning of heavenly punishment, myriad lightning surge. Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord roared out loudly as he struck his fist into his chest. This strike forced out the blood from his heart. Pwah! Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord spat out a large mouthful of blood essence that came from his heart. As he burned this crucial blood essence, it felt like all the vitality in him had been drawn out. His face was as pale as wax paper, and the lifeblood powers in him were rapidly decreasing. His flames of vitality were like a candle in the wind. In just that instant, Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord had sacrificed 40% of his blood essence. By doing so, he was bound to suffer a drop in cultivation level, but he no longer had a choice. Boom! In the high heavens, infinite laws gathered together as a crack appeared in mid-air. The crack spread, as if the sky itself had suffered a gruesome wound. Pa! 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 The cracks increased in number as they spanned a wider space. The ground was trembling as though the world was on the brink of collapse. This pocket world is about to collapse. Eclipse Arhat was alarmed. The pocket world in the 100,000 pavilion palaces had been in existence for tens of millions of years. It was augmented and fortified by array formations constantly. This pocket world was the main world of the 100,000 pavilion palaces, and Bai Yuan herself was involved in its creation. But now, the 100,000 pavilion palaces' main world was on the brink of collapse. This world could no longer withstand the surging Yuan Qi and heavenly tribulation's might. Boom! 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 The heavenly lightning surged towards Yun like dragons. The power of the world's very destruction was trained on Yun. Be careful! Retreat! Everyone raised their barriers. Even if the world's destructive powers were not targeted at them, just the fallout alone was something they could hardly defend against. Yun, I. Amid the vehement storms, Lin Xintong could not hold on any longer. With a ripping sound, the white tapestry which was imbued with Lin Xintong's blood essence was torn apart by the bronze giant. A godly monarch numinous treasure had failed to withstand the bronze giant's overwhelming strength. Ah! With a grunt, Lin Xintong was thrown backward. She was swept up in the storms, but at that moment, the bronze giant did not pursue Lin Xintong. Instead, it charged straight into the middle of the heavenly tribulation, throwing its fist at Yi Yun. Killing Yi Yun was of utmost importance. Boom! 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 The collapse of space muted the world. The punch had stirred up terrifying energy waves. After all, the Celestial's body was a top-grade numinous treasure in and of itself. Its fist and palm strikes were even more terrifying than a sword beam. Yi Yun! Everyone's hearts tightened. Fairy Yuru already had her heart in her mouth. At that moment, even perfected Ho did not dare move an inch. Only the bronze giant's avatar could sweep through everything with its indestructible body. Whoosh! The bronze giant charged into the lightning of heavenly punishment sea. There was a split second of silence before the resonating clang of a cauldron was heard. Out flew a 100,000-foot-long dragon from the black ascending dragon cauldron. The divine dragon swirled through the sky as it flew against the lightning. Crackle! The divine dragon completely tore through the lightning. At that moment, the pocket world exploded utterly. Even the nomological clouds in the sky were swept clean. The dragon had torn through the highest heavens. Roar! The bronze giant let out a tumultuous roar as it punched the divine dragon. However, the dragon swished its tail. This seemingly simple motion pummeled downwards like a galactic arm. It slammed the bronze giant's body with a mighty lash. Bam! With a loud boom, the bronze giant's body quaked. The body that seemed indestructible began crumbling immediately as large amounts of dark golden blood sprayed out wantonly. The divine blood tainted the sky as the dragon flew past it. Amid the chaotic energies, they saw a man's figure appear above the divine cauldron with his hair disheveled. Behind him was a black wheel, and above the wheel were 10,000 demons, but none of them had a bloodlust as terrifying as the man's. He was like a devil incarnate that swept through the world. This man was none other than Yi Yun, who had transcended the ninth-staged heavenly tribulation. At that moment, the 100,000-foot-long dragon's body rapidly shrank as it transformed into a stream of light and entered his body. Yi Yun fused with the divine dragon as his energy erupted out of him like a volcano, spewing out redoubtable might. Die! Suddenly, Yi Yun threw a punch at the bronze giant. This punch rent the world asunder. Boom! The bronze giant was struck heavily in the chest by Yi Yun, and compared to the bronze giant's massive body, Yi Yun's body appeared tiny. But the punch was such that it depressed the bronze giant's chest. Ka ka ka! As though space itself was shattering, cracks began spreading from the bronze giant's chest cavity. The giant widened its eyes as it stared at Yi Yun in disbelief. Although it was only an avatar, it could think. Yi Yun withdrew his fist, but the 10,000 demon wheel of existence's destructive forces had already permeated the bronze giant's body. The cracks continued widening as the giant's body disintegrated. It was reduced to chunks under the watchful eyes of everyone. It was dead. Yi Yun had killed the bronze giant with one punch. Everyone held their breaths, especially Eclipse, Arhat, and Bluefeather. They had crossed swords with the bronze giant, and even ignoring its terrifying strength, just its body had far exceeded a godly monarch numinous treasure. But such a formidable foe had been killed by Yi Yun with one punch. At that moment, Yi Yun suddenly looked up into the sky at Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord. Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord's expression was pale. His aura was weak, and the casting of the ninth-staged heavenly tribulation had drained him of his lifeblood. Now, his strength was at a nadir. But all his efforts had only served to benefit Yi Yun. Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord recalled what Yi Yun had said before he took on the heavenly tribulation. He said that he had an ancient Fey bloodline in his body and he wanted to temper his body with the heavenly tribulation. He shrugged it off, thinking Yi Yun was just engaging in fool's talk and that he was incorrigibly deluded. However, he never imagined that Yi Yun would rise from the ashes and attain a tremendous increase in strength. He had sacrificed all his cultivation only to aid Yi Yun in making a breakthrough. It was truly a tragedy. You should die as well. Yi Yun instantly appeared in front of Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord like a ghost. He struck Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord's forehead with his palm. Bam! With a light crack, blood splattered as Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord's head was sent flying from Yi Yun's strike. Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord's decapitated body flew backward as well. He had been decapitated with one palm strike. Upon seeing this scene, everyone drew a gasp. Although they knew Yi Yun would definitely kill Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord, the speed and decisiveness he had shown in killing him left them alarmed. Yi Yun was too terrifying. He was already the absolute overlord of the sinkhole. Even taking into account the Bai Yuan of yesteryear, someone they only felt fearful reverence towards, Yi Yun stood above all. After all, they had witnessed the strength and decisiveness of Yi Yun's fatal blow with their own eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1560, I'm giving you a choice. Chapter 1560, I'm giving you a choice. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Perfected Ho. Yi Yun finally looked at Perfected Ho with killing intent raging in his eyes. Although Yi Yun had been transcending the tribulations, he was aware of what was happening outside. It was the existence known as Perfected Ho who had ordered the bronze giant to attack him and the demonic servants to attack the divine tree. It resulted in Lin Xintong burning her blood essence, causing her to not only deplete her lifeblood, but also nearly fuse with Bai Yuan again. Upon making contact with Yi Yun's eyes, Perfected Ho was gripped with horror. The present Yi Yun was simply too terrifying. Not only did he have the suppressive might of a god, but he was also decisive at killing. He did not give anyone a chance at pleading for mercy. The present Perfected Ho did not dare fight Yi Yun in a head-on clash. Explode! All of you self-destruct! Perfected Ho roared as the remaining demonic servants, which numbered more than 10,000, charged at Yi Yun collectively. However, with just a mere thought from Yi Yun, Yuan Qi and laws were infused into the azure wood divine tree. Shoo! 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 Thousands of the azure wood divine tree's vines shot out wantonly, and in terms of speed and strength, they were more than 10 times stronger than before. Pooh! 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 With a series of light hums, countless demonic servants were being penetrated by the divine tree. Large amounts of demonic auras dissipated and were absorbed by the divine tree. Most of the demonic servants did not even self-destruct in time. The divine tree absorbed the demonic servants' energies and constantly grew. Its trunk thickened and its roots grew in number. Even the vines that had been blasted apart were restored by the azure wood divine tree as it continued fusing and absorbing. Upon seeing this scene, Perfected Ho's face turned ashen. In his despair, he roared vehemently and charged Yi Yun. The difference in their strength was disparate. Furthermore, the azure wood divine tree was strongly effective against the demonic servants. His charge at Yi Yun was practically a suicidal move. Be careful! He's going to self-destruct! Eclipse Arhat shouted. Perfected Ho was clearly going to engage in self-destruction. Even if an internecine outcome was unlikely, he wanted to heavily damage Yi Yun. Yi Yun, don't think you will be having it good even if I die. Perfected Ho's face wore a frenzied and grotesque look. He had already burned all of his demonic blood in him as the energies in him erupted. His muscles bulged and at that moment, he looked like a swollen toad. He had already gathered all the energy needed for a self-destruction. Yi Yun, quick dodge! Eclipse Arhat was appalled. Even though Yi Yun's strength was unfathomable, Perfected Ho was still a sinkhole hegemon expert. If he spared no expense to self-destruct, the destructive force would be more than 10 times stronger. No matter how strong Yi Yun was, it was impossible to withstand the self-destruction of a sinkhole hegemon. But at that moment, Yi Yun did not dodge. He watched Perfected Ho charge towards him. Yi Yun! Fairy Yuru was panic-stricken. There was no time for her to react since Perfected Ho had already arrived in front of Yi Yun. He revealed a maniacal smile, but at that moment, his smile froze. The Yi Yun in front of him had vanished, and in his place was the huge black cauldron. This was the divine cauldron that appeared during Yi Yun's tribulation transcendence. Perfected Ho had seen the miracle the ascending dragon cauldron had played during Yi Yun's tribulation transcendence. The divine dragon that flew out had appeared from inside the cauldron. But now, Yi Yun had hidden in it, allowing Perfected Ho to self-destruct in the face of the indestructible divine cauldron. Your blood is too dirty. Go ahead and self-destruct. Yi Yun's voice transmission entered Perfected Ho's ears. Ah! You are ruthless! Perfected Ho let out a heart-wrenching cry as he had already activated all the Yuan Qi in him. He could no longer stop the self-destruction. Boom! With a tumultuous boom, the terrifying demonic energies swept through the area in every direction like a tsunami. And at that moment, the azure wood divine tree went counter to the energy flow as it extended thousands of its vines and greedily absorbed the energy. The ascending dragon cauldron only trembled violently, but remained undamaged. The explosion's energy finally calmed down about 30 seconds later. Yi Yun then flew out of the ascending dragon cauldron. Other than the scuffs he had while transcending the tribulations, Perfected Ho's self-destruction had not affected him in any way. He could sense the indignation and hatred Perfected Ho had before his death. Yi Yun was not into masochism. Withstanding the heavenly tribulation was required since the heavenly tribulation's powers stemmed from the supreme nomological heavenly Tao. Even if he had hidden in the ascending dragon cauldron, the heavenly tribulation would still be able to enter the ascending dragon cauldron's pocket world. But perfected Ho was different. Withstanding his self-destruction was meaningless. People were at a loss for words as they watched Yun fly above the cauldron. A hegemon's self-destruction had been so easily resolved by him. He had killed 3 powerful experts one after another, while the Azurewood Divine Tree had slain tens of thousands of demonic servants. In addition, Yun had further improved himself in combat. This man was already the overlord of the sinkhole. But Ancestor God. Eclipse Arhat had mentioned the Ancestor God. He was an existence that lived in legends, someone from a distant past. Now, he was suddenly back and making an uprising. Everyone felt lost, unsure about what the future entailed. Just the Ancestor God's subordinates were already this powerful. There was no doubt that the Ancestor God wouldn't spare Yun. How could he allow such a huge threat like Yun continue its growth? Yun might be in the limelight now, but he will likely be pursued by the Ancestor God. People discussed in private. The ancient battle which Eclipse Arhat had mentioned made a small number of people turn pessimistic about the future of humanity. After all, in a war with godly monarchs as generals and divine lords as soldiers, together with the flawed heavenly Tao, what did humanity have to withstand the Ancestor God? West River. At that moment, Yun bellowed out sharply. His eyes were trained on West River Divine Lord like a bolt of heavenly lightning. West River Divine Lord's heart sank as his heart skipped a beat. However, he forced a smile and asked, "Young Master Yi, is there anything I can do for you?" So, with a flash of his figure, Yun appeared in front of West River Divine Lord. "You are a double-sealed Divine Lord, a sinkhole powerhouse, but I noticed that you did not even make a single move in the battle from before. You didn't even kill a single low-level demonic servant. Even members of your faction had responded to the call to arms with pessimism." Everyone knew of West River Divine Lord's lack of action, but Yun had directly called him out on it. West River Divine Lord's disciples nearly lost their composure. They had originally believed that perfected Ho was bound to win. Furthermore, with West River Divine Lords in action, which one of them would dare charge forward on their own accord? West River Divine Lord continued smiling. He believed that Yun would not do anything to him for his inaction in battle. Now that they had a powerful enemy at hand, humanity required experts. Sacred Horizon Divine Lord and Eclipse Arhat were heavily injured, while Divine General Skyjade's injuries were worse, so bad that he might not even survive his injuries. There were only a handful of sinkhole powerhouses at present. West River Divine Lord said, "Young Master Yi, you misunderstand. It's true that I did not take action. However, there are many juniors in this pocket world. Their cultivation levels were too low, and battling with the demonic servants would be a meaningless sacrifice. They are all young geniuses, hope for humanity's future. Since all of you charged ahead in battle, the responsibility of protecting them fell on me. There's also the injured Sacred Horizon Divine Lord that required someone to protect, right? Young Master Yi, rest assured. If the Ancestor God were to really attack, I, West River, will definitely fight valiantly." Shameless. Fairy Yuru could not help but cry out. West River Divine Lord had stood with his hands down the entire time. If he had provided any protection, it was aimed at protecting his own faction's juniors. He ignored the lives of others. If you were willing to help, would my master and Senior Eclipse have been so heavily injured? Young Mastery would not have been in peril and Fairy Lin would not have needed to burn her blood essence. Oh? West River Divine Lord knitted his brows. Yun was a junior, but his politeness towards him was a result of his strength. Fairy Yura was nothing in the grand scheme of things. She was just Blue Feather Divine Lord's disciple and he thought nothing of her. Who gave the likes of a junior the right to reprimand him? Furthermore, she had accused him of being shameless in public. Is this how your Nethersky Divine World teaches its disciples? Do you think you have the authority to speak? How improper. West River Divine Lord grunted coldly. He needed to maintain his authority as a sinkhole powerhouse in front of his subordinates. If not, things would be ridiculous if the juniors came forward to ridicule him. But the moment he said that, West River Divine Lord's expression changed. He sensed immense killing intent surge out from Yun. In a split second, Yun moved. Like a powerful dragon, he punched at West River Divine Lord's face. You! West River Divine Lord's heart palpitated as he retreated quickly. However, Yun's punch was too terrifying. The punch seemed to lock the celestial bodies in space. Even the surrounding space compressed towards Yun. There was no way of dodging. In his panic, West River Divine Lord extended his hand and threw out a divine talisman. It lit up in flames and conjured a black shield. Simultaneously, West River Divine Lord opened his mouth and spat out an ancient green mirror. With the mirror in hand, it expanded when it met the wind. But simultaneously, the black shield in front of him had shattered. Surrounding Yun's punch was a swirling black wheel. Thousands of demons and gods roared as they charged towards West River Divine Lord. In his fluster, West River Divine Lord released a divine beam from his ancient mirror, but it melted like snow upon contact with the black wheel. It was completely no match for the wheel. At that instant, West River Divine Lord had a deep understanding of Yun's terrifying powers. He was like a god. Ka-cha! The final divine light shattered as Yun's punch slammed heavily into West River Divine Lord's protective Yuan Qi. It shattered immediately as West River Divine Lord spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. His body flew like a kite with a broken thread. Boom! West River Divine Lord slammed heavily into the cracked ground, shattering the area. His chest was stained with blood as he looked at Yun in horror. He never expected Yun to only say a single sentence before attacking him. You? West River Divine Lord was alarmed. If not for the protective talisman and the bronze mirror's defense, he would probably be laying on the ground motionless. Yun was bent on killing him. Yun! Why are you injuring me with the enemy before us? How am I to participate in the calamitous battle? You wish to participate in the calamitous battle with that character of yours? Are you helping humanity fight the ancestor god, or are you helping the ancestor god kill your own kind? What do you mean? West River Divine Lord's expression changed. I'm giving you two choices. Either you have a slave mark planted in you, or you die. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1561, Deserted by All. Chapter 1561, Deserted by All. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Yun's tone was extremely domineering and left no room for doubt. Instantly, everyone was stunned by what they heard. Yun was enslaving a sinkhole hegemon. Once a slave mark was implanted, Yun could take West River Divine Lord's life with a mere thought. Furthermore, there was no possibility of betrayal, as Yun would have complete control over his soul sea. This was an extremely humiliating matter for warriors. Many people would rather die than have a slave mark implanted. Yun, your bullying has no bounds. West River Divine Lord's voice trembled in anger. At his level of stature, he was an almighty existence no matter where he went. Yet today, he was to be enslaved. As a sect master of a powerful faction, becoming enslaved was a ridiculous joke. I'll give you 30 seconds. Submit or perish. Yun could not be bothered to waste his breath on West River Divine Lord. Yun, you are acting overbearingly because of your strength. You show complete disregard to the other factions in the sinkhole. That's with you not having broken through to the godly monarch realm. And even a godly monarch doesn't act in such a despotic manner. When you break through to the godly monarch realm, wouldn't the entire sinkhole be yours? Other factions would probably be living an ignoble existence under your oppression, to the point of not being able to breathe. West River Divine Lord raved angrily. He had delivered the words in a bid to pit everyone against Yun. However, be it Eclipse Arhat or Bluefeather Divine Lord, none of them echoed West River Divine Lord's words. Bluefeather Divine Lord and Fairy Yuru even stood behind Yun, expressing their support for him. You? All of you. West River Divine Lord's expression turned grim. He never expected that a sinkhole powerhouse like him would ever end up in such a state. Even his disciples behind him fell silent. His sect's elders were even looking away to avoid eye contact. Clearly, they did not plan on supporting West River Divine Lord. In fact, West River Divine Lord's subordinates felt that they no longer had the moral high ground against the other warriors after their inaction during the fight. Furthermore, Yun's strength already made him overlord of the sinkhole. Resisting him was nothing but a joke. The 30 seconds are up, said Yun nonchalantly. It appears you have chosen death. What? West River Divine Lord was taken aback. He had taken at most 10 to 15 seconds to speak his piece. Yun did not even begin his countdown, but the time was already up? I see that you have chosen to die in glory than live in dishonor. But, I suppose you don't deserve the word glory. It is an insult to that word. You have already been deserted by all that is close to you. Since you have no worth left, die. As Yun spoke, his lifeblood surged like billowing flames into the heavens. Simultaneously, the 10,000 demon wheel of existence's phantom appeared behind Yun. Such might stifled West River Divine Lord. Facing Yi Yun was no different from facing a god. West River Divine Lord knew very well that Yi Yun showed no mercy. He had no way of surviving more than 3 attacks, so death was certain. Wait. Wait. West River Divine Lord's forehead was covered in sweat. He bit his lips till it turned ghastly pale. I submit. Each of the last 2 words was enunciated by West River Divine Lord through gritted teeth. When he said that, he felt like he had been drained of all his strength. The fact that a lord of a major sinkhole faction had to submit to someone in the midst of a grand event filled with all the elites of the sinkhole was an absolute humiliation. From that moment forth, West River Divine Lord and the sect he belonged to would forever be inferior to others in the sinkhole. It would even be difficult to recruit in the future. At that moment, even the West River sect's disciples looked at West River Divine Lord contemptuously. Caring for nothing but saving his own skin was West River Divine Lord's nature. He could not accept dying before enjoying his life. After all, he had gained his present strength through arduous cultivation over years, one that gave him a lifespan which spanned tens of millions of years. And it was for this reason that he chose to desert the battle. He even had plans to watch idly and submit to the ancestor god if humanity suffered an abject defeat. Yi Yun glanced at West River Divine Lord with contempt. With an enemy of humanity at hand, every bit of strength counted. He despised West River Divine Lord, but he still wanted to make good use of his combat strength. He flicked his finger and shot a soul mark into West River Divine Lord's glabella. West River Divine Lord nearly shattered his teeth from gritting them, but he could only open up his soul sea and allow Yi Yun's soul mark to be implanted deep within his soul sea. Poison demon, he will be your subordinate in the future. As Yi Yun spoke, a black tiger flew out. It was none other than Poison Demon, who had been sealed by Divine General Skyjade. Naturally, releasing the seals posed no difficulty for Yi Yun. He. Poison Demon let out a nasty cackle as he surrounded West River Divine Lord and observed him as though he was inspecting received goods. The look Poison Demon gave agitated West River Divine Lord. He could ignore the fact that he was now Yi Yun's slave, but he never expected to become the subordinate of Poison Demon. Although Poison Demon wasn't weak, he was no match for him at all. In the future, you shall be my slave and I'll make do with it. West River Divine Lord even had thoughts of dying. Yi Yun thought nothing of him and had gotten one of his minions to watch over him. It was too humiliating. But with the slave mark present, he had no means to resist against what Yi Yun had to say. He knew that his status as sect master was over. How could a major faction allow their sect master to become the slave of someone else? But even if the West River sect were to choose another sect master, it was destined to decline. Perhaps, it would be removed from the ranks of a top faction in time to come, becoming a second-rate faction. Everything is settled. Yi Yun looked at the completely shattered pocket world inside. The calamity for humanity had only just begun. This battle was only the prologue. Young Master Yi. Eclipse Arhat walked over and pressed his palms together while bowing to Yi Yun. Eclipse Arhat felt deep respect for Yi Yun. He had saved them all. Young Master Yi. Blue Feathered Divine Lord also bowed at Yi Yun. In response to the 2 Divine Lords bowing, all the disciples present automatically bowed towards Yi Yun. Many juniors bow despite their ages being almost the same as Yi Yun's. Fairy Yuru also bowed towards Yi Yun. Of course, she was considered a friend of Yi Yun's. She smiled while bowing, hardly capable of hiding the playful look in her smile. In the martial world, strength reigned supreme. Yi Yun had already won the respect of everyone present. At that moment, Lin Shintong had landed beside Yi Yun. Yi Yun looked at Lin Shintong's pale face and felt his heartache for her. Lin Shintong had expended a great deal of blood essence in the battle. It was too difficult for her to trap a sinkhole hegemon expert with her strength alone. Although Lin Shintong was young, it was still very difficult to replenish her lost blood essence. She needed excellent treasures, and all the treasures that Yi Yun had accumulated in the past had been expended. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1562, Chaos Heavens. Chapter 1562, Chaos Heavens. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Yi Yun knew that Lin Shintong had burned at least 30% of her blood essence from the battle. It was bound to affect her future accomplishments, and that was something Yi Yun could not tolerate. Lin Shintong had burned her blood essence because of him. In return, he planned to seek the best divine medicine for Lin Shintong. He wanted to ensure that there were no repercussions from the burning of her blood essence and that she would be physically enhanced. Under normal circumstances, the better a warrior's talent and the higher their cultivation level was, the more difficult it was to replenish their blood essence. The requirement of the treasures needed was naturally even higher. There was no need to describe Lin Xintong's talent. She was a future godly monarch and she cultivated in the grand reincarnation technique. She had undergone a few reincarnations and her body had metamorphosized from her multiple incarnations. The difficulty of replenishing 30% of her blood essence was obvious. Senior Eclipse, Senior Bluefeather, I have a question. Do you have any lifeblood spirit medicine, treasured bones, or relics at the godly monarch level? Or do you have any relevant information about them? I wish to buy them to refine some pills. Eclipse Arhat had already guessed Yun's intention as he shook his head. If we are talking about treasured medicine, I do have a strand that can be barely considered at the godly monarch level. Young Master Yi, you have saved so many lives and it's only right to gift it to you instead of selling it, but I'm ashamed to say that I have no hope of breaking through to the godly monarch realm at my advanced age, therefore, the treasures I collect are meant for extending my life. They are likely of little use for Fairy Lin. Young Master Yi, I do have a strand of azure descendants grass. You can have it if you need it, said Bluefeather Divine Lord. A strand of azure descendants grass was an extremely precious divine medicine no matter where it was. However, in terms of grade, it was only barely at the godly monarch level. Most of the time, it was used to refine godly monarch pills that improved the chances of a breakthrough from the divine lord to the godly monarch realm. Having read the chaos gem slip which was left behind by the Tao originator Celestial the Arch, Yun knew that there was divine medicine that exceeded azure descendants grass in the world. The problem was that he could not find them. He cupped his fists at Bluefeather and said, Senior Bluefeather, thank you for your good intentions. This strand of azure descendants grass is of great worth both to you and Fairy Yuru. But to me, it is of little use. What I need is divine medicine that can restore lifeblood. The effects of azure descendants grass are less than 30% in regards to this aspect. Then, I do not have anything else. Bluefeather said somewhat apologetically. It's all right. This outcome was within Yun's expectations. He had only asked in passing, not really expecting that Eclipse Arhat and Bluefeather Divine Lord had anything he required. Lin Xintong gently tugged Yun's sleeve and said, Yun, there's no need to worry about me. I cultivate in the grand reincarnation technique. Even if I burn 30% of my blood essence in this life, I'll have it restored once I reincarnate again. It doesn't matter too much. Xintong, there's no need to continue. I know about your grand reincarnation technique. It accumulates with every incarnation. By burning 30% of your blood essence, it is equivalent to having one incarnation wasted. In the future, your 9 reincarnations would become 8. Your cultivation technique will not be perfect. Eclipse Arhat said, Young Master Yi, Godly Monarch Heavenly Buddha has some ties with the Mahayana Monastery. Back when Godly Monarch Heavenly Buddha was cultivating in martial arts, his early heritage stemmed from the Mahayana Monastery, therefore, he owes the Mahayana Monastery a favor. If Young Master Yi requires anything, I can take you to Godly Monarch Heavenly Buddha. Perhaps he can help you. Godly Monarch Heavenly Buddha? This was the first time Yun was hearing the name of another godly monarch apart from Baiyuan. The price of a godly monarch's favor was obvious. In fact, Yun really had no other solution. It was impossible to seek out such divine medicine in a timely fashion only when there was a need for them. Furthermore, it was imperative to remedy Lin Xintong's situation as soon as possible. Yun planned on meeting Godly Monarch Heavenly Buddha, but he was not confident that Godly Monarch Heavenly Buddha would give him any of the natural treasures. After all, efficacious medicine was definitely very helpful to Godly Monarch Heavenly Buddha. Was the favor owed to the Mahayana Monastery from a long time ago worth that much? Yun had plans on making the attempt, and just as he was about to agree, a voice sounded in Yun's mind. Yun, I know Godly Monarch Heavenly Buddha. He has cultivated to the Godly Monarch realm, but due to the limitations of the Heavenly Tao, he is unable to use his strength freely. He is indignant about it, which results in him cultivating in body tempering techniques. In his early years, he had sought out body tempering resources that could enhance his lifeblood, but they were not very effective. He probably does not have any Godly Monarch medicine that can replenish lifeblood. Even if he had any, he would have likely consumed them. The voice came from Baiyuan. Yun's heart sank when he heard Baiyuan. He did not suspect her words since there was no reason for her to lie about something related to Lin Xintong. At the end of the day, natural treasures at the Godly Monarch grade was just too difficult to find. Baiyuan read Yun's mind and said, Yun, it is very difficult for natural treasures at the Godly Monarch grade to be produced to begin with. Besides, the sinkhole's heavenly Tao is still flawed. Under such circumstances, not only is it difficult for warriors to become godly monarchs, but it is also difficult for natural treasures to take form. If you really wish to restore Shintong's lifeblood, I do know of a place.
Oh? Where? Yi Yun's eyes lit up. Somewhere very distant. Furthermore, it's a place fraught with danger.
Bai Yueyin paused when she said that.
Do you still remember how I became a godly monarch?
Yes. You said that the Tao originator Celestial the Arch brought you to the universe where the Celestials originate. There, you broke through to the godly monarch realm.
Wait, are you telling me?
Yi Yun suddenly realized what Bai Yueyin was implying.
He looked in astonishment at Bai Yueyin within Lin Shintong's soul sea.
That's right. The place I'm telling you is the place where I broke through years ago. But to be precise, that isn't a universe that belongs to the Celestials, however, it is somewhere relatively easier for Celestials to reach. That place is called the Chaos Heavens.
Oh? Chaos Heavens? Yi Yun pricked up his brows. Just the name made him feel a sense of apprehensiveness. The Chaos Heavens is located very far away.
From the sinkhole, we need to cross over the multiverse barrier.
Back then, the Tao originator Celestial the Arch found the multiverse node along the barrier before finding a passageway. The Chaos Heavens is fraught with danger, but the Tao originator Celestial the Arch had protected me back then, making it very safe for me. However, you are different. You will have to rely on yourself. I remember the general direction in which the Chaos Heavens is. You will meet with danger on the path you take. Furthermore, the void between the multiverses has extremely thin heaven-earth yuan qi. You will not be supplemented with any yuan qi. You will need to bring at least 20 years' worth of supplements in the forms of pills or relics. I did not hold any hopes for you before you transcended the ninth-staged heavenly tribulation, but now, you have some chance of success. Crossing the multiverse? Yi Yun felt a jolt through his mind and body.
Although he long knew that the Tao originator Celestial the Arch came from the 33 skies and that it was a universe that stood independent from the sinkhole, Yi Yun never imagined that he would be able to travel the multiverse so quickly. He would follow the path opened up by the Tao originator Celestial the Arch from years ago to seek the Chaos Heavens. Yi Yun, the Chaos Heavens definitely has the body-tempering spirit herbs you need, and the qualities will far exceed your expectations.
However, you must be able to leave with them alive.
Those that can head to the Chaos Heavens are absolute experts. Back when I accompanied the Tao originator Celestial the Arch to the Chaos Heavens, I got a deep understanding that life and death battles could happen there.
You have to be mentally prepared.
Besides, you will also encounter Celestials there.
Encountering Celestials?
Yi Yun felt pangs of fighting spirit surge in him when he heard that. He had long been holding back his anger against the Celestials. It was likely common to murder and plunder in the Chaos Heavens. Then, it was truly a place where the strongest survived upon making encounters. Bai Yueyin, how injured is the ancestor god?
How long will he take to recover? Will he be able to pursue me across the multiverse barriers?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1563, Universe Node. Chapter 1563, Universe Node. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The ancestor god has unfathomable means.
There is almost nothing impossible to him. I do not know how long he will need to remain in recuperation.
However, the multiverse barrier's existence blocks him from sensing the tracing mark. In addition, I can teach you the mystic technique to seal the tracing mark.
With your present strength, you should be able to barely manage it. Previously, Bai Yueyin had helped Yi Yun seal the ancestor god's tracing mark.
All right. Yi Yun took a deep breath. At present, Bai Yueyin was neither friend or foe.
On the one hand, Yi Yun did not fully trust her, and on the other hand, he knew he needed to cooperate with her. It was impossible for Yi Yun to independently cultivate to a realm that allowed him to match the ancestor god in such a short period of time. Yi Yun bade Eclipse Arhat and company farewell as he began to make sufficient preparations for his trip. As for the calamity that was looming over the sinkhole, he too was helpless to stop it as he was.
The ancestor god was an absolute mighty figure even among the Celestials.
Such an opponent had strength that far exceeded the comprehension of sinkhole warriors. Yi Yun activated the Azure Lamp of Time, created a time barrier, and placed Lin Shintong within it.
Yi Yun was already adept at time laws.
With a divine artifact like the Azure Lamp of Time's aid, time within the barrier was slowed down by 500 times. As such, 10 years outside would only be a couple of days for Lin Shintong inside the Azure Lamp of Time. Now, Lin Shintong was depleted of her blood essence, so her cultivation speed would naturally be lacking.
Yi-Yun did not wish for her to waste her talent. Following that, Yi-Yun used the next few months to prepare large amounts of godly monarch immortal annuli and spirit medicine which could replenish Yuan Qi for his journey's expenses. After doing all of this, Yi-Yun followed by Yuan's guidance to seek out the multiverse barrier's universe node. Although it was something from a very distant era, the Tao originator Celestial the Arch had left behind a mark back then. Yi-Yun took a year to travel across the massive sinkhole and find the sinkhole universe's boundary. The sinkhole's layout was like a gigantic honeycomb. Each chamber was an independent world. These worlds varied in sizes. The large ones, such as the places where the White Lunar Divine Empire, Nethersky Divine World, Great Cosmic State, etc. rooted themselves, were all taken up by the major factions. As for the smaller worlds, they were as many as the grains of sand in a river. If one's comprehension of spatial dimension laws was insufficient, traversing the countless small worlds around the sinkhole's periphery would be extremely dangerous. If one was not careful, one might be lost in a spatial maze, never to exit it forever. The periphery of the sinkhole was filled with similar small worlds. Some of the small worlds only spanned 50,000 kilometers and were devoid of life. There were only asteroids floating amid the desolate space. Yuan Qi was extremely thin and sparse as well. Perhaps, in the billions of years since the sinkhole was formed, these places had never seen life. Yi-Yun traversed these uninhabited worlds for half a year and flew to the deepest point in the sinkhole. There were not even signs of asteroids here, just an empty, desolate void. If not for Bai Yuan's guidance, Yi-Yun would have never imagined stepping into such a place. So this is what the periphery of the sinkhole is like. The closer to the sinkhole periphery, the smaller the worlds. Here, the worlds had been compressed to only several kilometers across. Their ends could be seen at a glance. Bai Yuan said, Senior Lin once said that the number of humans in the sinkhole's small worlds far exceed the number of humans in the sinkhole. Yi-Yun drew a cold gasp. He knew that it was likely not an exaggeration. He had been flying for such a long period of time, traversing through countless small worlds, and all of that was just the tip of the sinkhole iceberg. It was difficult to imagine that the boundless sinkhole had worlds such as these at its periphery. It's here. This is where Senior Lin left his mark, Bai Yuan said with certainty after carefully observing a small world that did not span more than 50 kilometers in diameter. How did Senior Tao Originator find this place? Yi-Yun found it fascinating. A universe node that was located in the sextillion small world should have been incredibly difficult to find. Senior Lin did not find it, he actually came from it. He first arrived in the chaos heavens before finding the sinkhole. Back then, the Tao Originator Celestial the Arch spent a very long time seeking out Empress Shang Mei. As Bai Yuan spoke, she appeared in front of Yi-Yun. She was in the form of a translucent, incorporeal body. She wore thin, white veils and looked pure and untainted. Use your 10,000 demon wheel of existence to strike this space. Got it. In fact, even without Bai Yuan's instructions, Yi-Yun could sense the minute abnormalities of the space around him. However, without Bai Yuan's guidance, it would have been difficult for him to notice this amid the countless small worlds. He circulated his Yuan Qi as the 10,000 demon wheel of existence appeared in front of him. A smiting from the demons and gods. The 10,000 demon wheel of existence stemmed from the Tao of major destruction. Once these demons and gods gathered together, space began to collapse. The shattered space vanished and turned formless. It was as though a gigantic vortex was pushing forward, as it obliterated layer after layer. This was a passageway that the Tao Originator Celestial the Arch created years ago. Yi-Yun's actions could be considered more as reactivating it, but even so, it was extremely demanding on him. His Yuan Qi was quickly draining. If not for Yi-Yun's inheritance of the Tao Originator Celestial Thearcha's heritage or his strength that came infinitesimally close to a godly monarch's, it would have been impossible to reopen the passageway. Time passed as the spatial destruction increased. At a particular instant in time, there was an immense suction force that appeared in the form of a spatial storm and swept up everything in an indomitable fashion. Yi-Yun knew that the multiverse's passageway had finally been opened. This passageway was extremely long and also extremely perilous. He did not resist the suction force. He even suspected that he was incapable of resisting it. He felt the world spin around him as his entire person felt like a tiny leaf that was fluttering in a hurricane. He was soon swept into the massive passageway. After Yi-Yun left, the collapsed space began restoring again. It did not take long before everything vanished. There were no signs of damage anymore. Meanwhile, a lofty man with skin suffusing dark golden colors was meditating inside a silent independent space billions of light years away. This man was completely naked. He had a perfectly proportioned figure. He let down his long purple hair while his muscles appeared sculpted. And behind this man was a massive body. The body's abdomen and chest had 2 severe injuries that went deep. The flesh around the wounds was squirming as blood that resembled liquid bronze kept flowing out. It was quite a shocking sight. The giant was none other than the ancestor god. The man was sitting at the ancestor god's glabella. Suddenly, the purple-haired man opened his eyes. The next instant, his body transformed into stellar light that fused into the ancestor god's glabella. The ancestor god opened his eyes. Those gigantic eyes were like 2 worlds that were slowly opening. They contained immense mysticism. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1564, Boundless Sea of Stars. Chapter 1564, Boundless Sea of Stars. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Your Excellency. What are your instructions? The moment the ancestor god opened his eyes, a man dressed in red robes appeared in front of the ancestor god's glabella like a ghost. He stood 2 meters tall and had a head of crimson red hair. It matched his red clothes, making him look like a burning flame. The ancestor god did not reply to him. His massive eyes seemed to tear through the layers of space to look in a particular direction. And that direction was where Yi-Yun had just departed the sinkhole. He knew that Yi-Yun had left this universe just moments ago. He felt his tracing mark weakening across the multiverse barriers. He had no idea where Yi-Yun had gone, but it was highly likely that Yi-Yun would seek out means to completely seal off the tracing mark. Summon the demonic servants to capture some human warriors for me in the sinkhole. Ancestor God spoke in an ancient tongue, his voice resounding like an ancient bell that reverberated from billions of years ago. Your Excellency? Do you plan to? A blood sacrifice to the heavenly Tao. Upon hearing the ancestor God's words, the red-haired man was alarmed. The ancestor God was continuing his devouring of the sinkhole's heavenly Tao. During the ancient battle, the ancestor God had already devoured a corner of the heavenly Tao, and now, the ancestor God was naturally about to devour the heavenly Tao in its entirety. His strength would then reach an unfathomable realm. Your Excellency, but your injuries. It's fine. The preparations required for the devouring of the heavenly Tao should take about a century. By the time that happens, I should have recovered. Ancestor God was not worried about Yi-Yun's plans. Regardless of Yi-Yun's growth, it was impossible for him to match him after he devoured the heavenly Tao. Time passed without the knowledge of seasons or even day and night. Traveling across the multiverse was not only fraught with danger, but it was also an extremely long ordeal. It left one feeling a baffling sense of despair. Yi-Yun now understood that the primeval universe in the sinkhole was indeed a remnant of the universe's formation. However, the universe in this case referred only to the universe where the sinkhole resided in. And these universes that neighbored the sinkhole, they could also be known as parallel universes in Earth terms before his transmigration. The universe where Earth resided was extremely vast. The observable universe seemed like an untraversable universe by human standards, but even so, scientists still suspected that there were several parallel universes that ran parallel to the universe where Earth resided. And these universes had different laws of physics. The physical laws of Earth might therefore not be suitable for describing them. Yi-Yun had been traversing the void for nearly 2 decades. During these 2 decades, he had encountered dangers that numbered in the hundreds. Furthermore, each ordeal was truly suspenseful. He encountered gigantic black holes that could devour everything. Such black holes had event horizons that remained invisible. Once they entered the visible event horizon, even a godly monarch would forever be trapped inside. They would only be able to plummet into the black hole's center without knowing it, only to be eventually reduced to nothingness. Yi-Yun had also encountered terrifying energy fluxes. They were 10 times stronger than the spatial storms he encountered in the primeval universe. According to Bai Yuan, they were the energy fluxes that blasted out after a universe's final destruction. They finally swept over after countless years and crossed Yi-Yun's path. Even with Yi-Yun's comprehension of the spatial dimension laws, he was injured after being swept up by these energy fluxes. He nearly got thrown off course. He had also encountered massive and keen universe rifts. These rifts required immense focus to probe. To maintain such focus for as long as 20 years was practically impossible, so the only solution was to endure them head-on. Yi-Yun originally used the ascending dragon cauldron to withstand the rifts without much pressure. However, after years of this, Yi-Yun did not dare use it again. The reason was that powering the ascending dragon cauldron drained his yuan qi at several times the rate he used for flying. There was no heaven-earth yuan qi in this universe, so he could only rely on spirit herbs, relics, and godly monarch immortal annuli to replenish his reserves. And contained in these spirit herbs and relics were minute traces of medicinal toxins. Consuming too much of them would only harm his body. Godly monarch immortal annuli also shared similar problems. They were just not as pure as Heaven Earth Yuan Qi, containing mixed energy characteristics. Yi Yun did not have the luxury of time to refine away these medicinal toxins in the vast void. All he could do was rely on his powerful Dragon Emperor bloodline to forcefully repress the medicinal toxins and mixed energies. It allowed him to last all this while. Now, Yi Yun's situation was getting from bad to worse. The void in his dantian was suffering the inundations from chaotic energies, making him feel like he was a candle in the wind. He had already tried his best to reduce his depletion of energy. But after all these years of traveling, Yi Yun could not avoid injury. Once he was injured, his energy would rapidly drain and he would require spirit herbs. This resulted in a vicious cycle. How much further is the Chaos Heavens? Yi Yun questioned Bai Yuan through his mind. I can't be certain. Perhaps a year or 3, or even longer. Answered Bai Yuan. Having entered this new passageway, Bai Yuan felt adrift, but the person carrying her across the passageway was not the Tao originator Celestial the Arch, and she was no longer the Bai Yuan of yesteryear. Upon hearing Bai Yuan's answer, Yi Yun's heart sank. He could probably last another year, but 3 years was pretty much the limits of what he could endure. Any longer would be dangerous. If this went on, he could very possibly become a corpse that floated forever in this boundless void. The multiverse's barriers are so difficult to cross. How did the Celestials and other races come to the Chaos Heavens? Asked Yi Yun again. Bai Yuan answered, the Chaos Heavens was once very close to the world where the Celestials hail from. It was much easier to reach. Besides, they also have divine gems that can replenish Yuan Qi. They are called Chaos Crystals. These Chaos Crystals were harvested from the multiverse's void. Each Chaos Crystal was obtained in exchange for the lives of many warriors. Using these Chaos Crystals to replenish Yuan Qi would not lead to the impurity problem. Furthermore, they can be used directly for cultivation. Oh? There are such divine gems? Yi Yun's eyes lit up. When the mighty figures of the sinkhole cultivated, godly monarch immortal annuli were only occasionally used. It wasn't because they could not bring themselves to use them, but because of the numerous side effects. However, Chaos Crystals clearly did not possess this problem. They definitely sounded like a top-grade natural treasure. Back when the Tao originator Celestial the Arch brought me to the Chaos Heavens to break through to become a godly monarch, I had a few Chaos Crystals remaining. Unfortunately, after the ancient battle from billions of years ago, I have already finished using them. If not, even giving you just a few Chaos Crystals would make your journey a lot easier. As Bai Yuan spoke, Yi Yun suddenly felt a quake in the God Advent Tower's space. Oh? Yi Yun's heart stirred as he extended his hand. He saw a stream of light shoot out from the God Advent Tower and a plump worm appeared in his palm. It was the 9 Transformations Celestial Silkworm. Yi Yun was taken aback as his eyes revealed a look of pleasant surprise. The 9 Transformations Celestial Silkworm had been obtained by Yi Yun in the 9 Li Magus Empire when he first entered the ancient ruins world. It was a descendant of the true dragon, and its blood was very beneficial to Yi Yun's cultivation of the Dragon Emperor technique. Later, Yi Yun met Nanshan Luoyue when he went to the White Lunar Divine Empire. He had also relied on a drop of the 9 Transformations Celestial Silkworm to stimulate Nanshan Luoyue's bloodline, extricating her from the torment of consuming pills for decades. In order to thank Yi Yun, Nanshan Luoyue had given Yi Yun a teleportation jade slip for entry into the ancient battlefield. During that period of time, Yi Yun had extracted quite a bit of the 9 Transformations Celestial Silkworm's blood, and as compensation, Yi Yun gave it a lot of precious herbs. It fell into an evolutionary slumber and formed a cocoon inside the God Advent Tower. The silkworm had been in that state for 60 over years, and with the azure lamp of time's time barrier effect, that equated to centuries. Finally, the 9 Transformations Celestial Silkworm had awoken. This delighted Yi Yun greatly, especially when he was like a tourist who was starving and dying of thirst in a desert to suddenly find an oasis. The 9 Transformations Celestial Silkworm clearly wasn't aware of the situation. It looked at Yi Yun's glimmering eyes and suddenly felt something amiss. Also, where were they? Why was the Yuan Qi so thin? It shrank its neck backwards and was just about to shrink back into the God Advent Tower when Yi Yun caught it. Little guy, let me get some of your blood. Yi Yun said, embarrassed. Ever since the 9 Transformations Celestial Silkworm decided to follow him, he had been extracting its blood. He had not been very nice to it. The little guy blinked its eyes, looking extremely aggrieved. It had undergone an evolution, going from the 2nd transformation to the 4th transformation after spending centuries. Yi Yun caressed the 9 Transformations Celestial Silkworm and felt that its lifeblood was in a somewhat weak state. He could not bear to take more. Finally, Iyun shook his head and said, "I won't take it. Have a good rest." Iyun discovered that the little guy was extremely frail. It had probably consumed all the energies it had gathered to aid its evolution. If he were to extract its blood now, he would only damage it. And in this area with overly thin yuan qi and his little remaining spirit herbs, the blood lost by the 9 transformations celestial silkworm would be impossible to replenish. The 9 transformations celestial silkworm looked at Iyun with blinking eyes. After a long while, it seemed to figure out something as it lowered its head, ruminating for a very long while before it spat out a tiny bit of blood essence. After that, it shrank back into the God Advent Tower's space. Iyun felt his heart wince when he felt the warm blood essence in his palm. He knew that the 9 transformations celestial silkworm had sensed his dilemma. After its transformation, it was in a state of extreme hunger and weakness, but not only did it not replenish its energy, it had even spat out a blob of blood essence. The damage to it must have been unimaginable. The tiny blob of blood essence was as heavy as a mountain. Iyun did not say a word as he gritted his teeth before swallowing the blob of blood essence. He shared the same blood lineage as the 9 transformation celestial silkworm, so its blood essence naturally fused perfectly with Iyun. There were no energetic incompatibilities. The help it brought was truly timely. I never expected you to have such a loyal contracted beast. Furthermore, it's a descendant of the true dragon. Bai Yuan's voice sounded in Iyun's ears. Your contracted beast's bloodline is extremely precious. Even when I toured the Chaos Heavens, it was rare to see a precious beast of this pedigree. Iyun fell silent. He was determined to finish the journey and arrive in the Chaos Heavens, be it for himself, Lin Xintong, or anyone else. He transformed into a stream of light as he flew towards the Chaos Heavens. Amid the boundless expanse, Iyun's body was as tiny as a grain of sand, yet, he continued forging forward bravely. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1565, Taixia. Chapter 1565, Taixia. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. The journey from the sinkhole to the Chaos Heavens was long. Although the celestial silkworm's blood was potent, even it was bound to deplete with the prolonged use of energy. Iyun had already been traveling for 3 years in the void, and his condition had gotten much worse. As for the 9 transformation celestial silkworm itself, without being supplemented with yuan qi or natural treasures, it had fallen back asleep after spitting out the blob of blood essence. Iyun could sense that the 9 transformation celestial silkworm's vitality was gradually weakening. It worried him greatly. He would inquire Bai Yuan about the distance left to the Chaos Heavens periodically, but she was unable to confirm their location exactly. Too much time had passed. The universe was in constant flux, and the changes billions of years brought about already made it quite an impressive feat that Bai Yuan was able to get the general direction. Iyun, there's an energy fluctuation right in front. Bai Yuan said suddenly. In order to save yuan qi, Iyun had delegated probing their surroundings to Bai Yuan. Iyun was focused on just going forward, and if he encountered danger, he would resist it with his body. Iyun's heart sank. Was danger rearing its head again? His current situation did not allow for any more misadventures. Oh. That looks like a mining spirit cruiser. The words written are Taixia ancient mining. The words are written in human language. They are likely from a human faction. In the Chaos Heavens, there were a myriad of races. Humans were just one of the many races. The language they used was naturally different from the sinkholes. A mining spirit cruiser? Iyun was taken aback. He never expected to encounter a spirit cruiser. For more than 20 years, he had been floating adrift in the void all alone. He saw no end to it, and he was on his last legs. Finally, he saw traces of life. Iyun, what do you plan on doing? We should be on a shipping line that border the Celestial's world and the Chaos Heavens. If not, we would not have encountered a spirit cruiser. Iyun hesitated for a moment. In his present situation, he had little combat strength. It was not a wise decision to come into contact with strangers. However, if he were to avoid them, flying into the Chaos Heavens would be extremely dangerous in his current situation. Most importantly, Iyun could sense that the 9 transformation celestial silkworm's vitality was weakening, and even if he could persist on, the 9 transformation celestial silkworm was likely unable to. They are miners. Could they be mining chaos crystals? Probably. Spirit cruisers that can travel across the multiverse's void should be powered by chaos crystals. Every trip such a cruiser takes expends a great deal of wealth. If they are mining, the only thing that would ensure they gain back their capital are chaos crystals. Chaos crystals. Yi-Yun was yearning for chaos crystals. How nice it would be if some of the ship's chaos crystals were given to him. They are sending people over. Bai Yuan warned Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun did not conceal his presence, so it was only a matter of time before he was discovered. A white-haired middle-aged man and a green-robed elder flew across space toward Yi-Yun. These two of them had cultivation levels of royal sealed divine lords. Their yuan qi was unfathomable, especially the green-robed elder. His eyes were a ghostly green as though he could see through the souls of people. "Who are you?" the white-haired middle-aged man asked. Yi-Yun had already learned a few of the languages spoken in the Chaos Heavens from Bai Yuan on his journey. He naturally understood them. "I was traveling to the Chaos Heavens with companions, but our spirit cruiser was attacked on the way. My companions are either dead or lost. I was lucky to escape alive and has been adrift all this while." Yi-Yun had already thought of an excuse. The ship lines from the Celestials' universe to the Chaos Heavens had spirit cruisers plowing through them frequently. It was not a surprise that one would be attacked. If he had said that he had come from the sinkhole, it would have been too astonishing. "You encountered space pirates?" the green-robed elder asked leisurely. When he spoke, Yi-Yun felt that his eyes were like bottomless vortices which seemed to suck him right in. He felt a jolt and knew that the elder did not believe him. He was using his psyche powers to probe his thoughts. If Yi-Yun was at his full strength, Yi-Yun could have easily employed means to fool the green-robed elder's probes. But as he was now, he no longer had that strength. And at that moment, Yi-Yun suddenly felt a pure and cold energy, like the melted waters of an ice mountain, penetrate his soul sea. With this power protecting him, his soul sea turned clear. Regardless of the green-robed elder's psyche probes, he failed to notice anything. "Thanks," said Yi-Yun via a voice transmission. He knew that Bai Yuan had just helped him. Although Bai Yuan's body had been destroyed, her psyche strength was still at the godly monarch level. It was not difficult for her to fool the green-robed elder. After a fruitless probe, the green-robed elder nodded at the white-haired middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked deeply into Yi-Yun's eyes and said, "You have little yuan qi left in you, and you are probably on your last legs. You can count yourself lucky that you met me. My Taixia ancient mining does not harm the innocent, but we do not perform charity for free. I can bring you on board, but I can't save you at no cost. I require you to sign a contract to work a century for the Taixia ancient mining." A century? Yi-Yun felt depressed hearing that. He had come to the Chaos Heavens for cultivation. He did not have much time. If he sillily entered a faction that did mining and became a miner, how was he to cultivate? He was still in a hurry to return to the sinkhole. "Oh? You aren't willing?" Upon noticing Yi-Yun's expression, the white-haired middle-aged man frowned. "My Taixia ancient mining is quite reputable. Many people wish to enter it, but I'm not willing to accept them. On account of your talent, I'm accepting you on the spot. I'm giving you a great opportunity. If you render meritorious services, you could win status and riches in just 100 years. I never expected you to be so daft." The middle-aged man grunted coldly after finishing his piece. He did not believe that Yi-Yun was from an illustrious background. If he truly was so important, he would definitely have a mighty figure escorting him on his trip to the Chaos Heavens. The spirit cruiser he took would have been a top-grade treasure. How would space pirates have been able to destroy the ship and kill off his companions? Therefore, he guessed that Yi-Yun came from a small sect and had come to the Chaos Heavens for experiential training to seek out opportunities. However, the Chaos Heavens was extremely cruel. A junior without any background would soon be exploited. All right then. Yi-Yun thought about it and agreed for the time being. Yi-Yun was indeed desperately in need to hitch a ride. And most importantly, he needed chaos crystals. Therefore, he agreed for the time being. As for the contractual length, be it a century or a millennium, he needed to first regain his strength. Once he regained his peak strength, he could get the other party to change the contract. "Sign it. I'll make it clear that as you work for our Taixia ancient mining, you will encounter all sorts of life-threatening dangers." The middle-aged man tapped in the void as a contract appeared in front of Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun scanned it and after seeing that there were no problems, he signed it. As for danger, he had expected it. Mining chaos crystals in the multiverse's void was a risky endeavor to begin with. However, the Chaos Heavens was a world more cruel than the sinkhole. There were too many dangers, not just limited to mining. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1566, Salary. Chapter 1566, Salary. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. The approximately 8-meter-long Taixia ancient mining's cruiser appeared tiny at first glance. It resembled a toy model, but this was to reduce the dangers it would encounter to a minimum while traveling through the multiverse. But upon stepping inside, it was equivalent to entering a pocket world. The hull had various buildings and palaces. At a glance, it was like a miniature city. In the middle of the city was a striking 9-floored pavilion. Clearly, it was where the Taixia ancient mining's upper echelons lived. And surrounding the pavilion were 12 towers. The white-haired middle-aged man led Yi-Yun to the highest level of one of the towers. Steward Joe. At the top floor of the tower, a voluptuous woman walked over. Her chest was ample and her waist thin. She was clothed in muslin and her excellent figure teased through the thin fabric. She bowed smilingly towards the middle-aged man. The coquettish look in between her eyebrows and her every move were filled with amorous charm. He will be a member of your Purple Light Hall. Purple Succubus, help treat his injuries. The middle-aged man was succinct in his words. After he handed the contract to Purple Succubus, he turned and left. Take care, Steward Joe. The voluptuous woman stood up after saying that. The coquettish look on her face vanished instantly and replacing it was a picky glare as she sized up Yi-Yun. This left Yi-Yun sighing inwardly. The speed at which this woman changed her attitude was truly amazing. A contract that lasts a century. Purple Succubus looked at the contract as a teasing smile suffused her charming face. Let's hope you can live that long. Purple Succubus took out a wooden box from her interspatial artifact that resembled a bangle. She handed it to Yi-Yun and said, "This is for you. Let me tell you ahead of time that my Purple Light Hall has no need for incompetency. If you can't bring me the things I require, you'll find I can be quite heartless. At the very least, your salary would be forfeit. In the Taixia ancient mining, death is a high possibility without a salary." Yi-Yun did not say a word. He scanned the wooden box with his psyche and discovered that there were a few rocks in the box. There were speckles of light amid the gray texture. This is... Yi-Yun pricked up his brows. He could sense an extremely pure heaven-earth yuan qi from these rocks. They were many times purer than godly monarch immortal annuli, but they were just too few in number. Are these chaos crystals? Yi-Yun asked Bai Yuan via voice transmission. She replied, this is obviously not a chaos crystal. They're chaos oregon. Chaos crystals are extracted from such ores. In the chaos heavens, chaos crystals are extremely precious. The average warrior will not bear to use chaos crystals or afford to use them. In their place, they use such chaos ores. Ores also have their grades. The one you have is coarse ore. Understood. Yi-Yun shook his head. It was no wonder there was so little yuan qi between all of the rocks. He had a robust foundation and his dantian was as deep as the sea. Now that he was completely depleted of yuan qi, he needed copious amounts of energy to replenish his reserves. The tiny bits of chaos ore were completely inadequate. Besides, Yi-Yun still had a sleeping 9-transformation celestial silkworm inside his god advent tower. Although the little guy was small in size, he was quite a glutton. The bits of chaos ore were not enough to even stuff the gaps of its teeth. What? You find it too little? Purple Succubus seemed to read Yi-Yun's mind. Yi-Yun hesitated for a moment and said, I haven't recovered from my injuries, so is it possible to get an advance payment? Oh? You wish for an advance payment before doing anything? Although your dantian is injured, the chaos ores I provided you are enough to replenish about 80% of your stamina. Can't you be content with your lot? Purple Succubus pricked up her brow as she scoffed. Yi-Yun frowned when he heard that. It was true that these ores were sufficient for the average junior, but to him, it was insignificant. Even if I get an advanced payment, it's not like I can escape with the contract in place. Humph, this is the void of the multiverse. Where can you escape to? I'm completely unafraid of you escaping. However, entering a chaos crystal mineral vein carries dangers you can hardly imagine. If you're unlucky and die the moment you enter, wouldn't me giving you a salary make me come up empty-handed? As Purple Succubus spoke, she waved her hand in impatience to signal him to leave. Yi-Yun shook his head. The Taixia ancient mining was unlike the ancient sects of the sinkhole. Instead, they resembled the companies on Earth. They were enterprises that focused on mining and put profit before all else. People followed the example of their superiors, and Purple Succubus was as such. Yi-Yun, wealth is extremely important in the chaos heavens. It's not odd, the way this Purple Succubus is acting. In the sinkhole, although godly monarch immortal annuli can be used as currency, truly precious natural treasures can only be gotten through exchange. No one would exchange them with godly monarch immortal annuli. However, the Chaos Heavens is different. The purchasing power of Chaos Crystals is extremely strong. They can be used to buy really precious treasures. Many a time, a faction's combat strength in the Chaos Heavens is in direct proportion to their wealth. For this Taisha Ancient Mining to take their share of the Chaos Crystal mines means that they have quite an extraordinary background. Got it. Yi Yun nodded. From the looks of it, even the coarse Chaos ores he had were worth something substantial. Amid the barriers of the multiverse, Chaos Crystals practically determine survivability. Yi Yun opened the box, and apart from the few gray ores, there was a manual named the Taisha Manual. It introduced Chaos Crystal mineral veins as well as a general introduction to Taisha Ancient Mining. Taisha Ancient Mining had a history of tens of millions of years. It had jurisdiction over 3 carrier groups. They were the Combat Carrier Group, the Mining Carrier Group, and the Logistics Carrier Group. Yi Yun was a member of the Purple Light Hall, a gear amid the Mining Carrier Group. As for Purple Succubus, she was the Deputy Hall Lord of the Purple Light Hall. Yi Yun's identity token was in there too. He was only a low-class miner. For miners, mining for Chaos Crystals was not only a mission that needed to be completed, but it was also insurance for their survival. If one did not receive energy replenishments from Chaos Crystals, their Yuan Qi would forever be insufficient. In the Chaos Crystal mineral veins, they would be powerless against dangers. It was also possible for them to be killed by other miners who wished to snatch the fruits of their labor. The poorer one was, the lesser one dared to enter the Chaos Crystal mineral veins. That ended up making them poorer and weaker. With such a vicious cycle in place, many miners would die. Placed in such rough environments, a 100-year-long contract was not considered long, but a vast majority of miners basically failed to even live 100 years. This Chaos Heavens was truly cruel. With this thought in mind, Yi Yun followed the instructions of the manual and came to the corresponding residence in Purple Light Hall. Purple Light Hall had many rooms, but most of them were empty. Yi Yun knew from the manual that it was not because the cruiser was understaffed. On the contrary, when the Mining Spirit cruiser first set off, the cruiser would typically be at 80% capacity or more. But as the Mining Spirit cruiser began work in the universe, the number of people would begin to dwindle. And this Mining Spirit cruiser had been working in the void for more than 10 years. In about 10 years, more than 70% of its members had perished. Such a situation was very dismal for the present Yi Yun. He was just too weak and was in need of Chaos Crystals to replenish his Yuan Qi. Placing hopes on his meager salary was impractical. He had to think of other means to replenish his strength. Then, any problem would no longer be a problem. Oh? Are you new here? At that moment, a voice interrupted Yi Yun's thoughts. He looked over and saw a dirty fellow walking towards him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1567, Unspoken Rules. Chapter 1567, Unspoken Rules. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The fellow who suddenly appeared looked like a member of the younger generation. His clothes were stained with soot, and he held a shovel over his shoulder. Just from that getup, if Yi Yun did not know he was in the Chaos Heavens or didn't sense a substantial Yuan Qi fluctuation from the person, he might have very well thought he was seeing a coal heaver from his previous incarnation. Ha! You new here, greeted the person as he looked rather amiable. My name is Taimu. Nice to meet you. As Taimu spoke, he extended a soot-covered palm. The striking of palms was a basic form of courtesy in the Chaos Heavens, akin to the shaking of hands in Yi Yun's previous life. Yi Yun did not mind Taimu's dirty palm as he struck it with his own. I'm Yi Yun. Brother Taimu, why are you covered in soot? Isn't the spirit cruiser en route without any mining being done at the moment? Asked Yi Yun. There aren't ores to mine, but there is extraction to be done. That is a tiresome chore too, but the benefit is you won't die from it. Ha ha. Taimu chuckled and did not seem to take the immense danger of mining to heart. Perhaps he was just used to it. Without a doubt, the Chaos Heavens was a cruel place, far crueler than the sinkhole. And it was precisely for this reason that it gave birth to so many experts. Without the strength or background to endure here, it was easy to die a tragic death. Unfortunately, the extraction of ores doesn't pay much. We are just given half a kilogram of ores a month. After deducting the Yuan Qi expenditure, we will lose out a little. Lose out? Yi Yun was taken aback as he was baffled. If you are making losses, why do it? Ha ha. There's no other choice. If you don't do it, there's more to lose. It's common to encounter danger in the void. We would be roped in to power the array formations, and that only expends our Yuan Qi even faster. Although we are given some compensation for that, it's completely insufficient. If we busy ourselves extracting ores, at the very least, we will not be assigned to power the array formations. To those of us in mining, yuan qi is life. Once you expend too much of it and do not get enough compensation, you might die the next time you go down the mines. If you survive and deliver the sufficient ores, that would net quite a handsome reward. It's enough for daily expenditures and even possibly leave some for cultivation. Using chaos ores for cultivation is a very extravagant deed. I have been in mining for so long, but I have only had the opportunity to do so a few times. That feeling is seriously awesome. Taimu seemed intoxicated by his recollections, but that expression only lasted a second before he froze. He saw a black-robed man walk over. The man was extremely thin and short, reaching only Taimu's chest. His face was pale and seemed devoid of blood. He looked like a corpse, and because he was thin, his facial skin looked scrunched up with immense fine wrinkles. Yi Yun could sense an aura unlike a human's from the person's body. He's from the soul race. Bai Yuan said via voice transmission. Oh? Yi Yun pricked up his brows. This was the first time he was seeing another race in the chaos heavens. There were records of the soul race in the notes left behind by the Tao originator Celestial the Arch. Years ago, the Tao originator Celestial the Arch had experienced a life-and-death battle and his opponent was the strongest figure of the soul race. The Tao originator Celestial the Arch called him Soul Emperor. This race bore a deep resemblance to humans, but their psyche powers were extraordinarily potent. The cultivation techniques they cultivated in were different from humans and typically followed the path of the soul. Leader Tsonggu. Taimu squeezed out an ugly smile. The man looked at Taimu with a deadpan expression. Taimu gritted his teeth and took out a wooden box from his interspatial ring and handed it over to the man. It was obvious that he could not bear to part with it. The man swept it with his psyche before putting away the wooden box. Yi Yun was taken aback from seeing this. He knew very well that the wooden box that Taimu had handed over contained chaos ores. It contained at least half a kilogram of material. Why would Taimu hand over the chaos ores that he cherished as his wealth and life to the man? You are. The man turned his head to look at Yi Yun. His deep, purple pupils seemed to see through Yi Yun's soul sea. His name is Tsonggu, our team leader. Taimu hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Yi Yun, afraid that he would cross the man. Oh? Do team members need to hand over chaos ores to the team leaders? I didn't see that mentioned in the Taisha manual. There's no official rule that states it, but it's an unspoken rule. You might be unaware as you are new. When we mine chaos ores, we do it in teams. The team leader is our eyes. As he's from the soul race, his psyche powers are extremely potent. He also has a detector-type disc array which only he can use. With that disc array, he can detect danger ahead of time and know where there's abundant chaos ores. If you do not give him a little of your take, he might specially lead you into a death trap. If you go down such a deadly path, not only would you find little ore, but you'd encounter stuff that can take your life. When the time comes, you might not even leave behind an intact corpse. So that's it. Yi Yun understood that the lower-ranked warriors in the Chaos Heavens truly led difficult lives. They sought survival through all sorts of cracks in the system. I'm asking you a question. Tsonggu's cold voice sounded. Leader Tsonggu, he's new. He doesn't know a thing, said Taimu anxiously. Oh? He's new? Then, he should have been given his monthly allowance, said Tsonggu leisurely. When Yi Yun heard that, he felt like attacking him, were it not for his dire situation. All he received was a pittance, not enough to even fill the gaps in his teeth, yet, someone was already eyeing it? Brother E, won't you give 1.5 kilograms worth of chaos ores? Handing over 750 grams is considered our team's rule. In the future, the amount to be handed over is 500 grams a month. He had to hand over half at once? That was truly gorging him. The chaos ores in his wooden box weighed about 3 kilograms. It was likely because of Steward Zhou that he received an additional 1.5 kilograms to treat his dire condition. It was meant to help him recuperate. I do have some chaos ores on me, but I'm injured. I have already absorbed the chaos ores, Yi Yun said. Absorbed? Tsonggu sneered. You obviously have 0 yuan qi in you. Would you be in such a state if you had really absorbed the chaos ores? As he spoke, Tsonggu emitted a cold aura. After all, the handing over of chaos ores was an unspoken rule. He could not snatch it from Yi Yun openly, but he had already placed Yi Yun on a death list. Brother E, you must not offend Leader Tsonggu. If you do, you won't even survive your first mining, said Taimu anxiously when he saw Yi Yun refuse to obey. Upon seeing Song-gu about to leave, Taimu said, "Leader Song-gu, Brother E is indeed heavily injured. Taking his oars is equivalent to taking his life. Why don't you be generous and let him pay you after the upcoming mining?" Song-gu had already flicked his sleeves and left when Taimu was still mid-sentence. He could only shake his head helplessly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1568, Crystal Refinement. Chapter 1568, Crystal Refinement. Translator, Seetulin. Editor, Seetulin. Brother E, you are now in trouble. I can't help you even if I wanted to. I don't even have enough chaos ores for myself. It's fine. Thanks.
Ian knew the predicament Taimu was in, and besides, he had only just acquainted himself with Taimu. He was in urgent need to recover some amount of strength, no matter how little.
If not, he might very well perish while mining. How far away are we from the next mine? Asked Iyun.
Not far. It will take at most 20 days.
What about the Chaos Heavens? Asked Iyun again.
The Chaos Heavens are far. It would take at least half a year of flight.
Why?
You wish to return?
Never mind.
Answered Iyun tersely. Half a year was at the cruiser's speed. If he had to fly by himself, the time taken would increase several-fold.
Thankfully, he did not insist on continuing his solo flight. If he did, even if he managed to arrive in the Chaos Heavens, the 9 transformation celestial silkworm would likely not have made it. I underestimated the dangers posed by the multiverse barriers, said by Yuan in Iyun's Soul Sea. Too much time has passed and space itself was in flux. There were too many unpredictables.
Iyun said, the practice of martial arts is to go against the heavens, not to mention the ancestor god's guillotine above my head. Death would be certain if I stayed in the sinkhole. There would not even be a sliver of hope.
But first things first, I need to restore my strength.
Without strength, Iyun did not even dare make trades with others. In fact, Iyun had expended all his natural treasures on his venture into the Chaos Heavens. As for things that could be used to exchange for chaos crystals, such as the 2 godly monarch royal seals he once gifted Lin Shintong but were returned to him, he did not dare produce them in his present condition. It would only invite trouble. Most of Purple Light Hall's rooms were empty, so Iyun randomly chose one to stay in. The room was very simple. There was a living room and a cultivation chamber. He sat cross-legged in the cultivation chamber as he took out the wooden box from his interspatial ring. He gently opened the box as a few coarse chaos ores appeared in front of him. Iyun took out these chaos ores and crushed them casually.
Pa! The chaos ores instantly turned to powder, and amid the dust was crystalline light.
The points of light appeared like stars in the dark cultivation chamber as they slowly flew towards Iyun and into his dantian.
At that instant, Iyun gained an understanding of what Taimu felt. It was no wonder he had an intoxicated look when he reminisced about using chaos ores.
The feeling was indeed comforting. It felt like all his pores had opened up to welcome a baptism.
Unfortunately, this baptism did not last long. It did not even last 3 seconds.
He felt like a weary and dirty traveler who finally found an opportunity to shower, only to run out of water moments after beginning. Not even 1,000th of my yuan qi has been replenished. Iyun looked at the grayish powder of the chaos ores and shook his head. He had to think of means to obtain chaos crystals.
Brother E.
At that moment, Taimu's voice sounded from outside Iyun's room.
Brother E, why don't you join me in extracting the ores?
Although the income is nothing, it's better than sitting around.
Extracting ores? Iyun was slightly taken aback. It was not something he was averse to. Since this was his first time in the Chaos Heavens, there were many things that eluded him, especially matters regarding chaos crystals. Furthermore, he had some ideas regarding ore extraction. All right. Iyun agreed at once.
All right, if it's okay for you, let us set off now, said Taimu excitedly.
Such a state of mind impressed Iyun.
Taimu was still able to remain so optimistic while living amid such tight cracks. Iyun walked out of the room and found, besides Taimu, there were 3 others.
Taimu introduced them one by one.
One of them was naked from the waist up, his muscles covered in black tattoos. His name was Taishan.
Another elegantly dressed, voluptuous woman's name was Songyue.
Finally, there was a youth that looked dispirited. He was a man of few words, and he had a single name, Chuan.
This is Iyun. He will be a member of our team in the future. Taimu did the introductions.
It was quite cordial as Taishan immediately greeted Iyun.
Songyue gave Iyun a nonchalant glance before turning to leave. Ha, don't mind her.
Song Yue is like this to everyone. She's a girl after all. It's difficult to survive in such environments and, with time, her defensive mechanisms only became stronger. Tai Mu's words seemed to indicate something deeper. Yi Yun nodded. On this or mining spirit cruiser, there were a lot more men than women. Although they were all martial artists, they had their desires as well. For a woman to be surrounded by men, only to face men who were stronger and more powerful than her, the difficulty of protecting herself was obvious. Besides, the Chaos Heavens was a world where the law of the jungle ruled. There was not the protection of moral laws. Don't underestimate Song Yue. She's not like you think. She has means to protect herself, so much so that Song Gu doesn't dare touch her. Oh? Yi Yun was stunned. Song Yue has it best among us. Tai Mu kept Yi Yun guessing. Yi Yun was somewhat puzzled. If Song Yue had extraordinary abilities, it would naturally mean that she was worth more. If that were the case, why would she join them in doing the dirty and menial job of ore extraction? Yi Yun followed Tai Mu to an underground palace. After passing through a long tunnel, Yi Yun went through a huge door to see everything in front of him turn bright. There was another pocket world in the underground palace, and this pocket world was even bigger than the pocket world above ground. The pocket world was divided into 12 zones. Each zone had rows of erected black towers that resembled bamboo shoots. These black towers numbered in the hundreds and varied in size. The bigger ones were a few stories tall, and the smaller ones were just half the height of a person. Tai Mu brought Yi Yun in front of a tiny black tower. Surrounding the tower was a pile of chaos ores which were blanketed by an array formation. This tower is the furnace used to refine ores, asked Yi Yun. Oh? Is this your first time seeing it? It's called a crystal refining furnace. The cost of constructing every furnace is astounding. There are more than 1,000 furnaces here, and when this place is at its peak, tens of thousands of people will be gathered here to extract the ores. Tai Mu gave Yi Yun an odd glance. He immediately guessed that it was possible that Yi Yun had come from a particular great world to the Chaos Heavens. He knew nothing, and under normal circumstances, such people died the fastest. Oh? When Yi Yun placed his perception on the pile of chaos ores, he suddenly felt that the chaos ores were being locked on by some psyche energy. This is... Yi Yun looked up abruptly and saw that high above the pocket world was an immortal palace the size of a palm. However, Yi Yun could sense a terrifying suppression from the palace. The psyche energy that had locked onto the chaos ores came from the palace. Could it be a godly monarch? Yi Yun felt his heart quake. Only godly monarchs could produce such might. This pocket world actually had a godly monarch. He had split his psyche energies into thousands of portions, with each portion locking onto a pile of chaos ores. I see. Yi Yun shook his head in silence. He had held hopes of secretly restoring his energy by quietly absorbing a tiny amount of chaos yuan qi during the ore extraction, but he never expected Taixia Ancient Mining to have a godly monarch presiding over it. With a godly monarch's perception, any pile of chaos ores which had its energy siphoned off would probably be detected instantly. Indeed, there's no free lunch in this world. The Taixia Ancient Mining has been around for so many years. It naturally has gathered impressive resources. How can it have loopholes that are so easily exploited? Although Yi Yun had the purple crystal which prevented the discovery of his energy absorption, if the energy contained within the chaos ores were to vanish for no reason, that would still be suspicious. It was impossible to fool a godly monarch. Brother Yi, don't look at that immortal palace. Doing that for an extended period will damage your psyche. Tai Mu noticed Yi Yun's gaze. That immortal palace has our Taixia Ancient Mining's divine-level crystal refinement master. Even Steward Zhou has to be reverent when he comes before the palace. Crystal refinement master? You aren't aware of crystal refinement masters? From the looks of it, you are indeed new to the Chaos Heavens. The chaos ores dug out from the Chaos Heavens are mostly crude. In our line, mining for ores is difficult, but refinement of the ores is even more difficult. If a crystal refinement master extracts and refines the crude ore, it turns into refined ore. Then, from refined ore to chaos crystal, the price would increase several-fold. Putting chaos crystals aside, just refined ores are of much greater quality than crude ores. A genius of a real faction will not even consider crude ores. They would use refined ores for cultivation. Of course, for bumpkins like us, having crude ores is quite a luxury. The crude ores we receive as salary are the remnants of the ores which the crystal refinement master didn't finish refining. As Tai Mu spoke, he gestured for Yi Yun to look at Song Yue. Remember how I mentioned that Song Yue is different from us? Song Yue is a beginner crystal refinement master. She is able to refine refined ores. So no one dares to touch her. Her usual salary is much higher than ours. She is paid in refined ores. I see. Yi Yun was enlightened. It was no wonder that Song Yue came for the ore extraction. Her trade was that to begin with. Yi Yun took a look at Song Yue and saw her standing in front of a crystal refining furnace. As for Taimu and company, Yi Yun originally guessed that they would be involved in the ore extraction, but it turned out they were there to run odd jobs for Song Yue. Apart from filling up the ores and pouring away the slag, they would be standing inside the crystal refining furnace's array formation, providing the crystal refining furnace with their energies. Song Yue's realm was limited and she could not power the crystal refining furnace's operations independently. What are you idling for? Hurry up and work. Song Yue looked at Yi Yun, her voice ice cold. At that moment, Taimu and company had already injected their yuan qi into the array formation. Yi Yun was the only one standing there idly. Senior sister Song Yue, brother Yi is new. He's not very familiar with the operations. Besides, he's injured. The amount of yuan qi he can provide while standing inside the array formation is limited as well. Upon hearing Taimu, Song Yue frowned. Clearly, she was very displeased with an errand boy like Yi Yun. Then stand there and watch for now. Study what Taimu and the rest are doing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1569, Withdrawing. Chapter 1569, Withdrawing. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. Brother E, you have to watch well. Although I'm no crystal refinement master, I'm an excellent errand boy. Learn how I do it. If you master it, it will be an additional skill to your repertoire. If you attain my level of expertise, together with some luck, you might catch the eye of some powerful crystal refinement master and become their apprentice. You will be rich when that happens, flaunted Taimu. But beside him, Taishan called him out without a hint of mercy. He said in a low, muffled voice, "You still hope to catch the eye of some powerful crystal refinement master with that standard of yours? Maybe in your next life. Do you think you are senior sister Song Yue?" As Taishan said that, he gave Song Yue a fawning look. Song Yue said nonchalantly, "I'm still not an apprentice of Master Duanmu, just a candidate apprentice." "Then doesn't it mean that it's just a matter of time?" chuckled Taishan. "Alright, cut the bragging and get to work." Song Yue did not enjoy fawning drivel. Instantly, everyone fell silent. The ores were filled up, while the array formations were powered. Clearly, Song Yue held a very important position in the team. Yi Yun also began studying how Song Yue refined the ores. Although he had little strength left, his psyche energies were still far higher than Song Yue's. He probed his perception deep into the crystal refining furnace so that no energy fluctuation escaped his sight. So this is crystal refining. Yi Yun saw that Song Yue first mixed her yuan qi with Taishan, Taimu, and company before gathering everything into nomological forces which condensed into marks. Later, she inserted the marks into the chaos ores. Each mark was like a tiny yuan gathering array. The energy within the chaos ores was absorbed by the tiny marks that numbered more than 100. Meanwhile, the flames in the chaos ores burned away all the impurities in the ore. This process lasted for several hours and Song Yue remained fully focused on the crystal refining furnace the entire time. She did not even blink. Only when the final mark was fully satiated with energy did the ores, each the size of a fist, get reduced to a tenth of their original sizes amid the flames. The rest had been reduced to slag. After all of that was finished, Song Yue recovered all the marks. She was perspiring profusely, her back completely wet while dense pearls of sweat appeared on her forehead. At her realm, controlling more than 100 marks not only drained her yuan qi, but it also placed a strain on her psyche. This drained away some of the color from her originally rosy cheeks. Senior sister Song Yue. Taimu looked at her as his heart ached for her. Refining a furnace full of ores at the same time is just too demanding. Cut the drivel. Hexagon crystal. Here. Taimu hurriedly passed a jade box over. Song Yue took out a clear crystal from the box. Go! Song Yue injected the marks into the crystal in one fell swoop. Following that, these marks began releasing their energies into the crystal, spreading out in patterns that resembled ice fractals. When all the energy in the marks was released, the fractal patterns turned dim, but did not completely disappear. Instead, they remained in the crystal as patterns that looked extremely beautiful. This was the entire process of crystal refinement. Yi Yun sighed slightly. The crystal refinement process bore similarities to the way Desolate Heaven Masters refined relics, but there were many differences as well. But at its most fundamental level, it was simply the extraction and condensing of energy. And in this aspect, Yun's possession of the purple crystal meant that he was at a divine level of expertise, something no one could exceed. Of course, no matter how good Yun was, it was impossible to grasp it with self-teaching and immediately become a crystal refinement master. He memorized nearly all the marks which Songyue had condensed. With his realm, the laws employed by Songyue were very simple to him. Even at that very moment, if Yun had the Yuan Qi, he could produce the same set of marks. However, Yun knew that Songyue was only a crystal refinement master of the lowest ranks. Her marks were very crude, and there were countless aspects she could improve in. The reason why Bai Yuan recommended the Chaos Heavens had to do with how there were way more mighty figures there than the sinkhole. Yun did not belittle the experts of the Chaos Heavens. If he wished to extract and refine chaos crystals, he had to obtain the heritage of a crystal refinement master. Brother Yi, how was it? Taimu asked, feeling a little smug, as though he was directly responsible for the refined ore. Yun stroked his chin and suddenly realized that Taimu was likely secretly in love with Songyue. Indeed, with such a beauty beside him, it was only normal for him to develop feelings for her beauty, bearing, and excellence. However, Taimu likely knew the gap between them, which was why he hid his feelings deep down. All he did was watch Songyue quietly while rejoicing in her improvements. I think I understand a little, said Yun casually. Ha, don't brag. I was just making a passing remark. What can you learn in such a short period of time? In a while, you will have to join us. You are weak, so just go through the motions. You can't just stand there. There are people watching, so if you continue idling, they won't hand you a salary later. As Taimu spoke, he dug out the slag from the crystal refining furnace. The slag had already turned grayish-black like coal ash. Yun looked at the slag as his mind wandered. He could clearly sense that there was about 10 to 20% of energy left in the slag. The nomological level of the marks which Songyue condensed were weak. She had failed to fully extract all the energy, or to put it another way, she was unable to extract the remnant energies. What is done to this or slag? Or slag is of little use. However, it can be sold for some money. Some horticulturists will use or slag as fertilizer. They usually plant spirit herbs or spirit food with the slag. Taixia isn't greedy about this tiny bit of profit. Usually, the slag is given to crystal refinement masters for handling as a form of carrots, explained Taimu languidly. Why do you ask? Is that so? Yun felt a little disappointed. He originally guessed that high-ranked crystal refinement masters would not stoop as low as to recycle the ore slag. After all, just refining the high-quality ores was already very time-consuming. As such, if low-ranked crystal refinement masters were unable to process them, while high-ranked crystal refinement masters found it beneath them to handle the slag, it was possible that they would be thrown out. However, he never expected the Chaos Heavens to even use them as fertilizer. The resources here were really put to their fullest use. Unfortunately, Yun also knew very well that the godly monarch which presided over the pocket world would not place his attention on the slag. He could have secretly extracted the energy from the slag and restored his energies. But now, Songyue had already put away the slag. Songyue must have been accumulating quite a large amount of slag after all her years of crystal refinement. With this thought in mind, Yun immediately gave a self-deprecating smile. He never expected himself to be in such a wretched state having just arrived in the Chaos Heavens. He did not even spurn or slag, and was even having thoughts on the stock inside a woman's interspatial ring. Your name is Yun, right? You can stand over here. Do as Taimu says and inject energy into the array. You can provide less energy, but don't just stand there idling. Songyue had just absorbed the crude ore and regained some Yuan Qi. Her tone remained cold when she spoke to Yun. In the Chaos Heavens where the law of the jungle ruled, there were just too many people that met with tragedy. If pity was given to everyone, there would not be enough to go around. One had to constantly become stronger or be eliminated. In fact, Songyue already knew that Yun was not only injured, but that he had also offended Songgu. He was unlikely to live long, but she could not help him either. Over her years there, too many people had perished in Taixia ancient mining. Yun stood in the middle of the array, but he did not inject his energies into the array like Taimu. Instead, he looked at Taishan who was filling the crystal refining furnace with ores. A puzzled look flashed in his eyes. What's up with this ore? Yun, what's on your mind? Why aren't you beginning to work? Asked Taimu. Yun remained silent. He discovered that one of the ores was clearly problematic. There was a tiny array hidden in it, one that was not naturally formed. It appeared to have been tampered with. Could it be that? Yun looked at Songyue who seemed completely oblivious. She was looking at Yun unhappily.
What are you just standing there for? Do you want me to wait for you? Said Song Yue unhappily. Her mission today was very important. And the new errand boy was slow in everything he did. Your temper sure is bad. It's no wonder you have offended others. Yi Yun said this out of the blue. What did you say? Song Yue pricked up her brows and clearly, she was infuriated. Brother Yi, what are you saying? Tai Mu was given a fright. For Yi Yun to suddenly say something like that out of the blue, he was truly at a loss if senior sister Song Yue turned angry. This Yi Yun had not only offended team leader Song Gu, but he had also offended Song Yue so shortly after joining their team? If you refine it, the furnace will explode, said Yi Yun lightly. What? Taishan and Tai Mu were dumbfounded by Yi Yun's remark. The explosion of a furnace during refinement was a tremendous loss. Even Song Yue would end up in trouble. Therefore, the word was a taboo, but Yi Yun had so casually said it out. Interesting. I have been refining crystals for so many years, but I never expected to be mocked by a rookie who has no idea about refinement. Song Yue sneered. She could tell that Yi Yun was only playing to the gallery. In fact, Song Yue was not a headstrong person. On the contrary, she knew what her standing was. However, Yi Yun had even asked Tai Mu what a crystal refinement master was previously. How could she believe such a person's warning? If you do not wish to work, you can withdraw. Of course, you will not be given any salary for today's crystal refinement. I have already done my best to let you watch from the side for a few hours. I never expected you to not only feel gratitude, but to even curse me with an exploding furnace, said Song Yue coldly. She wished to become Master Duanmu's apprentice. In recent days, she had been constantly forcing herself to make breakthroughs in the crystal refining technique. She was already facing immense pressure and feeling frustrated. Now, with Yi Yun mentioning how she would explode the furnace, the rage in her heart was imaginable. I have already warned you. If you insist on ignoring it, there's nothing I can do. If you want me to withdraw, I'll withdraw. Rein it in yourself. But if there's any time you wish for my help, my salary will not just be a few crude ores. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1570, Resolving a Major Issue with Little Effort. Chapter 1570, Resolving a Major Issue with Little Effort. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. What did you say? Me seeking help from the likes of you? Song Yue looked at Yi Yun as though he was mad. She had endured through immense difficulties in the cultivation of the crystal refinement technique by tightening her belt to spend money on incomplete heritage. She began training from Orslag and, with perseverance and consistency, she finally accomplished her present-day achievements. And now, a guy who was new to the Chaos Heavens and knew nothing was making such a bold statement? If you are that impressive, I guess joining our team has really been a burden on you, said Song Yue sarcastically as she glared at Tai Mu. What sort of person did Tai Mu acquaint himself with? It was no wonder he offended Song Gu. Such a person with grandiose aims but puny abilities would be the first batch of cannon fodder to be eliminated in the Chaos Heavens. Tai Mu was at a loss as to what to say. What had gotten into Yi Yun's mind? Why was he spouting words that made less and less sense? Get to work. Ignore him. Song Yue gave the command. This was the second time she was beginning the crystal refining. The crystal refining furnace was filled with ore, but this time only about half of what her previous attempt entailed. This was because Song Yue had expended too much energy previously, so refining that much was already a challenge of her limits. Taishan, Tai Mu, and Xuan went through the prescribed order by injecting their energies into the crystal refining furnace as Song Yue began forming the marks. Although Song Yue did not believe one bit of Yi Yun's words, she was especially careful when forming the marks. Her speed at forming the marks also slowed down drastically because she could not afford to fail. These few days were critical for her future. Master Duanmu was recruiting apprentices, an extremely rare opportunity for her. Faced with intense competition, Song Yue had little chance, so she needed to do well. If the furnace really exploded, not only would she have to pay the high cost of compensation, but her hopes of becoming Master Duanmu's apprentice would be nothing but a dream. Song Yue was fully focused as she entered an ethereal state. Her eyes were only filled with the ores and the crystal refining furnace. As such, Taishan, Tai Mu, and Xuan seemed to face a test. Song Yue was giving her all, so they did the same. As time passed, Taishan and Tai Mu's bronze skin was covered in sweat. Yet, they could not afford the time to wipe it off. Yi Yun watched by the side idly. He could tell how focused Song Yue's attitude towards the crystal refinement was and that she was a diligent woman.
Unfortunately, many a time in the martial world, the outcome of putting in immense efforts would still be failure. Yun's perception was locked onto the piece of ore inside the crystal refining furnace that had been tampered with. The ore's array formation was very intricately designed, allowing it to perfectly hide itself inside the cauldron's flames.
It was already beginning to accumulate its energies.
The heat from the flame, the yuan qi from Songyue, and the energies from the chaos ores were seeping into the concealed array formation bit by bit. The energy it consumed was extremely minute, something that Songyue could not detect at all.
Once the concealed array formation had gathered the sufficient energy, it activated.
It was not very strong and, in fact, very weak, but it was like a drop of water that dripped into a pot of boiling hot oil.
The outcome was like the spurting of oil. Boom!
The cauldron flames turned fervent as the tongues of flames began sweeping. The entire crystal refining furnace began to quiver as the ores inside jumped vigorously like frying beans.
Ha! Songyue's expression changed. What's happening?
At that instant, she sensed that the energies gathered in her marks were turning chaotic. The yuan qi in the ores were like horses that had escaped their reins, galloping freely in the crystal refining furnace.
Ka. One chaos ore after another began to crack. The cracks constantly widened, and once they completely cracked, the energies would be released like a flood. Then, there was only one outcome, the explosion of the furnace. Just the mere thought of a furnace explosion drained the color from Songyue's face. The next few days were critical for her future. She absolutely could not afford such a huge mistake. However, why did the energy turn chaotic?
Songyue had been very careful with every step she took in her second crystal refinement process. She believed that she did not make any mistakes, and even if the refinement failed, it would not have led to the explosion of the furnace.
This was definitely abnormal. Songyue naturally remembered what Yun had said.
He said that refining the ores would result in a furnace explosion. At that moment, Songyue was high-strung. She used all her energy to control the chaotic energies within the crystal refining furnace, so much that she did not even dare turn her head to look at Yun. All she could do was look at him through the corner of her eyes. Her face was filled with anxiety.
Taimu and company had also sensed something amiss.
Their energies were connected to the crystal refining furnace's array formation, so they could clearly sense the chaotic energies inside. Once it exploded, not only would it destroy the expensive crystal refining furnace, but it would also injure them. And with the next mining expedition happening shortly, any injuries now would no doubt bring them one step closer to death.
Senior Sister Songyue, what's happening? Taishan asked anxiously.
If he had not been taken care of by Songyue usually, he would have abandoned the furnace and fled.
Senior Sister Songyue,
Taimu said as well, while looking towards Yun. All of this had really developed as Yun had said.
Yun, you knew that the crystal refining furnace would explode?
Songyue managed to split a wisp of her psyche energy with great difficulty as she sent Yun a voice transmission. She could not bear the consequences of an exploded crystal refining furnace. You went through such great efforts to divert your attention and send me a voice transmission, only to say such pointless words to me, said Yun in an unhurried manner. His sentence made Songyue choke back on the remaining words she had to say.
You? What about me?
I already warned you, but you were the one who refused to listen.
And now, you are asking me something that has obviously happened?
You still had about 30 seconds left, but you have less than 15 seconds now. By the way, as you were attempting to bind the energy within the crystal refining furnace, those energies were becoming increasingly accumulated. The explosions will likely not be something you can withstand.
When Yun said that, Taishan and Taimu were dumbfounded.
They would be heavily injured from the explosion in 15 seconds. But if they were to flee now, the crystal refining furnace would explode immediately.
Songyue's outcome was obvious. Brother Yi, what should we do now?
Taimu burned with anxiety. Although the pocket world had a godly monarch crystal refinement master presiding over it, he was a person of higher stature than Master Duanmu. He was in charge of making sure the rules were followed, so how was it possible for a godly monarch to help them?
Yun, you previously mentioned that you can help when you are required? Songyue suddenly recalled Yun's words.
Now, all she could do was seek Yun's help as a desperate attempt in a hopeless situation. I said that you need to pay the appropriate price.
Yun answered unhurriedly. Now, there were less than 6 seconds.
They were on the brink of an explosion.
I'll agree to any price you want. Songyue nearly shouted that out.
Her eyes were already bloodshot for she was already at her limits. I want all the ore slag in your interspatial ring as well as 5 kilograms of refined ores.
Songyue was taken aback when she heard that. Yun was gorging her.
You are fishing in troubled waters. Yi-Yun did not reply as Song Yue was close to tears. However, she knew that this was all a result of her own choices. She had ignored Yi-Yun when he warned her. Now, the price for seeking Yi-Yun's help had naturally gone up. He had made it clear from the beginning. With regards to this, Song Yue could only accept the outcome of her poor choices. Even if she risked the end of the greatest opportunity of her lifetime, she did not wish to see Taishan, Taimu, and Xuan implicated. I will compensate you in the future, but I need these now, said Yi-Yun tersely. It was as though this sentence gave Song Yue confidence. She gritted her teeth, took off her interspatial ring, and flicked it straight at Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun phased away and appeared in front of the crystal refining furnace. Simultaneously, he allowed the interspatial ring to enter the God Advent Tower space within him. He grabbed the crystal refining furnace with one hand. What are you doing? Don't you want your hand anymore? Song Yue was alarmed. The temperature the crystal refining furnace had was unimaginable. Even warriors would be instantly burnt from placing their hands on the furnace's surface. However, Yi-Yun did not seem to hear Song Yue as his hand pressed onto the crystal refining furnace. Immediately, his Yuan Qi surged into the crystal refining furnace. Yi-Yun was extremely weak at the moment and his Yuan Qi appeared to be on a completely different level when placed on the backdrop of the crystal refining furnace's chaotic energies. It looked like a puny attempt by an ant to shake a tree. Upon seeing this, Song Yue felt despair. How could they stop the explosion? Yet, purple points of light suddenly lit up the next moment around the crystal refining furnace. Each point of light was a tiny nomological mark. Before Song Yue could identify the nomological marks, the marks were injected into the crystal refining furnace. At that moment, it was as though an ice-cold sea had been splashed at boiling magma. The chaotic energies suddenly cooled down and were absorbed by a formless energy. This is... Song Yue found it unbelievable. How did Yi-Yun do it? How did he calm down such chaotic energies with his weak Yuan Qi? You are a... crystal refinement master? Song Yue subconsciously came to a possibility that left her astounded. However, why would he ask Taimu what a crystal refinement master was if he was one? I'm not. But how did you? It's simply resolving a major issue with little effort. What's so strange about it? Someone was able to use a tiny array formation to stir the ore's energy in the furnace to make it explode. On the contrary, I used a small and weak amount of energy to calm it down. That's all. How was that the same? Song Yue was left completely speechless. It was possible for a tiny spark to set a prairie ablaze, but was it possible to use a single drop of water to put out a prairie fire? Of course, there was no way for Song Yue to know that Yi-Yun had the purple crystal. His ability to control energy was unparalleled. And at that moment, Yi-Yun had already found the source of the explosion, which was also the concealed array formation that was planted by someone. Although the array formation was intricate, it did not possess much might. Yi-Yun reduced it to ashes with a mere thought. It's done. After Yi-Yun completed this feat, he immediately retracted his Yuan Qi and Psyche energy. After all, he had only borrowed the powers of the purple crystal. It was alright if he only ameliorated the explosive situation, but if he were to absorb the energies within the crystal refining furnace, he would likely garner the attention of the godly monarch who presided over the area. He would then be in danger. If not for his lack of chaos ores and low Yuan Qi, he would not have taken action at all. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1571, Ambrosia. Chapter 1571, Ambrosia. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Brother Yi-Yun, did you just say that everything is okay now? Taimu was taken aback. The terrifying explosion that nearly left him in despair had been resolved by Yi-Yun in just a simple move or two? The entire process did not even take him 10 seconds. Was he dreaming? But when he looked at Song Yue, he knew deep down that Yi-Yun had really resolved the problem since he saw Song Yue clearly heave a sigh of relief. If not for Song Yue's need to keep controlling the crystal refining furnace, she would probably have slumped to the ground. Brother Yi-Yun, how did you do it? Taimu's shock only kept increasing. He had seen Yi-Yun arrive on this mining spirit cruiser in a seemingly wretched state, an existence that looked no different from cannon fodder. He never imagined that Yi-Yun could be this capable. Are there crystal refinement masters from the universe you come from? Asked Taimu out of curiosity. Yi-Yun shook his head. Back in the lower realms, there were desolate heaven masters. In the 12 Empyrean heavens and the sinkhole, there were alchemists. Both lineages shared several things in common, their differences stemming only from the variations in available material between the worlds. The name Crystal Refinement Master was the only thing that Yi Yun was hearing about for the first time. He had never even imagined that ore refinement would become a profession. I don't think so either. Only the crevices in the multiverse have chaos crystal ores. But that's impossible. If you don't know the crystal refinement technique, how are you? Taimu appeared completely confounded. Alright, stop questioning him. Song Yue interrupted Taimu. She could tell that Yi Yun was not interested in commenting on the subject. But without a doubt, Yi Yun had extraordinary means. It might very well stem from a mystic art that his universe had, or even a domain which the Chaos Heavens had yet to explore. Ha! At that moment, Yi Yun's nerves tightened, for he sensed a powerful perception sweep through him. Although the perception was concealed, it brought with it an immense suppression. He had the feeling of having his soul see seen through in an instant. A godly monarch. Yi Yun knew that it was from the godly monarch Crystal Refinement Master in the immortal palace above him. Although he did not pay close attention to the refinements done by juniors beneath him, he had ultimately sensed something amiss. Seal off your mind. Bai Yuan's voice resounded in Yi Yun's mind. In fact, Yi Yun had done so without Bai Yuan's exhortation. Ever since he stepped into the ore refinement pocket world, he had converged his dantian and carefully concealed his yuan qi and psyche energy. Yi Yun sensed that Bai Yuan's soul force had spread out like a web, fusing her presence with his soul si. Yi Yun did not resist Bai Yuan at that critical moment. They were now in the same boat, and if anything untoward were to happen to Yi Yun, Bai Yuan would be doomed as well. Phew! The godly monarch's perception swept past Yi Yun, but failed to discover anything odd about him. Yi Yun's cultivation level had also been concealed. Yi Yun's soul was powerful to begin with. In addition, there was Bai Yuan, an ancient godly monarch, so even the godly monarch Crystal Refinement Master in the Immortal Palace failed to discover anything odd when the duo combined their forces. This little guy is quite interesting. Inside the Immortal Palace, a purple-robed elder opened his eyes while enveloped in a layer of black mist. But immediately following that, he closed his eyes again. He had lived for so long that few things in this world could excite him. He did not pay attention to Song Yue's crystal refinement process, but he knew that she had encountered a problem with her crystal refining furnace. He had not paid any attention originally, since he did not bother with trivial matters such as furnace explosions. However, he never expected that the explosion he predicted would suddenly be stopped. The crystal refining furnace had miraculously calmed down, and the person who had resolved the situation seemed to be the weak Yi Yun. This surprised the purple-robed elder, but it was only a light surprise. Throughout his long lifespan, he encountered numerous juniors with decent abilities and secrets. Gaining his attention would require a sufficient level of prowess. In the hundreds of millions of years, only a handful of juniors had won his attention. These few of them had been recruited as his disciples, but Yi Yun was still far from reaching his required standard. Yi Yun, thank you. I apologize for mocking you. Song Yue was one who could go with the flow, even though Yi Yun had fleeced her by raising a bold condition, taking away 3 years of her savings at once. She had lived frugally to save that up to aid her breakthrough to the supremacy realm. Even though it was a heavy price, Song Yue found it much better than a furnace explosion. She had no wish to implicate Taishan and company, much less lose her chance of becoming Master Duanmu's apprentice. You said that I offended someone and was plotted against? Song Yue asked Yi Yun as she recalled his words. That's likely the case. One of the ores you used had been tampered with. Then, I guess I know who it was. Song Yue took a deep breath as a cold glint flashed in her eyes. She never expected that person to take action at this critical juncture of her being highly likely to become Master Duanmu's apprentice. What a vile person. In that case, be careful. I wish to cultivate in seclusion. I won't be joining you for a while. Yi Yun had no intention of refining or from the start. He had come here hoping to abuse the situation by absorbing energies with his purple crystal to recover his strength. His plan had failed, but thanks to Song Yue, he now had no need to worry about having material to absorb. All right. There's really no need for you to do such things. However, you have to be careful of Tsonggu. Warned Song Yue. Thank you. Yi Yun bade Song Yue farewell before returning to his residence. The moment he entered his room, Yi Yun set up restraints to prevent spying. Meanwhile, Bai Yuan released her perception from within Yi Yun's soul sea to help check his surroundings. With Bai Yuan's godly monarch-level perception, there was nothing that could escape her. Go ahead and cultivate. There doesn't seem to be anyone who will pay any attention to you on this or mining cruiser. Quickly replenish Shinton's lifeblood forces. Got it. Yi Yun immediately entered the God Advent Tower space and took out Song Yue's interspatial ring. He extended his hand to swipe the ring, producing a large pile of ore slag. There was more than 50,000 kilograms. To other warriors, the amount of ore slag would be quite substantial in value, but it could only be used as fertilizer. Absorbing the energy in the ore slag to cultivate was just too slow. It was not worth it. However, such a problem naturally did not exist for Iyun, who had the purple crystal. He sank his perception deep into the purple crystal as a purple energy vortex appeared in his dantian. Immediately, a storm seemed to stir in the God Advent Tower's pocket world. All the ore slag was reduced to smithereens by the storm, and the energy contained within was forcibly sucked up by the purple crystal. Hum hum hum. As the storm swirled, Ian felt that his weak dantian, which was akin to a dried riverbed, was welcoming a precious rain. His yuan qi was constantly rising. His strength had returned. Having been weak for too long, the sudden acquirement of strength left Ian intoxicated. However, it was still insufficient. Ian's dantian was as deep as the sea. Although a bout of rain did restore some of his strength, he was still far from his peak strength. And that's all of it. Ian was hardly contented seeing the ore slag which formed a tiny hill in front of him turn to ash. There was just too little. He had been famished for more than 10 years. The few crude ores he had absorbed felt like he had eaten a grain of rice, and now, the ore slag only felt like he had eaten a mouthful of rice. His dantian was still very empty. The energy contained in ore slag can't compare to crude ores in purity. I feel it's slightly inferior, but I wonder what effects these refined ores will have. Iyun took out an intricate wooden box from Song Yue's interspatial ring. He opened it to reveal a neat row of hexagonal crystals. Each hexagonal crystal had energy patterns left on them, making them look extremely pretty. Oh? These refined ores have labels on them? Ian noticed that each hexagonal crystal had an emblem. They marked the date based on the Chaos Heavens calendar. Ian guessed that the marks were written by Songyue every time she received a hexagonal crystal. Upon seeing this, Ian felt a little sorry for Songyue. For her to have such a unique habit, it likely had to do with how rare refined ores were. It resulted in her cherishing every ore she received. It's not easy for Songyue to live in the Chaos Heavens. I took away all her savings in one go, so she's likely feeling the pinch. When I recover my strength, I'll return the favor. With this thought in mind, Ian summoned the 9 transformation celestial silkworm. The 9 transformation celestial silkworm was asleep and already extremely weak. Its originally plump body was now dry and shriveled. It looked like a sea cucumber that had been left drying in the sun. The 9 transformation celestial silkworm was quite unhappy after being awakened, but before it could express its displeasure, its tiny nose began twitching. Oh! The 9 transformation celestial silkworm widened its eyes as it stared at the refined ores in Ian's hands. Ian's mind was linked to the 9 transformation celestial silkworms. He could sense the 9 transformation celestial silkworms' strong desire to devour them. In fact, there was no need for sensing. The little guy's saliva was already dribbling in plain sight. Don't think about eating it all. Each of us gets half. Ian knew that the 9 transformation celestial silkworm was a glutton. This bit of refined ores was not even enough for an appetizer. Woo woo. The 9 transformation celestial silkworm felt a little aggrieved knowing that it had so little to eat. Eat? In time, I will obtain some spirit herbs that can replenish your lifeblood. Refined ores could only replenish energies. The 9 transformation celestial silkworm and Lin Shintong still needed their lifeblood replenished. This required Yun to seek out natural treasures. Natural treasures in the Chaos Heavens were certainly expensive. To obtain them, Yun would naturally need to acquire copious amounts of wealth. All of this required a sound strategy. Ian temporarily put the matter aside as he sat cross-legged inside the God Advent Tower's space. With a smack of his hand, the remaining refined ores in the wooden box shattered, transforming into wisps of pure energy that flew towards him. In just 30 seconds, all the refined ores turned to white dust. Ian absorbed the energies within, allowing his dantian to be nourished once again as his strength grew. The effects of refined ores are indeed much better than crude ores. Ian's eyes lit up. He discovered that the energy within chaos ores improved greatly in quality through the purification process. This was akin to how refined elixirs had better effects for warriors despite the fact that they could just directly consume natural treasures. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1572, Xianyuan Dun. Chapter 1572, Xianyuan Dun. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. Ian's cultivation lasted 3 days and 3 nights. Due to the limited energy, he made sure to absorb every wisp of yuan qi completely, wasting not one bit. It had been years since Yi Yun had to be so frugal. Back in the sinkhole, he always used supreme-grade pills and artifacts. Spirit pills that people prepared for their breakthrough to become godly monarchs were used for his divine lord breakthrough. Although my body has regained a bit of strength, my dantian feels even emptier. The feeling of an empty dantian was similar to the way mortals felt on an empty stomach. When mortal warriors were starving, they had the feeling that they could eat an entire horse. And now, Ian felt he could eat an entire ancient fae. He cultivated his body, and as his Dragon Emperor bloodline had evolved as a result of transcending the heavenly tribulation, the hunger of his body inundated him with the recovery of his strength. Ian leaped out of the God Advent Tower's space as he phased away, appearing outside Taimu's room.
Brother Taimu. Brother E, you are done with your seclusion? Taimu quickly walked out of his room when he heard Ian's voice. Ever since Ian saved the day by preventing the crystal refining furnace from exploding, Taimu thought differently of Ian. He had a nagging feeling that there was something extraordinary about Ian. Brother E, you seem to have recovered a little. But why does it seem like you still have insufficient yuan qi? Did you not use the refined ores senior sister Songyue gave you? With Taimu's level of acuity, he naturally could not tell how massive Ian's dantian was or how tumultuous his lifeblood was. All he could see was the surface of things. Brother E, no offense, but we are about to enter the mine soon. The danger that mining poses is unimaginable. You should not be scrimping at such a moment in time. It's indeed quite a waste for us to use refined ores, but isn't life more important? After all, no ore is spent by the dead. From Taimu's point of view, just half a refined ore was sufficient to restore a warrior of their realms to pinnacle state. Ian only asked with a smile, how much longer before we enter the mines? In a day or two. Brother E, you offended.
Taimu gestured at Songgu's residence with his eyes.
Are there any restrictions when entering the mines? What happens if someone secretly absorbs the yuan qi in the mines? There are obviously restrictions. Taimu nodded.
However, these restrictions are only targeted at supreme-grade ores. As for crude ores, no one will care how much you absorb. Inside the mining zone, life and death depends on fate.
Mining is not something that happens in a day or two.
You will remain inside for a prolonged period of time.
Combat is not to be avoided. How you replenish your energies all depends on your capabilities. If we aren't even allowed to absorb the yuan qi from crude ores, wouldn't we be killed by other mining companies? Other mining companies? Yun's brows pricked up. Don't tell me you think that the chaos mine in this multiverse crack belongs to Taixia alone? The mining zone is stupendously large. There are many factions in the chaos heavens whose enterprise depends on mining.
All of them will be here to take their share of the loot. Of course, one has to have a strong fist to be able to hold one's ground. Those itinerant cultivators can forget about touching it. They would be killed before they enter the mining zone.
Got it. Yun nodded.
Brother Yun, you should not be unworried just because you can replenish your energies in the mining zone.
Finding ores to absorb energy from in the mining zone is extremely difficult.
If you aren't strong enough, you will die before finding them.
Got it. Yun smiled. He never expected there to be people from other factions.
From the looks of it, the strife in the chaos mining zone was destined to be bloody. Yun bade Taimu farewell and meditated alone in his room for 2 days and 2 nights. That day, a clanging sound suddenly resounded through the mining cruiser.
The meditating Yun suddenly opened his eyes.
He knew that the sound meant that they had arrived at the chaos mining zone.
The Taixia Ancient Mining's mining spirit cruiser would choose 2 or 3 chaos mining zones every voyage.
The target they had gone to the first time was a slightly smaller mining zone, but the second one was the biggest mining zone in the chaos heavens. This mining zone was named Xianyuan Dune. It was also the destination of the Taixia Mining spirit cruiser.
Everyone, gather.
A voice with bold undertones resounded amid the spirit cruiser.
Yun identified it as Steward Zhou's voice.
People quickly rushed to the square of the palace in the middle. Steward Zhou stood on a muster roll platform.
It exuded an ancient and mighty aura. Yun could tell that it was an impressive enchanted artifact.
In fact, when the spirit cruiser passed through the first mining zone, more than half its crew had died.
However, that did not matter.
Most of the ones who died in the first zone were cannon fodder. The truly elite could survive, and the Xianyuan Dune mining zone was where their results really mattered.
I will cut things short.
Everyone who is heading to the Xianyuan Dune, come here to receive the array formation seal.
The death rate in the Xianyuan Dune was very high.
Those in the Spirit Cruiser's crew who were crystal refinement masters did not need to head to the Xianyuan Dune.
However, ordinary miners had to go. They had no choice.
To many people, entering the mines was a gamble for their lives. But if they were to dig out precious ores, the Taixia Ancient Mining would reward them handsomely. These rewards included pills that could aid in breaking through to the Supremacy or Divine Lord realm, massive amounts of refined ores, and the core cultivation technique heritage of Taixia, and even chaos crystals.
Taixia had many people who became nouveau riche because of mining.
Through the resources rewarded to them by Taixia, they became Divine Lords.
Even in the Chaos Heavens, Divine Lords were not commonplace.
To many people, the Divine Lord realm remained a massive chasm that could hardly be scaled. Among the group of people setting out, Yun saw Songyue.
Songyue had already changed into martial attire. A long whip wound around her waist, accentuating her perfect figure. Upon seeing Songyue, Yun was taken aback. He originally believed that Songyue would not come. After all, every crystal refinement master was a precious talent to Taixia. But Yun immediately came to a realization that after he took away all of Songyue's savings, Songyue had no choice but to risk entering the mines due to her sudden lack of resources needed for cultivation, recuperation, or yuanqi restoration. If not, she would enter a vicious cycle. Besides, she had an enemy in Taixia who was unlikely to let her off easily. With this in mind, Yun touched his nose embarrassingly.
If he countered the time he had spent in the Azure Lamp of Time, Songyue was likely younger than him. Yun felt that he'd gone a little overboard for putting a young lady in such a predicament.
You are entering the Xianyuan Dune on your first mining trip. On top of that, you offended Songgu.
Take care of yourself.
Songyue exhorted him when she noticed his gaze. Thanks. Yun nodded.
At that moment, he had already walked in front of the roll muster platform.
When Yun passed through it, the roll muster platform glowed brightly. Whoosh!
An ancient and complicated array pattern shot out from the platform and entered Yun's dantian. Yun felt a jolt through his heart, but he did not resist it, allowing the array pattern to enter. He knew that this was the so-called array formation restriction which Taimu mentioned.
It was to prevent precious ores from being absorbed by miners.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1573, Roll Muster Platforms Restriction. Chapter 1573, Roll Muster Platforms Restriction. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin.
The roll muster platform beneath your feet is an ancient artifact refined out of a type of xenomorphic ore.
As Yun was implanted with a mark, Bai Yuan's voice sounded in his soul sea. Xenomorphic ores are entangled. This platforms or can note down records of other chaos ores you obtain.
When the time comes, the Taixia Ancient Mining would go according to the records to make you produce the corresponding number of ores. What the Taixia Ancient Mining truly paid attention to was the extremely rare xenomorphic ores. And ordinary crude ores were only used to maintain the Taixia Ancient Mining's daily expenses. The rare ores were moved up the chain of command and refined by the upper echelons of Taixia or be used to purchase rare treasures. The upper echelons of Taixia were the soul of Taixia Ancient Mining. It was only inevitable that ordinary warriors were squeezed by them.
Taixia's cut of the miner's harvest was not fixed.
Many a time, the rare xenomorphic ores were difficult to appraise, but when handed to Taixia, they would basically be exchanged for cultivation techniques or Divine Lord pills.
Of course, Yun viewed that as a highly imbalanced trade. However, ordinary warriors often had no choice.
This was because they had no means of entering the mining zone without coming under the Taixia Ancient Mining's banner. Having no means to obtain cultivation techniques, it would be extremely difficult for them to make any progress in the cultivation of martial arts.
A kind warning. Do not stash away any ore.
The outcome would be harsh if discovered. In addition, although these xenomorphic ores are high in value, you will not be able to process them even with them in your possession. Without crystal refinement masters to extract and purify them, direct absorption will lead to your body exploding.
If you attempt to sell it, you might even put a target on your heads. If you are done with your preparations, you can set off now. Steward Joe waved his hand as the cruiser's hatch opened.
Through the hatch, Yun saw a massive but ancient continent covered in smoke. It was so vast that it stretched deep into the void. Everyone, board a spatial shuttle in your teams to reach the Xianyuan Dune. The Taixia's spirit cruiser was docked at a spot which was still quite a distance from the Xianyuan Dune.
And on the spatial shuttle assigned to Yun's team, Yun saw a person, Songgu.
He was dressed in black robes. His thin and short body coupled with his pale face made him resemble a corpse. Upon sensing Yun's gaze, he chuckled as his smile suffused a sinister air. Yun ignored him and directly stepped into the spatial shuttle. behind Iyun was Taishan, Taimu, Songyue, and Xuan. The spatial shuttle was huge, about 10 meters long, allowing 6 people to stand in it while still having ample room. So, Songgu directed the spatial shuttle as he tore through the void and flew towards the Xianyuan dune. The other miners on the Spirit Cruiser also boarded their shuttles. Although there was quite a number of people, they were comparable to dust when compared to massive Xianyuan dune. It was completely unnoticeable. On the spatial shuttle, Iyun was constantly studying the patterns that had been injected into his body. He discovered that the patterns were a kind of tracing mark. With the mark, any miner that attempted to flee would definitely be caught. Besides, there was still their contract with the Taisha Ancient Mining. These patterns are not difficult for me to crack, but I'm still lacking in strength. It's imperative I recover my strength. Iyun muttered to himself. Even Steward Zhou was just at the Divine Lord realm. His strength was on par with Eclipse Arhats or Sacred Horizon Divine Lord's level. He posed zero threat to Iyun. The tracing patterns that the Taisha Ancient Mining planted were sufficient to keep the average warrior in line. However, how could the Taisha Ancient Mining imagine that a freak like Iyun would join their mining teams out of no choice? The Taisha Ancient Mining's teams did not head straight for the deeper depths of the Xianyuan dune. Instead, they stopped along its periphery. There was a city here. It was not strange. Many major factions came to the Xianyuan dune to mine perennially. Services had to be provided to them. The city scale was not huge. It was only about tens of kilometers in diameter. The buildings were nothing opulent, they even gave off an ancient and solemn feeling. Nearly all the buildings were constructed from the boulders mined from within the Xianyuan dune. The walls of many buildings were never sanded, revealing their jagged edges. Most of the pedestrians on the streets were either masked or cloaked in black. In short, it made it difficult to identify them. However, Iyun could tell that most of the pedestrians were not humans. This was the Chaos Heavens, a universe filled with 100 races. As Iyun walked along the city streets, he saw many stalls. Some sold weapons or pills. There were also some that sold all kinds of ores. Iyun even saw an alley which sold slaves. Huge platforms lined the stalls in the alley. The slaves on the platforms were of both sexes and of a variety of races. Although the male slaves wore shabby clothes, many of them had great physical strength. Their prices were highly disparate according to their different cultivation levels. They could be used as miners and the seller had already planted slave marks in them. Once a new owner paid the price, these slaves would do their new master's bidding. As for the female slaves, many of them were used for sexual cultivation. Iyun saw many female fae. Their figures were excellent and were probably forced by their sellers to reveal characteristics of their fae heritage, cat ears, foxtails, fish scales by the corner of their eyes, etc. The ratio of men to women in the Xianyuan dune was highly imbalanced, with many people possibly staying in the Xianyuan dune for more than a decade. As such, these female slaves were used to release any pent-up desires. Their fates were obvious. This was a bloody and dark world that had no concealed rules. Strength was supreme, allowing one to do anything they desired. Although the sinkhole worked on the same principle, it was obfuscated by a layer of righteousness. However, the Chaos Heavens was completely unmarred in that respect. This is the trading zone. If there's anything you need, you can buy some stuff. I will be here the entire time. The ore mining period will last a year, a voluptuous woman with slender hips said. She was Purple Succubus, Deputy Hall Lord the Taisha Ancient Mining's Purple Light Hall. Back when Iyun first joined the Taisha Ancient Mining, it was she who paid him his first salary. Now, Iyun was also under the Purple Light Hall's jurisdiction. The Purple Light Hall had more than 20 teams under it, Sanggu's team being one of them. However, Sanggu was from the Soul race. In terms of his mental strength or individual strength, he was abnormally powerful. Rumor had it that Sanggu's strength was even stronger than certain Hall Lords. If not for Sanggu's sinister character and him being prone to mood swings, he would probably have become one of the Hall Lords of Taisha. He. All of you will be joining me. Now, we shall buy some supplements. Sanggu licked his lips as he said to Iyun in company. Without Sanggu leading the way, the average warrior was like a headless fly since the Xianyuan dune was just too huge. Finding chaos ores was far from simple. It was even possible that Taimu and company would be killed before they could find any replenishment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1574, Spirit Tide. Chapter 1574, Spirit Tide. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Although Sanggu talked about buying supplements, few of them had the finances to really shop. There was no need to elaborate on Taishan and Taimu. As for Sonyue, after Yi Yun gorged her, she was penniless. Now, only Yi Yun was rich apart from Songgu. But Taimu never expected to see Yi Yun show no intention of buying any supplements. All Yi Yun did was glance at a few ores that were on display. There were no supreme-grade ores. Truly supreme-grade ores were probably monopolized by the major factions. Yi Yun, aren't you going to buy some supplements? Talismans or disc arrays for life preservation or escaping, or perhaps stuff like weapons. Taimu was dumbfounded to see Yi Yun standing with his hands to his back after a quick browse. He originally believed that Yi Yun had taken so much of Songyue's wealth in order to deal with Songgu. Buying talismans or one-time disc arrays was the best way to raise his strength. However, Yi Yun had no such intention in mind. These items are mediocre in quality. Yi Yun shook his head nonchalantly. Taimu was rendered speechless. The items actually failed to catch Yi Yun's eyes. These two. I want them. Songgu chortled slyly as he chose two female slaves from the slave market. One of the two female slaves was a female fae with cat ears and the other was a human girl. They looked 16 and had petite bodies with a pure, innocent charm. Ah, you have a keen eye, fellow Taoist. These two female slaves are still virgins, with their primordial yin still intact. They have not been taught before, so you can have that joy to yourself, said the slave merchant attentively. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Yun was rendered somewhat speechless. Were these the supplements that Songgu needed? Scum! Sonyue cursed under her breath. This person is extremely debauched. He is also cruel by nature. For this year at the Xianyuan Dune, he is buying new girls again. From the looks of it, the ones he bought previously have been tortured to their deaths. Upon hearing Sonyue, Yi Yun shook his head. The Chaos Heavens had such tragedies happening everywhere. It had already turned into a rule which he could not effect change on. Gather and head for the teleportation array. Songgu ignored the helpless looks of despair in the two girls' eyes. He directly stored them into his mobile cave abode. The Xianyuan Dune was just too massive. Entry into the mining zone inside the Xianyuan Dune required them to pass through a teleportation array. Just flight alone would take months. Furthermore, there was no Yuan Qi to supplement them along the way and the areas that they would pass through were fraught with danger. Even divine lords could perish if they attempted to make the journey. As such, there were 4 factions, including the Taisha Ancient Mining, that made mining their core enterprise. They set up teleportation arrays in the Xianyuan Dune which led them directly to an ore-rich zone. Of course, although these 4 factions had cooperated on this side of things, any encounters between factions in the Xianyuan Dune made them competitors that would fight to the death. Ignoring the conflicts of interest between the different factions, there were also the divisions between races. While heading to the teleportation array, Yi Yun saw a giant who was 100 feet tall looking like he was created from liquid gold. The moment he walked out of a cave abode pocket world, his body enlarged with every step. Each step quaked the grounds gently, exuding an extremely strong sense of oppression. A celestial. Yi Yun's pupils shrank. This bronze giant was a member of the ancestor god's race. However, he was a lot shorter. His 100-foot-tall height was far shorter than the ancestor gods. As though he sensed Yi Yun's gaze, the bronze giant gradually turned his head. His dark golden pupils contained an aloofness towards the world. Such a look was only something gods would possess. Celestials were the proudest race in the universe. They reared demonic servants to serve them. And in fact, to them, humans and demonic servants were lifeforms of equal standing with no difference whatsoever. The bronze giant's gaze only stayed on Yi Yun for an instant before turning elsewhere. But at that moment, Yi Yun clearly sensed Taimu and Taishan trembling beside him. Their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. Even Sonyue was not one bit better. A celestial expert made them sense a mighty oppression. A celestial. I never expected the Xianyuan Dune spirit tide this time would even stir the interest of the celestials. The celestials were mighty and lofty beings. They were few in number, therefore, even in the Chaos Heavens, celestials were hardly seen. This was even more so for warriors like Taishan and Taimu who had low cultivation realms. The number of celestial experts they had seen in their entire lives could be counted on one hand. What's a spirit tide? Yi Yun's heart stirred as he looked at Taimu. Taimu took a while to recover his senses as he said to Yi Yun, a spirit tide is a Yuan Qi stream that is spewed out from the ore reserves deep in the Xianyuan Dune. Every spirit tide results in an especially high amount of ore. Therefore, the Taisha Ancient Mining typically chooses the year of a spirit tide to engage in mining. The other factions more or less do the same. During a spirit tide, although ores are easily discoverable, the competition is more cruel due to the numerous people inside. As for celestials, they seldom appear themselves. They tend to only direct their demonic servants and demonic generals. One of the 4 major factions in the Xianyuan Dune is the Myriad Demon Valley. It was established by the celestials, but the ones administering it are usually demonic servants and demonic generals. It's odd that a celestial expert would come in person today. Could this year's spirit tide be different from the others? I see. What are the other 2 factions? Asked Yun. The other 2 factions are the 9 netherworld lands established by the ghost race and the desolate divine depository established by the Fae. Ghosts? Yun pricked up his brows. He did not speak out verbally as he sent a voice transmission to Baiyuan in his soul sea. What sort of race is that? Are the members of that race cultivators in the ghostly Tao? No. Baiyuan shook her head. They are real ghosts. What? Yun was alarmed. Doesn't that mean they are dead? You could say that. I heard of rumors of a ghost race universe. It is a universe with completely different set of heavenly Tao rules from the sinkhole. In the sinkhole, a warrior's spirit would dissipate after death. Unless they cultivated their souls to an extremely potent state, then they might be able to continue living. I'm an example, but the only one. A soul is ultimately a soul. They are still in their original world. Unless one uses possession or a heaven-defying cultivation technique like the grand reincarnation technique, there is little that can be done. But in that universe, it's completely different. There's the netherworld, the underworld, and the 9 springs. Even when a mortal dies, their souls would be retained. They would enter the underworld and into the 9 springs before undergoing samsara. The places mentioned are massive worlds. Ghosts can cultivate in cultivation techniques there to break through their realms. They can even transcend the tribulations. Ghosts that have transcended 9 lightning tribulations will condense a body of flesh and blood from their souls. They would then be ghost thearchs. That's equivalent to our godly monarch realm. As Baiyuan spoke, Yun suddenly felt a gust of biting cold air inundate him. He looked over and saw an elder dressed in black robes walking over. It was only Yun's feeling that the person was an elder, for his face was covered in a blurry gray mist. There was no way to see his face, or it was even possible that he did not have one. And he did not take strides while walking. Instead, he floated over. Was this what a member of the ghost race was? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1575, Doing as One Pleases. Chapter 1575, Doing as One Pleases. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. A dense cadaveric air emanated from the black-robed elder's body. All he did was float over, but it was enough to make the temperature around him drop sharply. It was so cold that warriors with lower cultivation levels could even see their own breaths. Upon seeing the black-robed elder, Steward Joe's body seemed to tighten up. Ian noticed this tiny detail, immediately allowing him to guess that Steward Joe was very afraid of the black-robed elder. So it's Ghost Lord Royalblood from the 9 netherworld lands. We have not met in centuries, greeted Steward Joe as he went forward with a smile. Ghost Lord Royalblood only gave him a cold glance before ignoring him completely. Steward Joe's face darkened and he looked as though he might act up, but he ultimately kept quiet. This scene was seen by many people. Yun was somewhat astonished. This was done in front of so many subordinates of the Taisho Ancient Mining, and Steward Joe was someone who obviously valued face, yet, he had tolerated this faux pas. Ghost race warriors are very difficult to deal with. When there's a difference in strength, one can unknowingly find themselves falling victim to a ghost race expert's means. Perhaps the Steward Joe has previously experienced that. Therefore, it's better to hold back than to embarrass himself in public, said Baiyuan. Ghost Lord should be equivalent to us humans' Divine Lord realm, right? Asked Yun. You can say so. Yun was enlightened. Steward Joe was already a pinnacle Divine Lord, yet, he was completely repressed by Ghost Lord Royalblood in such a situation. This made Yun turn wary of ghost race warriors. Meanwhile, Ghost Lord Royalblood suddenly took out a black ghost banner. With a casual wave of it, thousands of black shadows flew out in an instant. Hum hum hum. There was a gust of cold wind accompanied by ghastly wails. After these black shadows landed, they transformed into thousands of spectral souls. Yun had seen warriors who had cultivated in the ghost Tao in the sinkhole. They killed countless and captured the souls of people to refine them into ghost banners. There were ghost banners with 10,000 souls, or even ones with 100 million souls. Such ghost banners were typically intrinsic treasures of these ghost cultivation warriors. Sinkhole warriors viewed these techniques as unorthodox means which were greatly limited in scope. But now, the difference between the ghost banner which Ghost Lord Royalblood produced was like night and day compared to all the other ghost banners he had previously seen. The souls it released all had powerful auras. They were all Ghost Dao warriors. Yi Yun could sense that these Ghost Dao warriors each cultivated in their own cultivation techniques. They were like the miners of Taixia ancient mining. Some of them were at the Dao Palace realm, while there were others at the Supremacy realm. These are his ghost slaves? Not ghost slaves. They can be considered members of his sect. A Ghost Dao expert who has cultivated to the pinnacle Ghost Lord realm is a faction by himself. They pick the most talented spectral souls in the Netherworld or the Nine Springs and store them in their ghost banners. These ghost warriors are taught the experts' cultivation techniques and split the resources accrued. I see. Yi Yun nodded. If a single person was a faction by themselves, having a ghost banner with him meant he carried thousands of disciples wherever he went. The sheer combat strength was obvious. Ignoring Ghost Lord Royalblood's individual strength, just the strength of his faction alone was enough to make Steward Zhou bow. "Let's enter the mines," said Steward Zhou coldly. He was clearly in a bad mood after what had just happened. He did not say another word as he quickly urged his subordinates to enter the mines. None of the Taixia ancient mining members dared to disobey him while he fumed, so all of them followed behind him. Yi Yun also noticed that the Celestial and Ghost Lord Royalblood had each selected a teleportation array. Steward Zhou had led the Taixia ancient mining members to a teleportation array slightly further away. He then handed each team a tiny teleportation token. The zone of the teleportation array's destination spans about 50,000 kilometers. You will appear randomly in the zone. A year from now, we will activate the teleportation array again. As long as you are back in the same zone, the token will send you back. Yi Yun looked at the token in his hand. There was an array formation carved on the token's back, while the front had the word Taixia. All teams are to stand together. "Prepare for the teleportation transmission," said Purple Succubus. Yi Yun walked to Tai Mu's and Song Yue's side. Song Gu came over as well. He stood facing Yi Yun as he flashed a strange smile. The 5 people, including Yi Yun, stepped into a spatial shuttle. It activated and formed an independent space, enveloping the 5 within. Immediately following that, there was an intense array formation fluctuation. A bright beam of light emitted from the teleportation platform as everyone was warped away. Bam! Yi Yun only felt his ears buzz as immense spatial storms struck the spatial barriers formed by the spatial shuttle wantonly. Although the spatial storms were inferior to the primeval universe's might, they were still several times stronger than a spatial storm in a sinkhole pocket world. Such storms were very dangerous to Tai Mu and company. But at this moment, Sang-gu was skillfully driving the spatial shuttle as it tore through the storms like a fish in water. Just this was enough to make Tai Mu and company extremely envious. To them, Sang-gu's strength was a mystery. His capabilities in the ore zones left one feeling a sense of dread. Boom! Space tore as the spatial shuttle rocketed out of a spatial rift. Taishan, Tai Mu, and company felt the world spin around them. After they found their footing, they felt a hot wave surge at them. They immediately saw dark gold or sand all around them. It resembled an endless desert. From time to time, flames would burn above ground. This was the depths of the Xianyuan Dune. Yi Yun scanned his surroundings. It was different from what he expected. The Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi was also very thin here. Although it was slightly better than the multiverse cracks, it was only barely enough for his daily expenditure. To engage in combat or cultivation, he would need chaos ores as replenishments. "The smell of blood is such a joyful smell," said Song-gu as he sniffed the air as though it was fine wine. He looked at Yi Yun while saying this, the corner of his mouth curling up slightly, revealing a grotesque arc. "From this moment forth, I have the final say in everything. I sense that there's a spirit-tide geyser about 50 kilometers ahead of us. You, take point." "I'm leading the way?" "That's right. You." Song-gu smiled teasingly. "Brother Yi, this Song-gu wants you dead." At that moment, Tai Mu's Yuan Qi voice transmission sounded in Yi Yun's ears. "This Xianyuan Dune is a land of death. There are invisible traps and chaos vortices that can kill anything. There are also strange ancient or rifts that might lure such people into a land of peril. Song-gu has a sensor disk array that allows him to avoid those. But with you in front, Song-gu will definitely not warn you. You are doomed." "I see." Yi Yun nodded as he smiled. He did not say it with a Yuan Qi voice transmission, but spoke it out loud. "After leaving Xianyuan City in Taixia, it seems you can do as you please." "Ha ha ha." Song-gu laughed maniacally. "Isn't that obvious?" Here, I can do as I please. You have two choices. Either lead the way or die. Songgu's voice was filled with killing intent. Away from the upper management of the Taisha, he was the absolute ruler. Taimu was anxious while Songyue remained silent. Songgu was simply too infamous. No one dared to cross him. Even if Songyue's strength rose by 10 times, she was still not Songgu's match. You must have been team leader for many years, right? Yi-Yun suddenly posed a question. It sounded baffling, causing the rest to be taken aback. They had no idea why Yi-Yun was saying that out of the blue. Songgu frowned and sneered. Do you wish for that sentence to be your last words? That's just too disappointing. Yi-Yun continued talking as he wished. I think you should have gathered quite a bit of stuff from being team leader after all these years. At the very least, you should be richer than Songyue. As Yi-Yun spoke, he suddenly took a step forward and punched out. Although it was a punch without any gaudy display, it rent the world asunder. It had the might to destroy astronomical bodies, and instantly, Yi-Yun, who looked to be lacking in yuan qi, suddenly became as powerful as a primordial dragon. The surging lifeblood billowed like the flames of war that headed straight for the firmaments. This is... Songgu did not even have the time to wipe the sinister smile off his face. It was already frozen even as the color in his face drained from shock. Before he could realize what was happening, he sensed Yi-Yun's terrifying punch lock onto him, leaving him stifled. What are you? Songgu nearly bit the tip of his tongue to use the intense pain to force out his potential. He forcefully broke through the restraints of Yi-Yun's punch while spitting out a black talisman. He threw it at Yi-Yun, but Yi-Yun's punch was already right in front of him. Bam! His protective yuan qi tore apart like paper as Yi-Yun's punch landed squarely on Songgu's face. Ka-cha! His facial bones shattered as his nose sank in. His eyeballs exploded, splattering blood everywhere. Songgu cried out tragically and flew hundreds of feet away like a gunny sack before slamming heavily into the dark golden ground. His body convulsed and his face was completely caved in. None of his facial features could be seen. It looked extremely tragic. Behind Yi-Yun, everyone else had failed to react in time. All it took was a split second and Songgu had flown backward and was on the brink of death. What just happened? It was apparently because of Yi-Yun's one punch. They widened their eyes as they looked at Yi-Yun as though he was a god. They were unable to close their agape mouths. What a coincidence. I can also do as I please after leaving the Taisha. As Yi-Yun spoke, he chuckled. His smile had a nasty hint to it. For decades, he had either been traveling alone through the multiverse barriers that only made him feel despair, or holding back while on board the Taisha spirit cruiser due to his weak condition. And now in the Shenyuan Dune, although he was far from reaching his pinnacle strength, he felt like he was a fish back in water, an eagle soaring back into the skies. He could do as he pleased. Although all he did was deliver a punch, it made him feel good, wiping away all the displeasures he previously experienced. However, Yi-Yun's smile changed the expressions of Taimu and company. The seemingly harmless Yi-Yun was even more terrifying than Songgu. At that moment, Yi-Yun had already walked towards Songgu. With a beckon, Songgu's interspatial ring flew into his hand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1576, Back to the Peak. Chapter 1576, Back to the Peak. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Songgu's interspatial ring felt a little heavy to the touch. This surprised Yi-Yun slightly. His senses immediately told him that the ring had been constructed from chaos ores. The methods and materials used to create Chaos Heaven's spatial treasures were different from the sinkholes. Thus, they were able to have even greater capacities. You will die a horrible death. Songgu's body was bleeding profusely. His teeth had been smashed in, but his throat could still produce sound. When he saw Yi-Yun take away his interspatial ring, he felt a tug at his heart. That was all the wealth he had accumulated over the years. But now, Yi-Yun had taken it all. How could he not be angry that the person who had pushed him to the brink of death was taking away the wealth he had gone to arduous efforts to accumulate? There was no way he could die in peace. Little bastard. If you kill me, Taisha will know. Someone will seek revenge for me. They will tear you apart and torture you for thousands of years, Songgu said as he gnashed his teeth. Even though there were few left in his mouth. But as that last word escaped his lips, his voice came to a halt. Yi-Yun had stomped his face with one foot. Ka-cha! Songgu's already cracked skull cracked another time as he convulsed, spewing even more blood. Yi Yun kicked Song Gu up before punching him in the heart. Bam! Song Gu's heart exploded upon the powerful impact. Meanwhile, Yi Yun's destruction energies surged into Song Gu's soul. As a member of the soul race, the core of his body was his soul C. However, his soul C dissipated the moment Yi Yun's energy surge hit it. Following that, his soul was wiped out of existence. He's dead. Taimu and company gulped mouthfuls of saliva. Song Yue's face was ghastly pale. They could not have figured that the usually sickly-looking Yi Yun was actually that ruthless. Song Yue instantly came to the realization that Yi Yun had deliberately concealed his prowess when he came to Taixia. He managed to expertly conceal his strength, making it so no one realized how terrifying he was. Now, with them in the Xianyuan Dune, Yi Yun was like a tiger out of a cage. He could do as he pleased. Upon realizing Yi Yun was looking at her, Song Yue's heart tightened. She subconsciously took a step back. The present Yi Yun could kill them with a mere thought. Yi Yun could see the fear in Song Yue's and Taimu's hearts. He said, "There's no need to be afraid. I will not attack unless attacked. Besides, I'm indebted to Miss Song Yue. Without your refined ores, I would not have defeated Song Gu today. All of you can now leave, or follow me on this journey. I will seek a safe place, allowing all of you to reap a sufficient harvest and survive this year in peace." After Yi Yun said so, he looked at Song Yue and company. They hesitated momentarily, but none of them left. Mining or in the Xianyuan Dune required a guide. Now that Song Gu was dead, they would be like headless flies if they went out and wandered randomly. It would be extremely dangerous. And Yi Yun's strength was far greater than Song Gu's. Although Yi Yun was a human and likely lacked the ability to operate Song Gu's seeking compass, he was, at the very least, stronger than all of them. Since none of you wish to leave, just wait here. I want to absorb the chaos ores to restore my strength. While saying so, Yi Yun conjured a spatial barrier and enveloped himself in it. To Taimu and company, it was as though he vanished into thin air. Having killed and plundered, Yi Yun's eyes lit up as he rummaged through Song Gu's interspatial ring. Song Gu was just too rich. He had about 300 to 400 kilograms of refined ores. As for crude ores, he had more than 5,000 kilograms. As for ore slag and other low-class items, Sang Gu clearly had no interest in keeping them. Apart from that, Sang Gu also had many pills, artifacts and talismans. These talismans were all bought by Song Gu at high prices for the sake of preserving his life. But unfortunately, he had made Yi Yun his enemy. The difference in strength was too huge that he had no time to use them before being killed by Yi Yun. These things naturally came under Yi Yun's possession. Even if he would not use them, he could sell them in turn. This old bastard even has a mobile cave abode. After killing Song Gu, the mobile abode which Song Gu had refined into his body also separated from him automatically. Artifacts of the cave abode type were worth a lot. Yi Yun naturally did not stand on ceremony with it. At that moment, the Xianyuan Dune was not considered a safe environment. He had no time to take count of all the treasures Song Gu had left behind. All he did was take out all of the ores within. Instantly, Yuan Qi surged throughout the sealed space Yi Yun had conjured. The Yuan Qi was extremely pure and was of timely assistance to Yi Yun. Yi Yun had suffered tough days on his initial arrival into the Chaos Heavens. Now, he had suddenly become a nouveau riche. Yi Yun took a deep breath as his perception connected with the purple crystal. All the energies within the Chaos ores surged straight into Yi Yun's dantian. Yi Yun's body had been empty for far too long. Even the replenishments he obtained from Song Yue were far from sufficient. He had saved every bit he could, but now, there was finally no need to be stingy. Pai pai pa pa. As copious amounts of refined ores turned to dust, Yi Yun felt that his strength was rapidly rising. His meridians also constantly expanded from the tidal surge of Yuan Qi. Little guy, this is yours. Yi Yun naturally did not forget the 9 transformations celestial silkworm. Although the 9 transformations celestial silkworm was inside the God Advent Tower, it had already woken up when it smelled chaos ores. Yi Yun had no need to hold back. He threw more than 50 kilograms of refined ores to the 9 transformations celestial silkworm for its absorption. The 9 transformations celestial silkworm was instantly overjoyed as it pounced straight into the ore pile and absorbed its energies. An hour later, when 300 kilograms of refined ores turned to dust, Yi Yun suddenly opened his eyes. His strength had finally returned to its peak. Furthermore, he was even stronger than before. In the past 2 to 3 decades, he had been flying in the multiverse cracks. He had bordered on life and death numerous times. With severely limited Yuan Qi, he had to push his vitals to its limits. In a way, that experience was a form of training for Yi Yun. If he was described as a newly cast sword when he broke through to the Divine Lord realm, then the past few decades of flying in the multiverse barrier was like him coming under a grinding stone. It made him even sharper. Unknowingly, Yi Yun had already been in the Divine Lord realm for about 70 years. Counting his time in the Azure Lamp of Time, there was about 3 to 4 centuries. The foundations of the Divine Lord realm needed time to fortify. To many geniuses, even several millennia was not considered a long period of time for that to happen. Yi Yun, with your strength, you are already invincible under anything below the godly monarch realm.
At that moment, Bai Yuan's voice sounded.
There was a wistful tone to her voice.
In terms of talent, she was ultimately inferior to Yi Yun.
If not, she probably could have followed after him billions of years ago. With Yi Yun's cultivation time, his progress could be described as nothing but a miracle.
However, Yi Yun did not think much of it.
Being invincible under the godly monarch realm was far from sufficient. His opponents was the ancestor god, a being who could suppress the numerous godly monarchs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1577, or Seekers. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
After the barrier vanished, Taimu and company could clearly sense that Yi Yun had changed again. But they had no idea what about him was different.
For him to so easily kill Songgu, they believed that Yi Yun was a royal sealed divine lord at the very least. A royal sealed divine lord would be an outer sect steward in Taixia.
This was a position above what purple succubus held.
Also, Yi Yun's age was a mystery. Song previously found Yi Yun young, but her realm was limited.
It was not something she could deduce if Yi Yun wanted to hide his age and deliberately make others feel that he was a junior.
How much do you usually obtain when mining for a year? Asked Yi Yun. Senior, we would typically harvest a few hundred kilograms of crude ores.
If we are lucky, a kilogram of refined ores. The refined ores that Taimu referred to were in fact crude ores with higher energy purity. They would be about the same quality and price as the refined ores which Songyue refined using a crystal refining furnace.
That was not considered a huge harvest.
Oh?
No xenomorphic ores?
Upon hearing Yi Yun, Taimu smiled bitterly.
Xenomorphic ores aren't that easily obtained by the likes of us. Don't put weight on the restrictions placed on us. In fact, the upper management does not have any hopes of us finding xenomorphic ores.
The ores are located in both hidden and dangerous places.
Sometimes, the appearance of xenomorphic ores attracts many experts to their location. That level of the combat is not something we can be a part of.
Usually, there can be low-level disciples obtaining a xenomorphic ore or two, but that would be quite amazing if it happened once every 1 to 2 centuries.
Taixia Ancient Mining's xenomorphic ore are all harvested by stewards and core disciples.
Aside from us, it sends a bunch of elites for the mining each time. They work independently and they target xenomorphic ores.
I get it. Yi Yun nodded. Xenomorphic ores were extremely valuable. Even at a rate of once every 1 to 2 centuries, the Taixia Ancient Mining's upper echelons would definitely not miss out on them.
It would still put restraints on every miner. Senior E, you can try your hand at vying for xenomorphic ores.
If you really obtain one and hand it over to the Taixia Ancient Mining, you would be rewarded handsomely. Besides, with you being so powerful, you will be made an outer sect steward at the very least.
Yi Yun smiled without a reply. He did not have any negative feelings toward the Taixia Ancient Mining. Although it was profit-minded and exploited the miners under it, that was an unspoken rule in the Chaos Heavens. The situation was as such, and all the major factions were trying their best to improve themselves. They had no choice but to do so. However, lacking negative feelings did not imply having positive ones. It was naturally impossible for him to hand over most of his harvest.
Sonyue, this is for you. Yi Yun threw out an interspatial ring. Sonyue was taken aback as she subconsciously caught it.
When she swept it with her psyche, she was instantly alarmed.
There was 5 kilograms of refined ores inside and a massive amount of crude ores.
It was about the same amount of wealth that Yi Yun had taken from her previously.
Senior E, this is.
I was injured when I first came to Taixia.
I was in urgent need of chaos ores to replenish my empty yuan qi.
Borrowing was impossible, so all I could do was target your holdings. Now that I have recovered most of my strength, it's time to return the ores I took from you.
The corners of Song Yue's mouth twitched, but she eventually accepted it.
Yi Yun had taken her wealth as a form of equivalent exchange. It would have been completely acceptable for him to not return any of it. However, she was just too poor, and although she felt a little embarrassed, she bit the bullet and accepted it.
Thank you, Senior E, said Song Yue with a bow.
Of course, Song Yue had also guessed that the ores which Yi Yun had given her were not considered much to him. Yi Yun did not make any unnecessary explanations regarding how they addressed him as senior. All he said was, "Follow me. I won't be able to escort you around all the time. I'll place you somewhere and, when the time comes, you will have to depend on yourself." Yi Yun had his own agenda. Bringing them around was inconvenient for him, but he did not find it right to abandon them. After all, he had killed Song Gu. Without Song Gu, these people could hardly survive in the Xianyuan Dune. Senior Yi, Sang Gu had a disc array that's specially used to seek chaos ores. As long as one is mentally powerful enough, they will be able to operate the disc array as long as they know the formulations. However, such formulations are a secret of Taixia. "We do not know them," Song Yue said wistfully. Yi Yun's potency was undeniable, but seeking ores was not something through immense strength alone. The Xianyuan Dune was just too huge. The chaos ores were scattered around it like gold in a desert. One needed special means to find them. In the chaos heavens, there were specialized ore seekers. They had all sorts of mystic arts, and acquirement of these mystic arts depended on perception, experience, intuition, and mental strength. On the contrary, it had nothing to do with battle strength. Song Gu was only a low-leveled ore seeker. At best, he could only find crude ores or refined ores. To find these ores with a disc array was considered neither a difficult or easy task. The ore seekers who could find xenomorphic ores were titled with telluric masters. They were people that all major factions would fight to rope in. Their standings were not lower than crystal refinement masters. "Is this it?" Yi Yun took out an unadorned disc array. "Yes, that is Song Gu's disc array." Song Yue nodded when she saw it. Yi Yun attempted using it. Usage of the disc array was not considered complicated, but it had an additional secure layer which required psyche powers to unlock. If Yi Yun tried, he could unlock it, but Yi Yun had no interest in it. He crushed the disc array, for he discovered that there was a mental imprint hidden inside the disc array. It was not Song Gu's and was likely left behind by Taixia. Taixia had left a backdoor in their disc arrays. Yi Yun was planning to stay in the Chaos Heavens for at least a year. He did not wish his location to be monitored by Taixia constantly through the disc array. Upon seeing Yi Yun destroy the disc array, Song Yue felt alarmed. She had the intention to stop him, but she was too late. But upon second thought, Yi Yun had no way of using the disc array anyway. The disc array was quite expensive, yet he had destroyed it so easily. Having lost their means of seeking ores, Song Yue could not help but turn disheartened. "Follow me," said Yi Yun. The worldly laws in the Xianyuan Dune were abnormally potent. Warriors had their perception repressed and were unable to extend it out far. Furthermore, the terrain was very unique. Even with Yi Yun's potent perception, all he could do was penetrate a few hundred feet. I wonder what means are available to those ore seekers. Back in the Sun Burial Sand Sea, I did encounter people with similar means. They were able to use the art of feng shui to seek out treasures. While Yi Yun pondered over the matter, he activated the purple crystal's energy vision. Everything seemed to turn transparent as the land turned a pale gray like it was covered in mist. Only energy sources appeared abnormally clear in Yi Yun's vision. It was like starlight in the darkness of the night. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1578 Xiaomeng. 1578 Xiaomeng. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. The purple crystal could sense energy in a way that was impervious to all obstructions. The Xianyuan Dune was like a massive treasure trove to Yi Yun. These specks of energy points are likely chaos ores. However, they are too scattered and weak, Yi Yun muttered to himself. The purple crystal's energy vision allowed him to see everything within hundreds of kilometers easily. He saw hundreds of points of light. It sounded quite a sizable number, but based on his past experience with absorbing chaos ores, he knew that each of the 100 points of light only meant dozens of kilograms to around 50 kilograms of crude ores. Furthermore, many of the ores were buried thousands of feet deep. To excavate them from the Xianyuan Dune's firm lands would be a tiring task. This also explained why ore seekers enjoyed such esteemed positions in the Xianyuan Dune. Finding chaos ores while randomly digging in the Xianyuan Dune was just too improbable. Oh. This is... While surveying the surroundings with his energy vision, Yi Yun suddenly sensed something. He was stunned to realize that there were two weak wisps of energy inside the cave abode left behind by Song Gu. One of the energies had attracted Yi Yun's attention. It's them. Yi Yun recalled that Song Gu had bought two girls when he first came to the Xianyuan Dune city. One of them was human, while the other was a fae with cat ears. Yi Yun had planned on releasing the two girls after his expedition in the Xianyuan Dune was over. But now, he sensed something abnormal about one of the girls. With a thought, Yi Yun released the two girls. The two girls were somewhat flustered after being suddenly teleported out of the cave abode. They looked around in horror, seeking out Sanggu immediately. The old bastard had a perverted look when he bought them, one that had left them mentally stressed. However, Sanggu had disappeared. Facing them was only Yi Yun. You. The human girl was like a frightened bunny. She was completely unsure as to what awaited her. As a girl who had been made into a slave in the chaos heavens where the strong preyed on the weak, her fate was simply tragic. Where is that man? The human girl mustered her courage to ask the question. Back when Sanggu purchased them, they had been implanted with contractual marks. Although she had a weak cultivation level, she could sense that the contractual mark had turned intangible. He has been killed by me, said Yi Yun very calmly. The human girl's expression turned pale, but she did not respond. It was very common for murder to happen in the chaos heavens, however, it also meant that her fate had been placed on a different trajectory. She only had a different owner now. Her life was still subject to Yi Yun's whims. Yi Yun ignored the human girl and instead stared at the female fae. She looked like a mortal of about 16. She had adorable and petite cat ears, as well as an intricate but furry tail. Yi Yun's eyes were locked onto the girl's abdomen. This extremely invasive gaze made the female fae's expression freeze up while she retreated a few steps. What? What do you want? The cat girl asked suspiciously. Yi Yun smiled. You appear to be very different. If not for the purple crystal and his resurgence of strength, he would have been fooled by the female fae. Of course, this was also because Yi Yun had not paid attention to her prior to this. The cat-eared girl's expression changed instantly. She bit down at her lips in silence. Anyone would have believed that the female fae was a young cat-eared girl who could not fend for herself. However, Yi Yun discovered that she was just like him in his previous weakened state. Her fae essence had been drained, and without any energy replenishments, she was like a candle in the wind. It resulted in her weak aura. She was still able to hide her cultivation level while having a weak aura. It easily made others think nothing of her. This girl was indeed not very old, but she was definitely no simple weakling. Her strength was likely above Sanggu's. Yi Yun suspected that, if Sanggu had brought her along with him, it was likely that he would one day succumb to her once she found an opportunity to regain her strength. Your Fey Course cultivation level is not what it's presently showing, right? Yi Yun said softly through a Yuan Chi voice transmission. This statement made the cat-eared girl's expression turn even nastier. It was already meaningless to continue disguising herself. Without a doubt, Yi Yun had seen through her. Shouldn't you be telling me your background? Yi Yun pressed when he saw her remain silent. I do not wish to have a person with secrets around me. If I did, I wouldn't feel secure. Perhaps, you might have nefarious thoughts towards me once you regain your strength. Yi Yun's tone was already cold when he said the latter half of his sentence. This was the Chaos Heavens, which was highly competitive and cruel. Although that environment was not only limited to the Chaos Heavens. Yi Yun would not easily trust anyone even in the sinkhole. He was constantly wary of others. The cat-eared girl hesitated for a moment before she said, I'm a maidservant from the Desolate Clan. Desolate Clan? Yi Yun pricked up his brows. You mean the Desolate Divine Depository? The Desolate Divine Depository was one of the 4 major factions stationed in the Xianyuan Dune and was established by the Fae. Sanggu had mentioned it previously. The Desolate Divine Depository is only one of the mining entities of the Desolate Clan. The Desolate Clan is a lot more massive. No matter how massive a faction is, it's impossible for them to make you a maidservant, right? Yi Yun guessed that her cultivation level was equivalent to a human's Divine Lord cultivation level. This also meant that she was a Fey Lord. Such a young Fey Lord would be a top genius in any major faction. How could such a genius be a maidservant? There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. I'm an orphan. The Desolate Clan raised me. Yi Yun looked at the cat-eared girl's expression, which seemed genuine. He believed her for the time being, but he did not believe that the Desolate Clan was so powerful that it could relegate a genius into a maidservant. This likely meant that the maidservant served someone extraordinary. This person was likely an extremely important figure in the Desolate Clan. And as their personal maidservant, she was the closest person to that figure. She was unlikely to be just a mere maidservant. Continue. I was sent on a mission and, just as I was about to complete it, I encountered an expert from the ghost race. My entire team suffered terrible losses. Although the mission was barely completed, I was heavily injured. In a way, I avoided death by escaping to this place.
What was your mission? Asked Yi Yun. The cat-eared girl hesitated for a moment before speaking truthfully. It's a map. Oh? What is this map related to? Yi Yun knew that he was asking too many questions, but he did not care.
This was the Chaos Heavens. If it were Songgu, he would have first raped her until she passed out from exhaustion when he realized that he had such a powerful genius girl under him. He could then search her soul for the relevant information. It's related to the God Confusion Valley, when the cat-eared girl said that, Taimu and company exchanged looks.
God Confusion Valley? Oh, all of you know about it? Yi Yun looked at Taimu, Songyue, and company.
Songyue said, yes. That place is in the Xianyuan Dune. The reason for its name has to do with legends that even godly monarchs would lose their way in the God Confusion Valley. Although it might be exaggerated, it's unlikely to be too far from the truth. Upon realizing that Yi Yun was interested, the cat-eared girl hurriedly said, the map isn't on me.
It was taken back to the Desolate Clan by a fellow Fey expert. You won't get it even if you kill me.
It was precisely because of this reason that the cat-eared girl was willing to tell Yi Yun of the matter.
What does the God Confusion Valley have? It's best you tell me everything you know. I do not wish to ask one question at a time. My patience is limited, said Yi Yun impatiently.
I do not know the details either, but it has something very important to the Desolate Clan.
I have told you all I know.
I advise you not to entertain any unrealistic fantasies about the God Confusion Valley.
Without a map, you will only die inside.
As the cat-eared girl said that, a strange glint flashed in her eyes.
Yi Yun was sharp.
He immediately noticed her intentions.
Oh? Yi Yun smiled. Are you trying to goad me on? You wish for me to die in the God Confusion Valley? As he spoke, Yi Yun's aura was already bearing down on the cat-eared girl.
With her enervated body, she could hardly withstand the pressure. She retreated several steps back as she gasped for breath. I do not like being manipulated by others.
Let me guess. Your master is likely in the God Confusion Valley, right? You wish for me to bring you there, allowing your master to save you. Perhaps, your goal is even to appear in the Xianyuan Dune and wait for your master?
However, you were simply not very careful and ended up being caught by slave merchants.
Yi Yun instantly realized what was happening.
It was even possible that the spirit tide was related to the God Confusion Valley. Previously, many experts from the other races had appeared when the Taixia first came to the Xianyuan Dune. Even a celestial had come from the Myriad Demon Valley. Perhaps, these people had come to the Xianyuan Dune because of the God Confusion Valley. As for Taixia, it could already be one step slower. Yi Yun felt that it was unlikely Taixia had made sufficient preparations. It was unlikely that they had obtained a map. He shot a glance at the cat-eared girl and saw her face covered in sweat before he rescinded his aura. He was only planning to probe for intelligence and did not plan to do anything to the cat-eared girl, but she had schemed against him and tried to manipulate him. This naturally made him unhappy. In fact, I was planning on saving you in passing, but now, I have changed my mind, said Yi Yun coldly. The cat-eared girl's face turned pale as she said through clenched teeth. Either you kill me now, or you will not be spared once my young master knows of it. Are you threatening me? Sneered Yi Yun. No. All I'm telling you is that my young master's strength is nothing you can imagine. The cat-eared girl seemed extremely proud when she mentioned her young master.
Who is your young master? Songyue could not help but ask. The Desolate Clan's Xiaomong Xian.
The cat-eared girl said firmly without any of the weakness she previously displayed. Xiaomong Xian. Songyue drew a cold gasp when she heard the name.
It immediately felt like she was bemoaning her inadequacies. So it's Xiaomong, Bai Yuan's voice sounded in Yi Yun's mind. You know him? Yeah, Bai Yuan nodded. The Desolate Clan resides in the Desolate. There are a few major surnames, each older than the other. Xiaomong is one of them.
Back when I was in the Chaos Heavens, Xiaomong was already a famous and illustrious name.
It had also produced many Fey thearchs.
For the Xiaomong line to last to this day, its legacy is probably unimaginable. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1579 God Confusion Valley. Chapter 1579 God Confusion Valley. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
Actually, even without Bai Yuan's explanation, Yi Yun managed to guess from the expressions Songyue and company had. It was as though they did not even deserve to look up at Xiaomong. To the low-leveled warriors of the Chaos Heavens, Xiaomong Xian stood at an unattainable height, one so unimaginably high. It was within the cat-eared girl's expectations to see the reactions of Song Yue and company at the mention of Xiaomong Xian's name. Compared to Xiaomong Xian, these people were not even considered bumpkins. They were at best ants. She felt that the shock they experienced was only right. My young master has only cultivated for 1,500 years, but he has already transcended the lifeblood heavenly tribulation, attaining an indestructible body. Not only that, my young master is widely read in array formations, alchemy, and even ore-seeking arts. I believe all of you have heard a thing or two about him. When the cat-eared girl said that, her face was filled with adoration and pride. Lifeblood heavenly tribulation? Yi Yun's brows pricked up. The sinkhole's heavenly Tao had been severed, so he lacked an understanding of the heavenly tribulations. As such, he was very interested to learn more about them. He had experienced a catharsis from a heavenly tribulation once, and it greatly strengthened him. Don't tell me you aren't even aware of a lifeblood heavenly tribulation? The cat-eared girl looked at Yi Yun as though he was someone with limited knowledge. Although heavenly tribulation has little to do with humans, it being something only the Fae and Ghost race experience, you should still have heard about it at the very least. The heavenly tribulations of the Fae and Ghost race have many grades. Only a typical pinnacle Fae Lord deserves experiencing a lifeblood heavenly tribulation. By transcending it, they would become a half-step Fae the Arch. As for my young master, he was only a mid-stage Fae Lord when he attracted the lifeblood heavenly tribulation. In the future, when he becomes a Fae the Arch, he might once again attract another heavenly tribulation. If that happens, he would end up with a double tribulation divine body. The cat-eared girl said proudly. Taimu, Song Yue, and company felt wistful inside. The differences between people was just too large. As it was, they were still struggling to make a living in their minds, but Xiaomong Xian had already transcended a lifeblood heavenly tribulation, making him a potential Fae the Arch. That was equivalent to being a human godly monarch. Even the entire Taixia only had a handful of godly monarchs. Furthermore, they were experts from an older generation. Someone from the younger generation was simply too distant from being a godly monarch. I happen to be young master Xiaomong's personal maidservant. If I were to die here, my young master will definitely avenge me, said the cat-eared girl. Yi Yun sneered. Are you threatening me? I am not. If you were to send me to young master Xiaomong's side, he would spare no expense in rewarding you. What just happened will no longer be pursued. Young master's rewards will probably be unimaginably handsome for someone like you, said the cat-eared girl. A clan that had existed for so long that its unit of measure was in billions of years made it a respectable existence simply from the mention of its name. The Xiaomong clansmen were born with a sense of pride because the blood of the Xiaomong clan flowed in them. A corner of the cat-eared girl's mouth curled up. She was certain that her status had changed. She went from being a slave to Yi Yun's benefactor. How could a ore-mining warrior not feel moved when enticed with the Xiaomong clan's rewards? Yi Yun sized up the cat-eared girl as he sneered inwardly. The cat-eared girl did not hide any of her thoughts, as though she was certain he would submit to her request. Xiaomong clan. God Confusion Valley. Do you know where the God Confusion Valley is? Yi Yun looked back to ask Song Yue and Taimu. They shook their heads in a daze. Its location was simply too mysterious. Usually, just mining in the periphery was fraught with danger, so why would they show any motivation to go towards the God Confusion Valley? Senior Yi, don't tell me you really intend to head there? Song Yue was shocked. Even the Xiaomong clan needed a map for entry. Wouldn't Yi Yun be seeking death if he went in alone? Besides, the path to the God Confusion Valley was definitely plagued with endless dangers. Yes. Yi Yun nodded as he turned to the cat-eared girl. You should know where is it, right? Since the celestial, Fae, and ghost experts had gathered in the Xianyuan Dune, it probably meant that something impressive was appearing in the God Confusion Valley. Yi Yun did not wish to miss it. At the very least, he wanted to know what it was. The cat-eared girl was delighted when she heard that. Indeed, for someone like Yi Yun who only made a living by mining, he could not resist the temptations of the Xiaomong's handsome rewards. As long as she went to the God Confusion Valley, there was a high chance of her finding Xiaomong Xian. She hurriedly said, I naturally know the way to the God Confusion Valley. As for the dangers inside the God Confusion Valley, don't worry. My young master will naturally protect you. The dangers in the Xianyuan Dune are nothing to him. However, the moment she said that, Yi Yun suddenly conjured a seal which entered straight into the cat-eared girl's body. In her heavily injured state, she had no means of resisting. The cat-eared girl immediately felt a domineering and violent aura wrap her fey core. All it took to reduce her to nothing was a single thought from Yi-Yun.
What are you doing?
The cat-eared girl was horrified. Yi-Yun looked at her as the corners of his mouth curled into a meaningful curve.
You are mistaken.
I'm getting you to lead the way, not to find your young master, but because I want to go to the God Confusion Valley. Lead the way, for that's the only chance you have to survive.
Yi-Yun's cold voice entered the cat-eared girl's ears.
It made her produce a look of utter disbelief.
There was actually someone who dared cross Xiaomang Xian despite hearing his name?
Was he sick of living? Taimu and company never expected that Yi-Yun would not only be unswayed, but would actually double down on his merciless attitude towards the cat-eared girl.
Yi-Yun did not elaborate. He immediately produced Songgu's spatial shuttle. Yi-Yun had already claimed it for himself. Not only was it fast, but it also conserved Yuan Qi.
Taimu, Taishan and company were taken aback when they saw the spatial shuttle.
Senior Yi, what are you doing? Don't tell me you plan on using the spatial shuttle to rush across the Xianyuan Dune? Danger lurked at every turn in the Xianyuan Dune.
Not only was an Ore-Seeker needed to lead the way, but utmost care had to be taken while proceeding as well. Every segment traversed required the use of a disc array to repeatedly survey the surroundings. Certain places in the Xianyuan Dune were naturally formed lands of peril.
Even a mighty figure might not survive if they blindly entered them.
Under such circumstances, even a veteran with rich experience would not dare proceed too quickly, much less use a spatial shuttle for traveling.
It was practically suicide. That's right. Yi-Yun had no intention to waste time.
This, Taimu, Sanyue, and company had no choice but to enter the spatial shuttle.
The cat-eared girl's expression turned pale. A seal had already been injected into her by Yi-Yun.
What else could she say? All she could do was enter the spatial shuttle with Yi-Yun. Deep down, she hoped Yi-Yun would die on the journey, but she was also afraid that she would never meet Xiaomang Xian again.
Senior Yi, you have to proceed slowly.
I know you are extremely perceptive, but many lands of peril cannot be probed.
Sanyue suggested weakly when she boarded the spatial shuttle.
All right.
Yi-Yun responded tersely.
In the next moment, the spatial shuttle had transformed into a beam of light, shooting straight forward like a released arrow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1580, Ore-Seeking. Chapter 1580, Ore-Seeking. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. Senior E. The sudden acceleration gave Sanyue a fright.
She nearly lost her balance since Yi-Yun was navigating the spatial shuttle at a speed far faster than Songgu.
Taimu, Taishan, and company wore pale expressions.
The speed at which they flew was practically inviting death upon them. From the looks of it, Yi-Yun had completely ignored Songyue's previous warning.
Perhaps Senior E is formidable in strength. He should likely be able to handle it. Taimu spoke with a trembling voice.
Clearly, he did not even believe what he was saying.
Stop making a fuss.
My young master can go at even faster speeds while driving a crimson flying cloud here. This person is simply relying on his perception, which gives him the guts to go this fast, said the cat-eared girl proudly. In fact, she also felt that Yi-Yun was going too fast. She did not care if Yi-Yun and the rest died, but there was no way she could reunite with her young master if she died. At that moment, an even more powerful force transmitted over, causing everyone in the entire spatial shuttle to shake. The spatial shuttle had sped up again. Everyone felt as though their hearts were leaping out of their chests.
The cat-eared girl's expression instantly turned nasty.
This was nearly the maximum speed of the spatial shuttle. Although the cat-eared girl mentioned that the crimson flying cloud was fast, it was a superior grade flying artifact.
Ordinary warriors would not even see it, much less use it.
She was completely unimpressed with the spatial shuttle she was on. For such an ordinary craft to move at such speeds, any slight deviation could put their lives at risk. Swish! 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 While everyone was feeling nervous, the spatial shuttle tore through the desert's atmosphere like a bolt of lightning. The short period of 15 minutes felt like days to Songyue and company.
Everyone had broken out into cold sweat. We've stopped?
At that moment, they realized that the spatial shuttle had suddenly stopped above a black desert.
Could it be that Yi-Yun had finally given up such terrifying flying speeds? That would be great.
Although the cat-eared girl did not say a word, she was secretly heaving a sigh of relief. However, the spatial shuttle did not immediately leave after it came to a halt. Yi-Yun left the spatial shuttle, and while everyone watched him intently, he suddenly raised his palm and struck the ground.
Boom! The ground cratered in with a loud boom, as a gigantic imprint was left in it.
What is Senior Yi doing? Tai Mu was perplexed. At that moment, Song Yue's eyes lit up. She said in shock, "There's a pale black glow along the periphery of the palm imprint. That's not sand, but a chaos or mineral vein." Tai Mu and Xuan wore looks of pleasant surprise. The chaos ores in the mineral vein were of extremely high quality. As a crystal refinement master, Song Yue naturally could identify it at a glance. Yi Yun had managed to find such a mineral vein despite traveling at such breakneck speeds. Song Yue was not the only one, the other two shared the same thoughts. It was no wonder Yi Yun had shattered the ore-seeking disc array. They had all seen Song Gu use the disc array to seek ores. He did so a step at a time, and practically took half a month to a month before finding a mineral vein. The cat-eared girl also gave Yi Yun a surprised look. She said, "I never expected you to know ore-seeking mystic arts. Although your ore-seeking capabilities are inferior to my young master's, it's still pretty impressive. However, this isn't a huge mineral vein either." She mentioned Xiaomong Xian all the time, indicating her utmost reverence towards him. Yi Yun could not be bothered with her as he began digging for the ores. The mineral vein was indeed small, but when Yi Yun dug out the ore from the mineral vein, Song Yue and company widened their eyes. That's refined ore. Natural refined ores which did not need any refinement were extremely rare. A mineral vein which contained refined ores was extremely valuable even if it was not large in size. They never expected that Yi Yun had not only found a mineral vein, but also found a mineral vein that contained refined ores. Although the cat-eared girl was astonished at Yi Yun's speed and accuracy at ore-seeking, she thought nothing of the refined or mineral vein. The Desolate clan was rich in resources, so that bit of refined ore was nothing. "Although this mineral vein is not bad, it's not even enough to refine half a chaos crystal," said the cat-eared girl indifferently. Song Yue glanced at her without a word. The cat-eared girl had thought nothing of the refined ores because she had no idea how difficult it was for ore miners such as themselves. These refined ores were worth a lot. Yi Yun soon took away the refined ores in the area, leaving useless material behind. He beckoned with his hand, causing a dust storm to cover his imprint before returning to his spatial shuttle. Boom! The spatial shuttle trembled once again as it accelerated to its top speed, blazing forward once more. It did not take long before the spatial shuttle came to a sudden halt again. Song Yue and company widened their eyes once again when they saw Yi Yun leave the spatial shuttle. No way. Soon, under everyone's intent gazes, Yi Yun lifted his palm again and smacked down. Boom! A pale black glow shimmered inside the palm imprint. It was another mineral vein. While Song Yue was still reeling in shock, she took a glance at the cat-eared girl. "Might I know how does Senior Yi's ore-seeking capabilities compare to young Master Xiaomong?" To find 2 mineral veins in such a short period of time was definitely at the level of a telluric master. In fact, Song Yue had never made contact with figures who were telluric masters. All she did was making speculations. With Yi Yun's ability to seek ores, he was probably not far from making the mark of a telluric master. "Would young master need to mine ores with his status?" said the cat-eared girl with a frown. However, the glint in her eyes had darkened. She had to admit that Yi Yun was indeed capable. Just his abilities at seeking ores was something only an experienced telluric master was capable of in the Xiaomong clan. And this mineral vein contained a negligible number of refined ores. Yi Yun similarly dug up the refined ores before concealing his palm imprint before returning to the spatial shuttle. The spatial shuttle flew at a high speed once more. This time, it flew for quite a long while, as though Yi Yun could no longer find mineral veins. This made the cat-eared girl heave a sigh of relief. If Yi Yun were to really find another mineral vein, it would truly be depressing for her. The cat-eared girl belittled humans to begin with. In the Chaos Heavens, humans had bodies inferior to the Fae. Their psyche powers were inferior to the soul race and the ghost race, much less comparable to the celestials. Humans were mediocre in every aspect, with nothing to show for. And Yi Yun was only a miner that belonged to a human faction, Taixia. Yet, he was equipped with such ability. As for Xiaomong Xian, it was only a hobby when it came to his ore-seeking mystic arts. He had not put too much effort in it, so Yi Yun's ability at ore-seeking was really almost on par with Xiaomong Xian's. The cat-eared girl could not tolerate a bumpkin like Yi Yun to be comparable with Xiaomong Xian in any aspect. Just as such a thought came to her, the spatial shuttle came to a stop once more. When they saw Yi Yun appear outside the spatial shuttle, the cat-eared girl could no longer remain unperturbed. This time, Yi Yun had struck out again with his palm, but what appeared was a gigantic ore crater. It was not a tiny mineral vein, but a true ore cave. The refined ores contained within were about equal to the first 2 mineral veins, but it contained a large number of crude ores. Upon seeing the huge mineral vein, even the cat-eared girl could not help but twitch the corners of her eyes. At that moment, Sonyue and company were already numb to the fact. Why did the difficulties they had encountered while mining in the past not seem to exist when it came to Yun? It was not only them, perhaps even Steward Joe and company would not dare believe it even if they saw this. At that moment, they suddenly heard Yun's voice. All of you come down. There are some crude ores here. You can do your mining here. Taimu and company were delighted. Yun had easily found a third mineral vein that due to their shock, they had forgotten that their job here was to mine. Although Yun had taken away all the refined ores and a large number of crude ores before allowing them to mine, luck was on their side for them to so easily find these crude ores. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1581 Fog. Chapter 1581 Fog. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. Why don't you stay here? Said Yun. He felt that the mine was relatively safe. Furthermore, although Yun had taken away most of the main mineral vein, the remnants, though scattered, still equaled quite a sizable amount if combined. It would take them quite a long period of mining to deplete the reserves. As long as they stayed inside without leaving, all would be fine if they waited a year. Although they would not reap a huge harvest, it was enough for them to meet their quotas. Senior E, we won't continue burdening you then. Taimu knew his limitations very well. How could the God Confusion Valley be somewhere they could go? Senior E, do be careful. Sonyue even felt like heaving a sigh of relief. Let's go. Yun left the other human slave with Sonyue and company before stepping into the spatial shuttle with the cat-eared girl. The spatial shuttle transformed into a stream of light as it flew in the direction of the God Confusion Valley. God Confusion Valley. On the spatial shuttle, Yun asked the cat-eared girl several questions about the God Confusion Valley, but when he truly arrived at the God Confusion Valley, he was still somewhat shocked. The God Confusion Valley was like a massive passageway that was suddenly forged in the heaven and earth. It stretched across the desert. A fog spanning 50,000 kilometers across enshrouded the inners of the God Confusion Valley. It only left a valley entrance, as though it was a door to another world. Yun could sense unimaginable threats within the fog from a distance. It felt like there were gazes cast on him, attempting to spy on him. This is a natural sealing array. Perhaps only Fey Thearchs can pass through the fog, said the cat-eared girl. Yun had also learned of her name, Shanling. She possessed the bloodline of the ancient numinous cat. Fey Thearchs were equivalent to godly monarchs. Although Yun was curious what was inside the fog, he was not so conceited to believe that he was equal to a Fey Thearch. Yun flew into the valley's entrance when he suddenly discovered that he was not the only one here. Many flying artifacts were docked here. Oh? Yun pricked up his brows. Flying artifacts. These people were like him, they flew here. To be able to travel in the Xianyuan Dune with flying artifacts was a proof of one's strength. Back in the Xianyuan city, Yun had seen a limited number of experts. There were fewer than 10, but now, the numbers clearly exceeded what he saw. This was reasonable. Yun had only been in Xianyuan city for a short period of time. There could have been many experts who had arrived here from the Xianyuan city's teleportation arrays before or after him. The moment Yun arrived at the valley entrance, he immediately sensed many perceptions sweep across his spatial shuttle from the other flying artifacts. Apart from a particular perception staying on Yun for a while, the rest immediately passed over his shuttle as soon as they arrived. These flying artifacts are of extremely high quality. Yun compared the various flying artifacts with his, and found that his spatial shuttle was the most lacking. Yun did not recklessly fly into the valley entrance. These flying artifacts were docked in front of the valley entrance, but none of them had entered. There had to be a reason. He was in no hurry as well. He waited quietly by the side with these people. It did not take long for another flying artifact to arrive from somewhere distant. The flying artifact flashed past them and slammed into the valley entrance. Yun watched the flying artifact pass through the valley entrance before continuing forward. Oh? That confident? At that moment, a terrifying claw extended out of the fog and grabbed the flying artifact. Instantly, it exploded. A warrior charged out from the explosion. Ha! He let out a bellicose cry as he tried to slip out of the claw's grasp, however, the claw was just too fast. With a change of direction, it had instantly grabbed the warrior. Ah! The claw pulled him into fog amid his tragic cries. The moment he entered the fog, the warrior's cries ceased. Upon seeing this scene, Yun's heart could not help but palpitate. What was that gigantic claw? However, the warrior who was on board the flying artifact was naturally not weak. If he had been in the Chaos Heavens for some time, he should have some understanding of the God Confusion Valley. Even if he did not have a full idea of the situation, he wouldn't have acted so rashly and charged in headfirst, right? At that moment, a maniacal cackle sounded from afar. Immediately following that, a stocky warrior stepping on a spirit vessel arrived in front of the valley. The warrior was muscular in build. The thickness of his limbs did not resemble that of a human. His head was as large as a drum. He laughed unceasingly, ha! To think he would rather die in the fog than at my hand. Interesting. Interesting. So it turned out that the deceased warrior was being pursued by this big-headed warrior and was forced to his death here. This guy, Shan Ling, seemed to know the person. Who is he? Asked Yi Yun. Bronze Drum. He's also from the Desolate clan, but he's a madman, said Shan Ling simply. Madman? He is bloodthirsty and especially loves to kill humans. Shan Ling gave Yi Yun a glance and said gloatingly, he enjoys tearing people apart. Members of the ghost race don't have a tactile feel to them, while celestials are not to be trifled with. Fae are of the same race, so humans are the best. However, if he meets my young master, he would not be able to act so crazily. He will have to behave himself. Just as Shan Ling sent Yi Yun a voice transmission, Bronze Drum happened to look over. His pair of eyes resembled those of a beast filled with bloodlust. Upon seeing Yi Yun, the corners of Bronze Drum's mouth curled up. He did not say a word and ignored Yi Yun. From the looks of it, humans don't amount to much in the chaos heavens, thought Yi Yun. Regardless of race, all that matters is strength. The weak will naturally be bullied, Bai Yuan said in Yi Yun's mind. Humans are considered quite average in every aspect. There's nothing that stands out, but it is because of this that they are well balanced, giving them immense potential. Yi Yun understood that point even without Bai Yuan's comment. Billions of years ago, who could match the Tao originator Celestial the Arch? Oh. They seem to be entering. The aura at the valley entrance seemed to experience an unknown change. Meanwhile, Yi Yun saw that these people were putting away their flying artifacts. There were dozens of people that were of the ghost race, soul race, and fae race. There was not a single human. It was unknown if the Taixia contingent had yet to arrive or if they had entered prior. Someone took out array flags and began setting them up in array formation. Yi Yun pricked up his brows, for he could tell that it was a spatial teleportation array. The array patterns within were complicated but intricate. Even with Yi Yun's comprehension of spatial dimension laws, he acutely felt that the teleportation array was nothing simple. These people were planning to use the teleportation array to traverse past the fog at the entrance and arrive deep into the God Confusion Valley. The changes at the valley entrance was likely tied to the teleportation array's operations. That was why they were waiting. Yi Yun naturally knew how to set up teleportation arrays. However, such teleportation arrays required a pre-designated coordinate. Yi Yun had no idea of the situation inside the God Confusion Valley, so if he were to set one up himself, and randomly teleported himself in, that was practically having a death wish. Previously, Yi Yun nearly died while traversing the multiverse's crevice. Yi Yun had no plans to risk his life for nothing. In just 15 minutes, these people had set up a teleportation array. A middle-aged man from the soul race placed a resplendent crystal which was the size of a fingernail inside the teleportation array. That is. Yi Yun's eyes lit up. A chaos crystal. Although this was the first time he was seeing a chaos crystal, there was no mistake about it. Each chaos crystal, which was refined from refined ores, were immense in value. Even genius disciples of a great world did not cultivate with chaos crystals. Yet, this teleportation array had used a single chaos crystal. After the middle-aged man took out the chaos crystal, the members of the ghost race and fae race handed over an interspatial ring. It was apparently payment for the chaos crystal. Clearly, the teleportation array was jointly activated by the three races. Furthermore, not all of the 40-plus people would enter the teleportation array. A number of people were responsible for powering the array formation. Only 20 people were actually going to be sent in. Do you still think you can enter? Do you know how many lives were sacrificed to find the destination coordinate of the teleportation array? This is only the entrance. There are even more treacherous conditions further in. Or do you believe you can deal with the ancient fae inside the fog? Shan Ling glanced at Yi Yun with a derisive look. To think this fellow who knew nothing about the God Confusion Valley would dare inject a seal on her and declare that she lead the way to enter the valley for treasure. It was indeed the case that the ignorant showed no fear. I urge you to release the seal on me. I can swear that I will not inform my young master about the things you did to me. When my young master exits, he will reward you. Shan Ling looked hatefully at Yi Yun. Having not met Xiaomang Xian, this was the only guarantee she could give. The rest could be determined after she met her young master. However, Yi-Yun did not seem to hear her words. He fell silent and thought for a moment before walking straight to the teleportation array. What are you doing? Shan Ling was stunned. When the teleportation array was in operation, it did not allow for any damage. Any mishap would divert the destination coordinate. Yi-Yun's approach immediately made the people powering the array formation wary. Who are you? Scram! A male Fey noticed Yi-Yun as he bellowed with a tone filled with killing intent. Hee, this human must be sick of living. Are you here to feed my ghouls? A male ghost said with a sinister smile. He had already raised his black ghost banner. They had already observed Yi-Yun when he first arrived. A human that used a low-quality spatial shuttle obviously did not come from a major faction. They disregarded him completely. Yi-Yun grinned as he said, I'm planning on using your teleportation array. What? Upon hearing Yi-Yun, the ghosts, Fey, and souls stared angrily at him. Shan Ling was given a fright. Was this Yi-Yun courting death? Although Bronze Drum was from the Desolate clan, she would have a tragic end if she landed in his hand. Yi-Yun gently touched his interspatial ring as he continued approaching. He glanced at the nearby teleportation array. There were a total of 20 people, each taking one of the 20 spots of the teleportation array. There was no additional spot left. Are any one of you willing to give up your spot? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1582 When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Chapter 1582 When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. Since he was in the Chaos Heavens, Yi-Yun followed the customs of the Chaos Heavens. It was prevalent to kill and plunder, and if everyone did that except Yi-Yun, he would be quite at a disadvantage. Here, any problem that could be resolved by robbery was not a problem. Therefore, Yi-Yun decided to do as the Romans do. What did you say? You want us to give up a spot? A Fey warrior cupped one of his ears and faced Yi-Yun sidewards, in an exaggerated act of listening. Shan Ling retreated in fear when she saw two Fey warriors, a ghost warrior, and a soul warrior walk toward them with a sinister smile. The activation of the valley's teleportation array required one chaos crystal, and in addition, the destination coordinates were a secret. Yet, Yi-Yun was demanding a spot from them. It did not matter to her if Yi-Yun died, but she did not wish to be implicated. Furthermore, she could not let Bronze Drum know of her identity since he had a grudge with Shamong Xian. The madman would definitely torture her to death. If she were to really die here, Shamong Xian would not even know of it. I'm not related to him in any way. I'm only. Shan Ling was burning with anxiety. She did not dare reveal her identity, but she had no idea how to fabricate her background. All she could do was try to protect herself. Hee, a girl with a numinous cat bloodline. You would be great at supplementing me in bed. I'll let you enjoy yourself in a while, said a Fey warrior perversely. As he spoke, his body crackled as his body began growing tall. His muscles bulged as scales appeared on his face, turning his human face into that of a beast's. Sharp bone spikes rapidly grew out of his spine. In a blink of an eye, he had transformed into a humanoid ancient Fey. Beside him, another Fey warrior's body was similarly undergoing changes. His body was draped with a thick, spiky bone armor, and he looked like a mutated turtle, having stimulated the Fey bloodline in him. This was the combat style of the Fey. Their bodies were their best weapons. Just a puny person like you wishes to attack us? A soul warrior chuckled. However, he also knew that the Chaos Heavens had unspoken rules. Whoever killed another had the right to take away most of the spoils of war. Judging from the crappy spatial shuttle the punk drove, he was unlikely to be wealthy. However, the female Fey slave behind him was not bad. He could have a fun time with her. Let's attack together. Whoever kills the punk will get first dibs on that numinous cat Fey, said the Fey warrior with the bony spikes on his back. The turtle Fey chortled sinisterly. Wouldn't we be tearing his body to pieces if we attacked together? How can the weak bodies of a human warrior withstand our strikes? I should have first dibs on that girl. You are too brutal. By the time she gets to me, she wouldn't even have her limbs intact. As the turtle Fey said that, Shan Ling's face turned as white as a sheet. Although she was not a female elite, she enjoyed an extraordinary standing. She never expected to be placed in such a tragic situation. And at that moment, the instigator, Yi-Yun, did not seem to realize that trouble was brewing. He was stroking his chin while observing the Fey warrior's transformations. This was Yi-Yun's first time fighting pure-blooded Fey warriors in the Chaos Heavens. He already knew that the Dragon Emperor technique he cultivated was, in essence, a body cultivation technique that the Fae cultivated. In the sinkhole, the Fae were nearly extinct. Even if they possessed a thin Fae bloodline, they were almost assimilated by humans. With the path of the heavenly tribulation severed, Yun's cultivation of the Dragon Emperor technique could only be done by trial and error, gaining him half the results with double the effort. And now, there were Fae warriors for him to observe.
It was quite an opportunity.
Yun wished to know how real Fae fought and how they used the power of their bloodlines. I'll not use any laws and just fight with the Dragon Emperor technique. I want to see how different my Fae bloodline is from a pure-blooded Fae's combat style. I should take the opportunity to master the Dragon Emperor technique to perfection while in the Chaos Heavens, Yun muttered to himself. He wished to know where he stood among the Fae based on just the Dragon Emperor technique alone. Since he was engaging in physical combat, Mirage Snow was naturally not suitable.
It was too light and he would likely kill them in a single strike.
It did not meet the goal of Yun's wish to watch how the Fae fought with their bloodline. Yun recalled of a weapon he used in the lower realms as he casually took out a seal-type artifact. Such seal-type artifacts could kill with the array formations contained within its runes.
However, Yun did not use any of the array formations within and instead, simply used it as a brick.
This brick was unlikely to kill a Fae even after several strikes since a Fae's body was powerful.
Oh? You also cultivated in a body-tempering cultivation technique?
The two Fae warriors naturally sensed the rousing lifeblood in Yun's body as they jeered.
Ha ha ha. A human cultivating a body-tempering cultivation technique?
With that bit of lifeblood in that frail body of yours, do you have what it takes to cultivate a body-tempering cultivation technique?
I'm guessing you humans use it to perform in the streets. Acts such as shattering boulders on your chests and cracking bricks on your heads?
Who gave you the courage to use a human body-tempering cultivation technique when in front of us?
Quipped the turtle warrior. Following that, he pointed at his head. That thing in your hand must be a prop when you perform in the streets, right? Come on. Smash it right here.
As the turtle warrior spoke, even the soul and ghost warriors laughed.
But at that moment, whoosh! Yun suddenly rose up.
At that instant, the firm Shenyuan dune ground beneath Yun's feet exploded.
The condensed lifeblood in him erupted like a supervolcano. On! A dragon's roar sounded from within Yun's body, spearing through the clouds and shattering stone.
The turtle warrior was given a fright, but he could not react in time. All he saw was Yun appear in front of him as though he had teleported. The metallic seal in his hand came smashing down.
Ka-cha! With a loud crack, immense power spewed out.
The turtle warrior's head was sent flying as it crumbled. His already short and thick neck was stretched and distorted. The turtle warrior's pudgy and heavy body, together with his shattered head, flew up before slamming into a mountain hundreds of feet away.
Boom!
The mountain quaked as the turtle warrior's body smashed right in, sending rubble down.
The entire area fell silent instantly.
The bone-spiked Fey warrior who was just about to add on was Agape with a livid look.
Yun was standing right beside him.
The distance between them was less than a meter and they were almost shoulder to shoulder. Yun had already replaced the turtle warrior's original spot. If one had blinked, they would not have even seen Yun attack.
It would be as though the turtle warrior had suddenly become Yun. And in fact, Shanling did not even see Yun's actions clearly.
She was originally reeling in extreme fear with only thoughts of escaping.
She had no intention to pay any attention to Yun's battle.
But in an instant, the situation had reversed. That turtle Fae was apparently dead. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1583, Experts Die from Underestimating the Enemy. Chapter 1583, Experts Die from Underestimating the Enemy. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. Shanling gulped mouthfuls of saliva. She looked at Yun in disbelief. What had just happened?
This Yun was clearly a junior member of Taixia Ancient Mining. How could he have such strength? Besides that, he had used just physical strength alone. At that moment, Yun looked frowningly at the metallic seal in his hand which was stained with red and white brain matter. The turtle had harped on, making him believe that he would be of a particular standard. He never expected the turtle to be so weak that his head would be smashed in with a single strike.
Although that had happened, Yun was in no way happy.
On the contrary, he was rather disappointed. Fey warrior bodies, which had always been placed on a pedestal, appeared to be nothing impressive.
How was he to perfect his Dragon Emperor technique? Was it because the Dragon Emperor bloodline from the Ascending Dragon Cauldron was just too powerful?
How? How did you? The Fey warrior with the spiky back said hoarsely, his forehead gemmed with beads of perspiration. How was this human so terrifying? You killed him. You killed someone from our desolate clan. The Fey warrior with the spiky back was completely shaken by how easily Yi Yun had killed his companion. If he had spoken a few more sentences previously, the person dead might not have been the turtle Fey but himself. Why do you keep spouting nonsense? Didn't you hear him request for me to smash his head? Yi Yun turned his head over slightly and looked at him. I was planning on using the two of you to try out my moves. I wanted to know how different my body tempering cultivation technique is from an orthodox phase. I never expected him to die so quickly. I didn't even use any moves, but whatever. You can take his place. I hope I can gain something out of you. I'm meant to let you gain something out of me. When the Fey heard Yi Yun, his expression was as nasty as though his father had expired. The only point of his existence was to be a guinea pig for others to gain something out of him? I'm weak. You won't gain anything out of me, said the Fey warrior as he thickened his skin. His voice was even trembling. That wasn't what you said previously, sneered Yi Yun. The chaos heavens was bloody with all the plundering and murders. How could it stop because of a single sentence from a weakling? If Yi Yun had yet to recover his strength, his pleas would only serve to increase the joy of the two Fey as they tormented him. You! The Fey warrior knew that his pleas were landing on deaf ears. He lunged backward, widening the distance between him and Yi Yun. Usually, what human would dare stay in melee range when fighting a Fey? They would often conjure their nomological powers from afar and deliver guerrilla-styled attacks. The battle was over if a Fey closed in on them. But now, the situation was turned on its head. The spiky Fey was scared out of his wits as he took the initiative to pull away from Yi Yun. The spectating soul and ghost warriors trembled when they saw what had happened. Was this Yi Yun really human? Was he not a beast disguised in human form? Yi Yun looked at the spiky Fey and hesitated for a moment before putting the metallic seal away. He felt that he had overestimated the Fey of the Chaos Heavens. Or perhaps, these two Fey were just too weak. Even with the metallic seal, the Fey warriors were unable to withstand his attacks. In that case, it was better if he simply used his fists and legs. Upon seeing Yi Yun put away the metallic seal, the Fey warrior's eyes lit up. Yi Yun was underestimating him. Although he knew Yi Yun was terrifyingly powerful, he could not sit idly waiting for his death. He needed to grasp at every chance of survival. Experts died from underestimating their enemies. This was his chance. After all, Yi Yun was a human and humans had naturally weak bodies. Few humans tempered their bodies as cultivating body cultivation techniques was rather slow and ineffective. Perhaps Yi Yun only had immense physical strength, but the hardness of his body was average. Physical strength was the only thing needed when using a weapon. In contrast, using one's limbs required tempering one's body to make one's body as terrifying as a weapon. He refused to believe that Yi Yun had cultivated his body to the level of a phase. As for himself, although his physical strength was far inferior to the human before him, his body was covered in scaled armor and bone spikes. His bone spikes were comparable to divine armaments. All he needed to do was stab into a human's vital organs to turn the tables. Take this strike of mine. Yi Yun seemed to be afraid that his opponent would fail to achieve his goals as a test subject, so he even verbally warned him. The Fey warrior's lips, which were hidden under his bone armor, revealed a sinister grin. Continue underestimating me. Even a lion will use all its strength when hunting a rabbit. You have committed a grave mistake. Having cultivated to this realm of yours, it's a pity you do not know that pride only destines you to failure. So, Yi Yun suddenly moved as the ground beneath his feet exploded. His speed was even faster than before. Thankfully for the Fey warrior, he was already hundreds of feet away from Yi Yun, barely giving him the opportunity to react. Ha! The Fey warrior roared as he leaped up. When body-tempered warriors clashes, it was a fight to a death. It was taboo to retreat, for it only spelled lost opportunities. Once one's fighting spirit was lost, there was no room for retreat. Since there was no room for retreat, the Fey released all his lifeblood forces and charged at Yi Yun in a bid to withstand Yi Yun's strike. The Fey warrior's arm was covered in spiked scaled armor. With his arm strengthened as such, he met Yi Yun's fist. Die! The Fey warrior roared hysterically. All his lifeblood forces were concentrated in his fist. When the two fists collided, Yi Yun's lifeblood forces seemed boundless like the sea. After his fist was injected with lifeblood, it was like a star's collision, one with indomitable force. Ka-cha! With a crisp crack, the bones in Fey warrior's arm shattered. His arm twisted in a bizarre manner. The powerful force surged through his arm's meridians and into his body. It caused his body to convulse violently as blood spewed out from his 7 orifices. This. The Fey warrior convulsed uncontrollably as he looked at his crushed arm in disbelief. At the instant the two fists collided, he felt that he was not facing a human but an ancient dragon. Pang! Yi-Yun took another step forward and kicked the Fey warrior in the chest. His ribcage shattered as the powerful impact surged through all his organs. Even the bony spikes at his back bulged out as though they were about to be sent flying. Bam! 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 The Fey warrior's destroyed body flew across the ground, tearing through several boulders before finally slamming into a massive boulder 1,000 feet away. Boom! The massive boulder trembled, shaking off its coat of dust. As for the Fey warrior, he was at the bottom of a pile of rocks with his flesh a mangled mess. He still had breath in him, but his body was basically crippled. Yi-Yun shook his head. At the very least, he could not see any advantage the Fey gained from their lifeblood based on these two Fey warriors. He slowly turned his head and looked at the soul and ghost warriors nearby. Although he did not release any killing intent, just the sanguine smell that lingered around him made him like a death god that had returned from Shura hell. It made the two of them go limp as their faces turned ashen. Where did this fellow come from? Was he really human? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1584, Lifeblood Heavenly Tribulation. Chapter 1584, Lifeblood Heavenly Tribulation. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. We never said anything about fighting you, said the two hurriedly in fright. Interesting. Since you stood forward just now, and even walked towards me, were you not doing that to kill me but to come and give me treasures? Upon hearing Yi-Yun's words, the ghost warrior pricked up his brows. Clenching his teeth, he said reverently, Yes. Yes, you are absolutely right. I'm indeed here to give you treasures. As the ghost warrior spoke, he took off his interspatial ring while trembling. To offer Yi-Yun treasures was no doubt an act of insanity. However, the ghost warrior was sharp. He knew the rationale of buying peace. He was willing to offer the entirety of his wealth to secure his life. Where there's life, there's hope. As for the soul warrior standing beside him, he touched his interspatial ring, but ultimately could not part with it. He turned to look at the teleportation array, where there was a soul expert from the same faction that he belonged to. Yet, his kinsman did not stand forward to help him. That person was his senior brother. Although his senior brother was far stronger than him, it was unlikely he could easily beat this human. Besides, his relationship with his senior brother was only average, therefore, his senior brother had no intention to help him. Upon realizing this point, the soul warrior felt disheartened. He gritted his teeth and took off his interspatial ring. You guys are rather sensible. The corner of Yi-Yun's mouth curled up as he casually beckoned. So, the two interspatial rings flew into Yi-Yun's hand and he knew they were without problems after a brief check. These two came from major factions and had quite a standing in them. Ignoring their other treasures, just the amount of refined ores they had was quite sizable. Fighting in the Shenyuan Dune meant burning chaos ores. There was no reason for Yi-Yun to find the amount of ores he had excessive. Yi-Yun did not stand on ceremony as he took the interspatial rings of the two other Fey warriors. Interesting. Very interesting. At that moment, a voice sounded out from the teleportation array. The person who spoke was none other than Bronze Drum. The teleportation array had been partially activated, so there was no need for him to continue staying inside it. Instead, he walked straight out. He looked at Yi-Yun with narrowed eyes as he said slowly, You actually transcended a lifeblood heavenly tribulation. For a human to do so is impressive. What? Everyone who heard Bronze Drum's words was startled. Lifeblood heavenly tribulation. This human had transcended a lifeblood heavenly tribulation. Shan Ling was also astounded. Even among the Fey, only the best geniuses could transcend a lifeblood heavenly tribulation. For instance, Shaman Xian. It could be said that Fey lords who had the ability to experience lifeblood heavenly tribulations were already a step away from that of a Fey the Arch. With regards to this, Shan Ling found it unacceptable. Could a human really temper their body to the level of withstanding the heavenly tribulations? However, the lifeblood heavenly tribulation you transcended does not appear to be naturally formed by the heavenly Tao. I can sense that your tempering is not complete. What Bronze Drum added sent a jolt through Yi-Yun's heart. He never expected Bronze Drum to be that keen. An artificial heavenly tribulation is nothing but unorthodox from our point of view. Of course, for a human like you to achieve that, it's already pretty impressive. Upon hearing Bronze Drum's words, Shan Ling heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that it was not a naturally formed heavenly tribulation from the heavenly Tao. Shan Ling had also heard of artificial heavenly tribulations used to temper one's body. However, it required the caster to have a thorough understanding of lightning laws. The Fae happened to be lacking when it came to laws. I was wondering how a human can push his body tempering to a state equaling that of my young master. Shan Ling shook her head. Don't tell me you came out to fight me? Asked Yi Yun. He could sense that Bronze Drum was looking at him antagonistically. Hee, I'm indeed interested in you, but not now. Bronze Drum licked his lips as he said. Yi Yun did not know what the fellow was thinking, but he had the intention to attack. Bronze Drum looked very powerful, and perhaps seeing how the Fae circulated their lifeblood powers in combat would improve his Dragon Emperor technique. But at that moment, the teleportation array was about to be activated. I will eventually fight you in the God Confusion Valley, said Bronze Drum. Exactly what I was hoping for. Yi Yun showed no fear. At that moment, his gaze swept across remaining 19 people standing in the teleportation array. His gaze locked onto one of the Soul Warriors who happened to be the senior brother of the Soul Warrior from before. The Soul Warrior's expression turned extremely nasty when he was targeted by Yi Yun. Please give up your spot. You sure are ruthless. As the Soul Warrior spoke, he sent a voice transmission to another person in the teleportation array. Following that, he transformed into a stream of light and entered another person's body. As such, there was naturally one more spot in the teleportation array. Oh? I never expected that. Yi Yun was taken aback momentarily, but on second thought, it was expected. The teleportation array needed energy to stabilize itself. It had to be precisely 20 people. Of course, this problem didn't exist as long as someone stored away others inside their body. However, unless there was trust, no one would store another person inside their bodies. It was a risky move. Please, bring me along. Yi Yun was just about to enter the teleportation array when Shan Ling hurriedly pleaded. Please, I beg you, Shan Ling added. She recognized the Soul Warrior from before. His name was Bai Fengling, a famous figure as well. But he had faltered against Yi Yun. To have to enter the God Confusion Valley in the body of another fellow disciple in front of everyone was no doubt an insult. However, he had tolerated it. As such, even if Yi Yun was inferior to Xiaomang Xian, it meant that his strength was far above hers. She naturally had to be more respectful to Yi Yun. I can provide you with information about the God Confusion Valley. I can also tell you some secret information regarding this operation. Shan Ling gritted her teeth as she sent Yi Yun a voice transmission. Her Fei Qi was depleted and she was unable to use her strength. If she was left outside the God Confusion Valley, she would be like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Anyone that passed by could capture her and torture her to death. At the very least, following Yi Yun would prevent her from worrying about such possibilities. Yi Yun pricked up his brows as he said coldly, then, tell me. If your information doesn't satisfy me, I will immediately abandon you. A thin fog blanketed the land, cutting visibility to only about 100 feet in radius. Legend had it that the fog had been gathered upon this land since the Xianyuan Dune was discovered. It had been as such for billions of years. The fog not only reduced visibility, but it also blocked out perceptions. Even godly monarch experts could only send out their perceptions for about 5 kilometers. That was how the God Confusion Valley got its name. At that moment, a group of people were gathered on a call in the God Confusion Valley. All of their brows were tightly furrowed. They were humans and they came from Taixia Ancient Mining. Steward Zhou was among them. The group also included Purple Lighthall's Purple Succubus, who was in charge of Yi Yun. She was in charge of standing guard in Xianyuan City, but she was sent here suddenly. We were too slow receiving the news. I have no idea what the people at Intelligence Hall are doing. Steward Zhou said angrily. The Taixia Ancient Mining was most unprepared when it came to the unexpected turn of events at the Xianyuan Dune. Gather all disciples. Everyone that can arrive in time must head into the God Confusion Valley. This, upon hearing Steward Zhou, Purple Succubus wore an ugly expression. It's too difficult to enter the God Confusion Valley. A few core disciples have been informed, but whether they can come all the way here is not a certainty. As for the other ordinary disciples, they can't even reach the God Confusion Valley, much less enter the God Confusion Valley. Steward Zhou did not say a word when he heard her. He had only given the order in passing. Even if the ordinary disciples entered, they would only be cannon fodder and would be of little use. I have already informed the Grand Elder. He is rushing here now. He will likely arrive in time to come, added Purple Succubus. Is it Elder Divine Heart? Upon hearing Purple Succubus, Steward Joe's tense expression relaxed a little. Elder Divineheart was the godly monarch crystal refinement master that presided over the ore mining spirit cruiser. In fact, the Taisha Ancient Mining's ore mining spirit cruiser was godly monarch Divineheart's mount. He secluded himself in the ore mining spirit cruiser perennially, and even when the cruiser met space pirates, he would not take action. But this time, it was necessary for Divineheart to exit seclusion. With Elder Divineheart's help, we don't have to worry that much, said Purple Succubus. Steward Joe nodded. With him around, the Taisha Ancient Mining naturally had the ability to join in the competition that followed the unexpected turn of events. And at that moment, there was a void fluctuation about 200 feet from them. Beams of light began to coruscate. A teleportation array. Everyone was surprised as Steward Joe quickly stood up. Could it be that Elder Divineheart was here? There was no way he was that fast. However, when the light from the teleportation array vanished, Steward Joe's expression sank. It was not godly monarch Divineheart but competition from opposing races. There were people from the Soul Race, Ghost Race, and Fey Race. They came from a variety of factions. Clearly, these people had formed a coalition in order to save Chaos Crystals. Oh. There's a human among them. It was unknown who said it, but it stirred Steward Joe's heart as he looked over. He saw a black-robed youth slowly walking out of the crowd. Steward Joe was completely dumbfounded when he saw the person. Even Purple Succubus stared widely. Wasn't this black-robed youth Yi Yun? Why was he among this potpourri of people? Oh. That person is Bronze Drum. He's from the Desolate Clan, exclaimed Purple Succubus. The mining zone in the Shenyuan Dune belonged to 4 factions. One of them was the Desolate Clan, and as one of the most prominent figures in the Desolate Clan, Bronze Drum was naturally someone Purple Succubus knew. There was no mistake about it. She recalled that Bronze Drum was a bloodthirsty person who often treated his enemies as prey. He would often toy with them until they died. Why was Yi Yun among this group of people? In the Chaos Heavens, there was no such thing as racial harmony. These people would form a team because of shared interests or the fear stemming from one's strength. Yet, Yi Yun appeared quite out of place among them. And at that moment, Yi Yun naturally saw these people from the Taisha Ancient Mining. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1585, Divineheart. Chapter 1585, Divineheart. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Senior brother, why is this person with people from the Desolate Clan? Could he be a spy for the Desolate Clan, one that had infiltrated our Taisha Ancient Mining? The person who spoke was Zhou Feng, Steward Zhou's cousin. He was similarly an elder of Taisha Ancient Mining. Steward Zhou frowned. Anyone who saw such a scene would generate the same thoughts. Purple Succubus wore a perplexed look as she asked Yi Yun, why are you here? If I recall correctly, aren't you from Songgu's team? Songgu is dead. Yi Yun answered simply. His answer left the hearts of the Taisha members palpitating. Dead? Yi Yun was originally with Songgu, and now he was with the Fae. This naturally gave people ideas. Yi Yun, it seems the Roll Muster platform seal our Taisha planted on you has been removed? Steward Zhou was the one who planted the Roll Muster platform seal, so he naturally noticed its removal. Yi Yun did not answer. It was a silent acknowledgement. This person is indeed a spy, said Zhou Feng. Yi Yun coldly looked at Zhou Feng and said, although I do not care what conflict Taisha has with the other factions, I do not wish to be mistaken for a spy. He was not afraid of the Taisha Ancient Mining, but a bit of explanation could avoid unnecessary trouble. Then, let me ask you this. How did Songgu die? Asked Zhou Feng. Yi Yun looked Zhou Feng coldly in the eye. I killed him. Oh. Steward Zhou widened his eyes as the surrounding Taisha disciples turned alarmed. Even if he had killed Songgu, shouldn't he have concealed the matter? Was he thinking too little of their Taisha by so flagrantly admitting to the murder? Then, we have no need to continue your contract. There are always some humans who would betray their own race because their lives are threatened or for benefits. You might not know it, but the other races only consider you as a tool. You will be abandoned once your value dries up. Not only shall you end up in a tragic state, you will also bring trouble to your family clan, Zhou Feng said slowly. Steward Zhou did not add on. From his point of view, even if the Desolate Clan had sent a spy into their Taisha Ancient Mining, he had only infiltrated one of their small teams and killed its leader. It did not mean much. He was just clueless as to what intelligence Yun had gathered back on the ore mining spirit cruiser. Steward Joe said, Yun, let me ask you a question. Why did you enter the God Confusion Valley with them? I happened to meet them outside. Seeing that they were about to teleport in, I requested that they give me a spot. However, since you're already set on your suspicions against me, there's nothing more for me to say, answered Yun casually. Give you a spot? Joe Fawn laughed when he heard that. Are you kidding? Since when have those other races been so obliging? At that moment, the warriors who had entered with Yun wore interesting expressions. They were obliging? Did Joe not know how Yun requested they give up a spot? Bronze Drum only watched the spectacle from the side. He only wished for misunderstandings to happen between Yun and the Taisha Ancient Mining. These bunch of old fools seemed to be waiting for someone as well. Bronze Drum guessed at their motives from the way they stood guard by the spatial node. As though answering Bronze Drum's thoughts, the surrounding space fluctuated. Joe Fawn's eyes lit up. For someone as powerful as Godly Monarch Divineheart, it was about time for him to arrive, considering how easy it was for him as long as he had the spatial coordinate. Buzz. Space quaked with increasing intensity. This was a long-distance spatial teleportation. The person in transit did not even arrive at the God Confusion Valley's entrance, instead, he traversed the void to get there directly. Only a godly monarch was capable of such. And it wasn't only Zhou Feng. The other members of the Taisha Ancient Mining were delighted. Whoosh! Light coruscated as space seemed to be torn apart like a canvas. A figure dressed in a blue Taoist robe took a large stride out of the spatial rift. His eyes looked like they could contain infinite galaxies and, as he stood in midair, the area he was in seemed to form an independent world in and of itself. Godly Monarch. Yun drew a deep breath. Such an aura no doubt belonged to a godly monarch. Furthermore, Yun found the godly monarch who had torn open space somewhat familiar. He is that godly monarch crystal refinement master who presides over the ore mining spirit cruiser. With this in mind, Yun sensed the godly monarch's gaze fall upon him. He had clearly noticed him. Godly monarchs had extraordinary memories. Back in the spirit cruiser, Yun had garnered his attention, so he naturally remembered him. But that was all. All he did was give Yun a glance before turning away. This person has very strong psyche powers. At that moment, Bai Yuan's voice sounded in Yun's mind. The appearance of a Chaos Heaven's godly monarch awoke her from her rest. After the ancient battle, the sinkhole did not produce any true godly monarchs. None of those half-gods in the sinkhole can compare to this person. Greetings, Grand Elder. The members of the Taisha Ancient Mining all bowed. Godly Monarch Divineheart held an unparalleled status in their hearts. And at that moment, space trembled once again as another person tore through the void. Oh! Godly Monarch Divineheart's heart stirred as he looked over. Nearby, the void shattered like a mirror as a man in golden-scaled armor who looked like a god of war strode out. The moment he appeared, his surging lifeblood powers erupted like a flood. Everyone present felt their lifeblood being stirred by the forces, as though it would tear out of their bodies. Some of the weaker ones were sent into a constant retreat. They could not find their footing and nearly knelt to the ground. Pa! A pair of golden wings spanning nearly 3 meters appeared behind the man. Every feather on this pair of wings were as sharp as blades as they had a cold sheen to them. He slowly landed with his wings outspread. Only when he landed did the pressure from the lifeblood converge back into his body, allowing everyone to catch their breaths. Another godly monarch was here. So it's the Fae's Golden Winged Celestial Pang, said Divineheart lightly. Golden Winged Celestial Pang? Yun's heart stirred. This was a true ancient Fae. Legend had it that Golden Winged Celestial Pang was the fastest in the world and that they fed on WIRMS. Their bodies were extremely powerful, so powerful that they could match true dragons. Even godly monarchs were mobilized. The Taisha Ancient Mining and Fae had mobilized their godly monarchs. This matter has exceeded my original expectations, Yun pondered slightly. He sent a voice transmission to Shan Ling who was inside him. Let me ask you this. Exactly what has appeared in the God Confusion Valley? Why has it stirred 2 godly monarchs? Shan Ling was now somewhat afraid of Yun, so when she heard his question, she hesitated for a long while before answering honestly. It's a Chaos Royal Seal that can be fused by godly monarchs. My desolate clan was one of the first to receive the news. The news has not spread, or these would not be the only godly monarchs here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1586, Traveling Alone. Chapter 1586, Traveling Alone. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. A royal seal that can be fused by godly monarchs? Yi Yun's heart thumped when he heard Shan Ling's description. A chaos royal seal which could stir several godly monarchs. The chaos royal seal which Shan Ling had mentioned was likely one of the grand primordium royal seals that were spoken of in the sinkhole. They were formed naturally by the natural order of the world, making them equivalent to the heavenly Tao. The Shenyuan Dune had such an item? However, on careful thought, the Shenyuan Dune was a spiritual land that could produce chaos crystals. It was also possible for it to be able to produce a grand primordium royal seal. Senior Bai, what's your take on this? Bai Yuan hesitated slightly before saying slowly, I find this matter somewhat abnormal. Billions of years ago, I came to the chaos heavens to break through to the godly monarch realm. I naturally paid attention to the grand primordium royal seals, but according to what I learned back then, grand primordium royal seals were so few and far between even in the chaos heavens that they were nearly considered extinct. Back then, I chanced upon some news regarding grand primordium royal seals, but it was not necessarily true. Although a divine land like the Shenyuan Dune might produce a grand primordium royal seal, it is still a seemingly impossible matter. It might very well be that ever since the Shenyuan Dune came into existence, a period spanning billions of years, it has only been able to produce a small handful of grand primordium royal seals. I understand, Yi Yun nodded. According to Bai Yuan, billions of years was an excruciatingly long period of time. A few grand primordium royal seals dotting the river of time was like a few gold particles scattered across a vast desert. It was just too improbable to pick up one of the gold particles. As for the news of the grand primordium royal seal, Yi Yun was unable to verify its authenticity since it was based on Shan Ling's word. Shan Ling was only a maidservant. What she knew might not have been accurate, but regardless, the fact that it attracted godly monarchs meant that even if the reports of a royal seal were inauthentic, it was likely that something major had happened in the God Confusion Valley. Brother Divineheart, you have come indeed. Golden-winged celestial Pang looked at godly monarch Divineheart as he said smilingly. Although he was dressed in golden armor with a suppressive lifeblood aura, he wore a surprisingly genial expression. Likewise. I still haven't settled the score with you from back then. Divineheart's tone had subtle killing intent to it, but golden-winged celestial Pang thought nothing of it. He said softly, I believe two of our old friends are here as well. They have landed nearby. People labeled by golden-winged celestial Pang as old friends were no doubt godly monarchs. However, Yi Yun was not surprised. The Fae and humans already had godly monarchs appearing for this God Confusion Valley expedition. In addition, the Celestials had also sent one of its members. If the other races did not send a godly monarch to preside over the situation, they were practically serving themselves on a platter to the humans and Fae. As golden-winged celestial Pang spoke, voice transmission talismans lit up in front of the soul and ghost warriors. Clearly, experts from their races had arrived and were sending orders for them to gather. Let us not delay matters any further. We shall be setting off. Golden-winged celestial Pang said to the Fae disciples present. Yi Yun, let's go together. At that moment, Bronze Drum suddenly invited Yi Yun. Oh? Yi Yun pricked up his brows as he looked coldly at Bronze Drum. Bronze Drum had said that to put him in a difficult situation. The Taishat Ancient Mining were only just having suspicions of him being a spy, but with Bronze Drum giving him an invitation, he was no doubt deepening their suspicions of Yi Yun. If not for godly monarch Divineheart, Yi Yun would not have minded Taisha, but the situation had been escalated with Divineheart around. Why? Are you planning to go alone? Bronze Drum said with a faint smile. Yi Yun's expression turned gloomy. He would be a fool if he really followed Bronze Drum. He had no idea what awaited him with golden-winged celestial Pang around. Yi Yun, by secretly wiping away your mark you've severely violated of the rules. However, our Taisha Ancient Mining is in need of manpower. I can choose not to pursue the matter, but as for whether you are a spy, godly monarch Divineheart is here. He will definitely investigate thoroughly. If you are innocent, we will naturally not malign you, Steward Zhou said coldly. Yi Yun took a deep breath. It was also impossible for him to follow Taisha. At times, it was better to kill than be sorry. Who knew what Divineheart's investigation would entail? Could it be soul-searching questioning? He had too many secrets on him, so the outcome of that was evident. There's no need. As Yi Yun said that, he took one step back. Oh? What are you planning? Bellowed Steward Zhou. I shall go alone. There's no need to trouble any of you. With that said, Yi Yun retreated straight into the fog. It was best he did not linger in an area where only trouble remained. When Divineheart saw Yi Yun retreating, he hesitated slightly, but did not stop him. Yi Yun chose a very brilliant direction for his retreat. In between him and Taixia happened to be golden-winged celestial Pang. Although the situation appeared peaceful, with the various major factions gathered, it was in truth very delicate. Once any attacks were delivered in golden-winged celestial Pang's vicinity, the situation could escalate very rapidly. This punk has a death wish. He actually entered the fog alone. Zhou Fang sneered when he saw Yi Yun's figure disappear into the fog. The God Confusion Valley was known to be an area even godly monarchs could not traverse. Although that was an exaggerated description, it was still close to the mark. If godly monarchs were to enter the God Confusion Valley alone, the chances of survival were slim. This Yi Yun sure is pitiful. He has been abandoned by his faction, and none of the other factions want him. Upon seeing Yi Yun leave alone, the disciples who had been repressed by Yi Yun previously immediately felt a lot better. So what if he was strong? He was alone and he lacked the spatial coordinates, nor did he have the special teleportation array required to enter and exit the God Confusion Valley. If he could not even leave the valley, death was a certainty. What they did not know was that Yi Yun had already activated the purple crystal's energy vision. The God Confusion Valley was impervious to perceptions, but it could not stop the purple crystal. Amid the energy vision, Yi Yun clearly saw the energy blobs that represented the members of Taixia and the Fae. They were already very far from where he was. At that distance, even the probes of godly monarchs were unable to reach him. With a thought, Yi Yun released Shan Ling. Although Yi Yun did not have a good impression of this cat-eared girl who only yearned to meet her young master, she was all he had to rely on at that moment. Where are we? The moment the cat-eared girl appeared, she saw the thick fog around her. They could only see up to a few meters in front of them, and there was no one else around them. She immediately panicked. Where are the rest? There's only us. Cut the nonsense. Let me ask you this. Where is the general direction of the Chaos Royal Seal? Shan Ling had once obtained the map to the God Confusion Valley after all. Even though the map was no longer in her hands, she likely had a general idea of it. It should be in the inner valley, but we will soon lose our sense of direction in this fog. It will be useless even if we know the location of the inner valley. You don't have to worry about that. Draw out the map from your memories. Yi Yun took out a jade slip and passed it to her. Shan Ling had no choice but to draw the map according to Yi Yun's instructions. The God Confusion Valley which Shan Ling drew appeared like a calabash. The valley entrance was like the mouth to a calabash, and the circular outer and inner valleys were connected. Although the topography of the area looked simple, where one just needed to take a straight line path to go from the outer valley into the inner valley, Yi Yun knew very well that this path was not that simple. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1587 Herbal Garden of Confusion. Chapter 1587 Herbal Garden of Confusion. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. Then, what do we do now? Shan Ling said with a trembling voice. She already had an ominous feeling about everything. She had no idea how Yi Yun was so ostracized. The other teams had godly monarchs leading them, or at the very least, a half-step godly monarch. As for Yi Yun, he was alone. Did no faction want to take him in? Let's head to the inner valley, said Yi Yun simply. I know, but we do not know which direction to head in. We'll let our feelings guide us. We will head wherever there's more Yuan Qi, said Yi Yun casually. Shan Ling was rendered speechless. How was it possible for them to reach the inner valley using such means? She knew she had no choice. All she could do was follow Yi Yun because she would only die faster without him. However, she never expected Yi Yun to take out the spatial shuttle he obtained from Tsang-gu. Come on board, said Yi Yun lightly. You plan on taking the spatial shuttle? Shan Ling widened her eyes. Or else? Yi Yun returned with a question as though it was only right. According to Shan Ling, the God Confusion Valley was an extremely extensive area. The distance it would take to get from the outer valley to the inner valley was extremely great. And the best thing about a spatial shuttle was that it conserved energy. In the God Confusion Valley, there was no natural way to replenish energy. The amount of chaos ores in Yi Yun's interspatial ring was limited, so he tried to save as much as he could. It's already hard to discern one's direction in this God Confusion Valley. People travel through it carefully, but you are planning to use a spatial shuttle to randomly traverse the lands? You can stay here then, said Yi Yun without much thought. Shan Ling was brought to the brink of tears. She was regretting her choice of following Yi Yun into the God Confusion Valley. She bit her lips and finally boarded the spatial shuttle. She felt like she was in a vicious cycle. With a thought, Yi-Yun sent the spatial shuttle flying forward. The greatest danger a typical warrior faced in the God Confusion Valley was the restricted visibility. The visibility in there was extremely poor, and one's perception was exponentially attenuated by the fog. It was impossible to even see danger that was just feet away. However, Yi-Yun had the purple crystal's energy vision, allowing him to see every single energy fluctuation. Such a problem did not exist for him. No danger could come without an energy source. So, the spatial shuttle shot out, and Yi-Yun could see everything within a few hundred kilometers using the purple crystal's energy vision. Shanling stood behind Yi-Yun without any intention to speak to him. She originally wanted to say that Bronze Drum was a madman, but no matter how mad he was, he only tormented the lives of others. As for Yi-Yun's brand of madness, it put his life at risk as well. Shanling had already accepted the fact that she and Yi-Yun would be reduced to nothingness just moments after the spatial shuttle entered the land of peril. However, the spatial shuttle flew for an hour straight without them encountering any danger. She could sense that Yi-Yun was occasionally directing the spatial shuttle to switch directions. The fog was at times dense and at times thin. When the fog was heavy, one could not even see their fingers in front of them. Even at the fog's thinnest, they could not see but 100+ feet at best. Driving a spatial shuttle as it flew through this was like a blind man storming through a mountain of knives. How could they remain safe and sound after all this time? Could it be that Yi-Yun had means to predict danger, allowing the spatial shuttle to switch directions to avoid threats? This thought surfaced in Shanling's mind, but she found it unbelievable. Even telluric masters who were adept in feng shui for hundreds of thousands of years lacked such abilities. She wanted to ask Yi-Yun, but thinking back to Yi-Yun's impatient attitude, she was afraid that Yi-Yun would find her a bother and abandon her. At that moment, Yi-Yun suddenly stopped the spatial shuttle. The spatial shuttle that had been traveling at extremely fast speeds came to a halt. This nearly sent the already frail Shanling flying out. What? What's wrong? Shanling could hardly collect herself as she subconsciously grabbed Yi-Yun's arm to prevent herself from plummeting inside the spatial shuttle. Yi-Yun remained silent. He discovered a huge problem. With the purple crystal, he could indeed see any energy sources ahead of time. Some dangers, like evil creatures or ancient fae, could barely be classified as living beings. Energy sources with vital fluctuations were easily determined. All he needed to do was avoid them from afar. But now, Yi-Yun could see an energy source that was overflowing with energy through his energy vision. It was a body manifested by laws and energy. Yi-Yun could sense that the brimming energy source contained a terrifying might which left him alarmed. However, he could not identify what the energy source was. Was it immense danger or an opportunity? There was naturally no danger if he circled around it, but it was also possible that he would also miss out on tremendous benefits. Yi-Yun hesitated for a moment before deciding to take a look. With the ancestor god's guillotine hanging over his head, Yi-Yun could not give up any opportunity to raise his strength. Yi-Yun put away the spatial shuttle as he slowly walked towards the colorful energy source. A puzzled Shanling could only follow behind. By now, she was already feeling a sliver of fearful reverence towards Yi-Yun. Everything seemed possible for this young man. Apart from her young master, she had never seen anyone who could give off such an unfathomable feeling as Yi-Yun. Could it be that he has discovered something again? Thought Shanling. At that moment, Shanling discovered that the surrounding fog was beginning to thin. The visibility became better, going from 100 feet to hundreds of feet. Finally, she could see things clearly thousands of feet away. Oh. That is. Shanling immediately widened her eyes, for she saw a beautiful lake thousands of feet away. The lake was as beautiful as jade, and there were lush grass growing by the lakeside. All sorts of spirit flowers were in a blooming war. With a cursory sweep, Shanling identified various priceless precious spirit herbs. She served Shamong Xian for many years, so she had an understanding of most of the pills Shamong Xian consumed. The spirit herbs by the lakeside were things even Shamong Xian would think twice before using. However, Shanling was not too excited. Instead, she felt apprehensive. She recalled a terrifying legend regarding the God Confusion Valley. That might be the Herbal Garden of Confusion. Shanling's face turned slightly pale as she said awkwardly. Oh. Yi-Yun turned to look at Shanling. The main reason why he had brought Shanling with him was to understand the God Confusion Valley better. Tell me more. The Herbal Garden of Confusion in the God Confusion Valley has countless spirit herbs within. Many of the herbs are so aged that it's hardly imaginable. It's like a mirage. Despite being able to see it, there's no way to reach it no matter how you walk towards it. And the process of walking towards it is a death march. Many people will lose themselves before they even get halfway. They end up walking for the rest of their lives. Instead of calling the herbal garden of confusion a herbal garden, it's better described as a tomb. A mirage. Yi-Yun sighed slightly. A mirage was nothing but an illusion formed by the refraction of light by the air. It was not something corporeal, so it was naturally unreachable. Updated by Novel Full, com. However, the herbal garden of confusion in front of him was completely different. The eyes could deceive, but the purple crystal's energy vision did not. Yi-Yun could clearly see that there was a colorful energy blob nearby. The so-called herbal garden of confusion was indeed right there in front of him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1588 Storm. Chapter 1588 Storm. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Interesting. With this in mind, Yi-Yun slowly walked towards the herbal garden of confusion. He was interested to see what the so-called mirage was all about. When Shanling realized that Yi-Yun was not only unfazed, but that he actually looked as though he had his interest piqued, she felt at a loss for words. She was already accustomed to Yi-Yun's actions. He was a powerful man who seemed to challenge death at every turn without dying at all. She followed far behind Yi-Yun, but did not dare let him get too far. She was afraid she would lose Yi-Yun, but she lacked the courage to stay close. She watched helplessly as Yi-Yun walked forward a few hundred feet. I'm pulling away from the location of the herbal garden. Yi-Yun estimated the distance he walked should have put him a third of the way there, but the herbal garden looked to be just as far as when he started. And in the purple crystal's energy vision, the colorfully dotted energies were pulling away from him. The herbal garden really existed, but its location was in motion? Or could it be that the herbal garden was there, but he was actually walking in circles? If that was the case, the land he was on came equipped with an array formation which was formed naturally, and the colorfully dotted energy had to be the array's core. Yi-Yun's purple crystal vision could see the array core formed by the energy, but it could not see the array itself. Without realizing it, he had already stepped inside the array and it was already too late to retreat. But Yi-Yun had no intention to retreat. His nomological attainments were already approaching that of a godly monarch's. He showed no fear to such a worldly array. Besides, he still had the purple crystal's energy vision. He could see what most godly monarchs were unable to see. Under such a situation, cracking the array was also nothing difficult. Let me determine where the array core is first. This thought flashed across Yi-Yun's mind. With the purple crystal's energy vision, it was not too big a problem. Just as he was about to begin, he suddenly felt an intense sense of danger. He suddenly looked back and saw that far behind him, there was a gray energy cloud gathering. Phew, phew. Wind began stirring in the God Confusion Valley, and as it grew in intensity, the force of the gale dispersed some of the fog. This wind. Yi-Yun sensed that the God Confusion Valley's wind had the effect of corroding energy. His protective barrier trembled slightly when struck by the wind. He had no doubts that a warrior who was lacking in strength would probably be reduced to withered bone by this wind very quickly. He lowered his head slightly and looked at the helpless Shanling. She was scrunched into a bundle as she conjured a weak energy barrier. Trembling in the wind, she was like a stray kitten in a wintry night. Shanling could only sense that the sinister air seemed to blow right into her bone. With her present strength, she clearly could not last long in the wind. When she noticed Yi-Yun looking at her pale face, she was already beginning to fear him as he revealed more of his strength. Yi-Yun flicked his finger as a wisp of light shot out from his fingertip and entered her body. Shanling's body jolted as she immediately felt warm energy fill her body. Instantly, the biting cold was greatly reduced. Thank you, said Shanling gratefully. What's happening? Asked Yi-Yun. It might be about to rain, said Shanling simply. The God Confusion Valley is perennially covered in fog, but when the fog reaches a certain concentration, it will rain. A raining God Confusion Valley is more terrifying than it usually is. Boom! Before Shanling finished her sentence, a bolt of lightning tore through the sky as though it was tearing it apart. A huge purple rift appeared as the divine light of the purple lightning tore through layers of fog, dyeing the land purple. This rain is really terrifying. I sense that it's going to be a storm, said Shanling uncertainly. If one really encountered the God Confusion Valley storm, then them and everyone with them would likely suffer from heavy losses. Is the storm related to the Grand Primordium Royal Seal? If the Grand Primordium Royal Seal really exists. Yi-Yun did not think too carefully about the matter as he began focusing on cracking the array. As time passed, the storm turned more violent. Yi-Yun felt that his energy was quickly depleted as Shanling's face remained pale. She no longer cared about the dangers the herbal garden of confusion posed. She tried her best to stick close to Yi Yun and survive with his Yuan Qi barrier. Boom! Another bolt of lightning flashed almost right above their heads. Following that, black rain poured down. Each drop of water was the size of a baby's fist. Furthermore, the water was extremely cohesive and heavy. Pa-da! Pa-da! The raindrops pattered down with tremendous force, crashing right through the ground. Not only so, the rainwater was even augmented with potent corrosive forces. Ka-cha! Ian's protective Yuan Qi was struck by the rain, leaving behind a slight crack. But at that moment, Ian's heart and mind was placed on his cracking of the array. The amount of energy he invested in the Yuan Qi barrier was not more than 10%. Ka-cha! More rainwater pattered, and after the appearance of the first crack, the rainwater followed the trail of the crack as it corroded more of the energy barrier, emitting sizzling sounds. The color in Shan Ling's face drained. She watched helplessly as the black water remained atop Ian's barrier. The water droplets seemed to be penetrating the internals of the barrier. Boom! Boom! Although the number of cracks increased, Yi Yun no longer injected any new energy into the barrier. With the barrier looking cracked like glass which had been struck by a hammer, black water droplets were already seeping inside the barrier and were about to drip down. Shan Ling reeled in despair. Why wasn't Yi Yun repairing his barrier? No matter how powerful the black rain was, Yi Yun was definitely able to last a period of time, right? But at the instant the black water droplet was about to drip, Shan Ling felt the world spin around her. So, the pressure that enveloped her suddenly vanished. Shan Ling nearly fell to the ground as she widened her eyes while heaving heavily. Behind her, she saw an incredulous scene. The storm, winds, and lightning had all vanished. She had arrived on a sanctuary filled with sunlight and floral fragrance. There were streams flowing down the mountains and into lakes. In the lakes, there were lotuses. Their green leaves were like umbrellas as they appeared on the water's surface. There were droplets of liquid on them and they appeared like crystalline pearls under the sunlight. It was like a paradise. Shan Ling drew a deep breath as she took in the immensely rich spiritual energy. An unbelievable thought flashed across her mind. This is the herbal garden of confusion. Having gone from a terrifying storm to such a place, Shan Ling felt that she might have gone from hell to heaven. It was like a dream. She swept her gaze and saw that Yi Yun had already walked out of a bed of flowers. He was intensely trying to identify the various spirit plants. Shan Ling immediately realized that Yi Yun had the confidence to crack the array from the beginning. After he entered the herbal garden of confusion, he could not afford to divert a large amount of energy and mental effort to sustain the barrier. The herbal garden of confusion was protected by powerful arrays and made it impossible for the black rain to infiltrate. If not, the herbs would have long been destroyed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1589, The Huge Disparity of the Situation. Chapter 1589, The Huge Disparity of the Situation. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Although the herbal garden was like a paradise, Shan Ling saw that there were dark clouds everywhere beyond the herbal garden. Purple lightning flashed from the dense clouds like a massive snake. Countless black rain droplets the size of a baby's fist pattered across the ground ruthlessly, riddling it with holes. Upon seeing this scene, Shan Ling felt an indescribable sense of comfort. It was akin to mortals being in a warm house with a lit fire pit while watching the cold rain pour outside. At that moment, Yi Yun had no intention to bother with the black rain outside. He was in search of spiritual herbs. Ever since Yi Yun inherited the divine alchemist's heritage, he could be considered quite a master alchemist, but there was a considerable number of herbs in front of him he knew nothing of. The Chaos Heaven's natural treasures were still very different from the sinkholes. But even so, Yi Yun still understood the fundamentals of herbology. According to the herbal fragrance and the type of energy it contained, he was able to gather a vague understanding of the herbs. His gaze was locked onto a tiny tree about half the height of a person. Although the tree was short, it had many roots. Through the tree's bark, he could faintly see veins which resembled a human's blood vessels. Yi Yun took notice of the tiny tree because he sensed that his lifeblood was being stirred by it. Seen nearby, back when you first came to the Chaos Heavens, you should have gathered some knowledge of spiritual herbs. Look at this tiny tree, does it look like a divine medicine that can replenish lifeblood? What Yi Yun yearned for the most was to quickly allow Lin Shintong a full recovery. He also wanted to feed the 9 transformations celestial silkworm and allow the little guy to grow faster. This is likely a raven heartblood tree. Legend has it that ancient fae in their manifestations enjoy eating the fruits of this tree. The fruits replenish their lifeblood powers and give them additional strength to transcend the heavenly tribulations.
You guessed right.
This raven heartblood tree can indeed help Shintom, but unfortunately, this tree has yet to bear fruit.
The time it takes for the raven heartblood tree to bloom is on the order of millions of years. Once it bears fruit, it would be extremely precious.
Yi knitted his brows slightly when he heard Bai Yuan. The herbal garden of confusion had already been in existence for so long, and the raven heartblood tree was quite old. Even if it took 1,000,000 years to bear fruit, it should have already bore fruit after tens or hundreds of millions of years. He said, if its fruits do not drop when they are ripe, then the fruits might have been plucked by someone else. Bai Yuan did not say a word. In fact, she shared the same thoughts. Someone had entered the herbal garden in the past 1,000,000 years. Although the herbal garden of confusion looked extremely terrifying to Shan Ling and company, the chaos heavens had experts lurking all over. Even with Yun's energy vision and his skill in laws, he did not dare claim that his ability at cracking arrays was better than those godly monarchs who focused on studying array formations.
Yun, there's no need to feel wistful about it.
It's impossible for every opportunity in this world to belong to you alone. Besides, even if someone had swept through the herbal garden in the past 1,000,000 years, what has been produced since then would still be quite useful to you.
I understand. The opportunities provided by the chaos heavens are definitely not limited to a mere herbal garden. Yun took out the God Advent Tower and opened the internal space.
Not only did he pluck the spirit flowers and fruits, but he also transplanted several of the herbs that could be transplanted into the God Advent Tower. The raven heartblood tree was naturally not spared. As for those worldly spiritual plants that had very stringent requirements for environment to the point that they would wither after being transplanted, Yun did not touch them. It was difficult to produce such worldly treasures, so he had no plans on cutting off the spirit roots of such divine treasures.
Who?
The violent winds howled as, in a corner of the God Confusion Valley, a group of soul warriors were holding up a barrier to withstand the black rain that pelted at them like meteors.
Every drop of black rain would produce fine cracks in their barrier as though it would shatter their barrier to pieces.
Our luck sure sucks to have encountered this storm the moment we entered the God Confusion Valley.
Leading the soul warriors was a middle-aged man dressed in a white taiji robe.
He was bald, but his 2-foot-long brows drooped down. He held a refined ore in each hand as he absorbed their energy while mending the barrier. For the past 2 hours, he had pretty much been the one propping up the barrier as the storm raged on.
It's all thanks to Elder Whitebrows. We have been a burden on him, said an ashamed soul junior.
They depended greatly on Whitebrows, for he had already condensed 2 soul seals and was just short of the godly monarch realm. In fact, the soul race had made adequate preparations for this expedition to the God Confusion Valley.
Godly monarchs would lead the team while Elder Whitebrows would provide support as a telluric master.
But they never expected to encounter the Celestial's bronze giant shortly after entering the God Confusion Valley. The Celestial had attacked without any warning. Before even finding the rumored divine treasure, the Celestial had already taken action. The soul race's godly monarch Dreamlight was ultimately weaker than the bronze giant, but he was able to barely hold back the bronze giant and buy the others time to escape. This was also likely because the bronze giant showed no interest to the others.
If it did, it was unlikely many of them would have survived. Just recollecting the celestial bronze giant's brimming strength left the soul warriors feeling a lingering fear.
The celestial giants were just too powerful.
Grand Elder has his means to escape.
Even if he's no match, he would be able to make a full retreat.
You do not need to worry about him.
Now, we should be thinking of a way to handle the situation in front of us. For some unknown reason, a series of bizarre changes is happening in the God Confusion Valley at present.
The map we spent a great deal to acquire is mostly useless now.
Furthermore, I have a feeling that the deeper into the valley we go, the more inaccurate the map will be. When that happens, if we were to blindly believe the map, we might just end up dying tragic deaths.
The middle-aged man spoke with a heavy voice.
The faces of the surrounding soul warriors had a shade of worry.
Could godly monarch Dreamlight really have escaped his perilous situation?
Without a godly monarch, it was as though their backbone was gone.
It made traversing the God Confusion Valley almost impossible.
I have no idea how long this rain will last. About 3 hours would be fine, but if it lasts for an entire day, even I would be left enervated. As the middle-aged man spoke, a young soul disciple suddenly shouted, "Elder, look there."
The youth extended his finger as he looked abnormally excited.
The middle-aged man looked in the pointed direction as he saw a blurry light far into the sky. On careful look, it looked like a herbal garden which had all sorts of spiritual herbs.
It looked like a paradise.
To see such a herbal garden that stood separate from the world which was immersed in the apocalyptic rain felt incredible.
Master, that herbal garden has ample sunlight.
there's no rain at all.
The youth was somewhat excited. If they could head there to seek shelter from the rain, they could even pluck all sorts of spirit herbs.
Fool!
Elder Whitebrows grunted coldly.
That's the herbal garden of confusion. The scenery you see is actually a mirage. It doesn't actually exist. If you walk in its direction, you will soon find that you can never reach it. Slowly, you will enter a land of death.
There have been people who remained obstinate or people as foolish as you who were bent on plucking the spirit herbs.
However, all of them are already dead.
Upon hearing Elder Whitebrow's tirade, the youth shrank his neck back as his expression turned ugly. He really had no idea about the herbal garden of confusion. We should avoid that herbal garden. As Elder Whitebrow said so, a soul disciple halted and carefully looked at the herbal garden of confusion.
He asked, Elder, it seems there are people in the herbal garden? Is it weird to have people in there?
They are simply part of the mirage.
But I know this person. The speaking soul warrior wore an incredulous look. Back then, I entered the God Confusion Valley with him.
There were a total of 20 spots and he shamelessly forced himself into one spot.
His name is Yi-Yun.
Oh?
What?
When everyone heard the name, they were stunned.
Wasn't that fellow the guy from the Taixia ancient mining who ended up being abandoned?
He entered the God Confusion Valley alone without a map or telluric master guiding him, nor did he have a godly monarch protecting him.
He was basically a dead man, so how could he be in the herbal garden?
Everyone focused their gaze in that direction. The herbal garden of confusion had little fog around it to begin with, so their vision was not affected. All of them saw Yi-Yun very clearly. Furthermore, Yi-Yun was plucking herbs. He even took out a cave abode artifact in the shape of a miniature pagoda, transplanting many herbs along with their roots and fruits in.
Could the herbs in the mirage be plucked too? Regardless of that question, this scene made the soul warriors turn covetous.
They were barely surviving the rain and were like leaves fluttering precariously in the storm, yet Yi-Yun was inside the herbal garden and completely unaffected by the rain's harassment. He was even gathering a large amount of natural treasures. The disparity of the situation was just too huge. The soul disciple from before could not help but say, Elder, perhaps that herbal garden is not a mirage.
If it was truly the mirage as spoken of in legends, how could it have manifested Yi-Yun? Elder Whitebrows frowned. This was not his first entry into the God Confusion Valley.
According to the books he had read, this was clearly the herbal garden of confusion.
If that was the case, how was it possible that Yi-Yun entered it?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1590, Devoured. Chapter 1590, Devoured. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Elder, that's an emerald dragon root.
That's a life reminiscence flower and another purple radish. They are all priceless treasured herbs.
We have so many people. We should rush into the herbal garden and kill Yi-Yun and snatch away all his herbs.
A young soul disciple looked on with covetous eyes. According to their rules, they were to get a share of the resources gained in the Xianyuan Dune. Just getting even a few strands of the herbs available would improve their cultivation levels further. Upon seeing Yi-Yun leisurely plucking the herbs in what seemed like a paradise while they suffered the assaults of the storm's black rain, the disciples turned anxious.
Elder, why are you still hesitating? Why don't we be the vanguard?
A few disciples suggested.
Elder Whitebrows nodded.
According to his analysis, the thing before them was the herbal garden of confusion. However, many dangerous regions in the God Confusion Valley did not remain unchanged over the years. Since Yi-Yun had entered the herbal garden of confusion, perhaps the laws governing it had changed.
It was possible that the terrifying storm might have torn apart an entrance into the herbal garden of confusion.
These few soul disciples immediately took out refined ores, and as they absorbed their energies, they began walking towards the herbal garden. With their strengths, it was not a huge problem for them to independently withstand the storm for about an hour.
Immediately retreat if you discover anything amiss,
said Elder Whitebrows.
Got it, a soul warrior replied without even turning his head. From his point of view, Whitebrows was old.
He lacked the drive and spirit of youth, which made him dislike danger regardless of the occasion. Such an attitude which preferred stability was alright when managing logistics in the rear, but one needed to take risks in mystic realms.
With this in mind, several soul warriors turned a little rash.
They did not bother conserving their refined ores as they absorbed the Yuan Qi in large quantities while proceeding forward quickly. Of course, they had people in charge of monitoring the surroundings. Thankfully, the fog had thinned greatly, allowing them to release their perceptions much further. The herbal garden of confusion also appeared within their perceptions. I can sense it. It's not a mirage. Updated by Novel Full, com. Yes. As vanguards, we will also gain the best rewards for being the first to render meritorious services in the event of a harvest. A few disciples discussed as they turned more driven. Soon, they had traversed several hundred feet. Although they were willing to take risks, it did not mean that they were unafraid of death. The first several hundred feet were only a test of the waters. If problems really cropped up, they would not dare proceed further. When they looked up at the herbal garden of confusion, they felt that it seemed nearer, but at the same time, perhaps not. This scene cooled down their hot-headedness. Something was not right. An older disciple already had the intention to retreat. Junior brothers, this herbal garden isn't that simple. When he said that, he was considering asking them if they wanted to retreat. However, his heart sank when he saw the looks of his junior brothers. They had a confounded look as they continued proceeding ahead. All they had in their eyes was the herbal garden, as though nothing else mattered. They did not even mend their soul-powered barriers as they cracked. Junior brothers. The older disciple extended his hand to pull them, but the moment he made contact, he felt a seemingly demonic force infiltrate his soul sea, causing him to nearly lose his reason. Oh no! He quickly retracted his hand and turned around, hoping to seek help. However, the moment he turned back, he felt as though he had plunged into an ice cavern. All he saw was endless storms behind him. Elder Whitebrows and company had vanished. Elder! Senior brother song! A soul disciple shouted, but his voice, which was injected with soul power, did not go far in the storm as it dissipated rapidly. Ka ka ka! The weakest soul disciple's barrier was the first to shatter completely. Black rain merciless pounded his body, causing his body to emit white smoke. Chie! 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 The jarring sounds continued as the soul disciple's body became like a mound of sugar being steeped by hot water. He slowly melted in the rain. They vanished? The other soul warriors were fully focused on the vanguard team, but the vanguard team had vanished into the shadows after walking for a period of time. It was as if they had been devoured. Elder! The soul warrior who had teleported into the valley with Yi Yun turned anxious. His name was 10 Knights. Someone from the vanguard team was his younger cousin. 10 Knights did not believe that his cousin was Yi Yun's match, but he only planned on having his cousin probe the area to find the entrance to the herbal garden of confusion. But now, they are gone. Elder Whitebrows took a deep breath as he shook his head. They are probably all dead. This is indeed the herbal garden of confusion. Walking towards it will only lead you to a land of death. If we had all entered together, we might have been completely wiped out. 10 Knights was alarmed upon hearing the words completely wiped out. How did Yi Yun enter this herbal garden which could devour people? Previously, although he felt fear towards Yi Yun when Yi Yun snatched a spot in the teleportation array with his own strength, it was still uneasily doable for soul geniuses their age. However, Yi Yun's present feat was something that confounded him. At that moment, Elder Whitebrow's heart stirred. He immediately revealed a pleasant look of surprise. Lord Dreamlight is back. Everyone was immediately delighted hearing that. They turned their heads and indeed, they saw a white-robed man walking over in midair. Despite the heavy downpour, the man's clothes continued fluttering in the wind without being stained by any of the black rain. The black rain automatically avoided his clothes when they landed on what seemed like an invisible law around him. The man gently landed on the ground. He was extremely handsome, but it was not what one would traditionally consider masculine. Instead, it was a feminine beauty. It was hard to tell what his gender was at a glance. In the middle of his glabella was a faint mark that looked like ivory. It added to his ethereal feeling. Godly Monarch Divine Light was one of the Grand Elders of the Soul Faction, Heavenly Dream Path. Greetings, Grand Elder. Whitebrows, 10 Knights, and company bowed in unison. The man swept his gaze. Aren't there more? It was my fault. Elder Whitebrows apologized immediately. When we reached the spot, we saw that herbal garden. Although I determined it to be the legendary herbal garden of confusion, we saw someone plucking the herbs inside to our surprise. Hoping to bet on our luck, I allowed a few to go in and... It was 9 Knights and company who insisted on going. 10 Knights helped Elder Whitebrows explain in a timely manner. This matter was indeed not Whitebrow's fault. Oh? Is that so? To a person at the level of Godly Monarch Dreamlight, losing a few disciples meant nothing. However, he was somewhat surprised to learn that someone was plucking herbs in the herbal garden of confusion. He squinted his eyes and looked towards the herbal garden of confusion. Indeed, he saw a youthful-looking man plucking herbs like his life depended on it.
This person. His name is Yi Yun. He's suspected to be a junior of the Taixia Ancient Mining.
He might also be an old monster that is hiding his actual age, explained 10 Knights. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1591 Dreamlight. Chapter 1591 Dreamlight. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. Yi Yun had sensed it when godly monarch Dreamlight focused his gaze on him. He raised his head and looked in Dreamlight's direction. Through the dense storms, he saw an effeminate man. Updated by novel full, calm. Their gazes locked as Yi Yun's heart palpitated. This person had a very powerful psyche fluctuation, one that he could faintly sense even through the herbal garden of confusion. He had already guessed that the person was likely a godly monarch of the soul race. Yi Yun had also seen the soul disciples attempt to enter previously, but he had not taken it to heart. His possession of the purple crystal allowed him to easily enter the herbal garden of confusion, but it was a task fraught with difficulties for mere soul disciples. Yet he never imagined that their godly monarch would arrive so soon. He's no old monster that's hiding his true age. He's likely not old at all, said Dreamlight in a slow, refined manner. Interesting, very interesting. He had never heard of the humans producing such a genius prior to this. This herbal garden of confusion is sealed in a worldly array. It's not surprising that none of you can enter. But since this herbal garden has appeared, we naturally cannot permit a human junior to take all the spoils, said Dreamlight leisurely as he took a step forward. His single step seemed to crack through the limitations of the laws and distance. He appeared 1,000 feet forward, placing him within the vicinity of the herbal garden of confusion. However, Dreamlight's every action seemed to place him on sublime nodes that allowed him to slowly approach the herbal garden of confusion. 10 Knights and company watched the scene in excitement. He was no doubt godly monarch Dreamlight. Such an array formation appeared nominal in front of Dreamlight. However, Dreamlight knew that things were not as simple as they seemed. The array formation did not appear powerful, but it underwent many abstruse changes. However, with his soul traversing steps, the energy flows of the array formation had no means to hide from him. He could grasp a few of the patterns behind the abstruse changes. Soon, he discovered a critical node. He extended his hand and swiped it like a gentle breeze. Ka-cha! A light sound emitted as the array formation was forcibly torn open by Dreamlight. At that moment, not only did Dreamlight sense the herbal garden of confusion turn more corporeal, but Elder Whitebrows and company also sensed the same thing. It hasn't been fully opened, Dreamlight shook his head. The array formation was not so simple. Dreamlight took another few steps forward as the array formation's fluctuations grew in intensity. Whitebrows, 10 Knights and company clearly heard something shattering. And at that moment, Ian rapidly started extending his hand and sweeping things up without even taking a look. He had transferred large amounts of herbs on the ground into his interspatial ring. Let's go! Ian grabbed Shan Ling and, before Dreamlight opened the herbal garden of confusion, he had already appeared at the back of the garden. He immediately took out his spatial shuttle and drove it frantically. With his purple crystal energy vision, Ian's speed was beyond imagination. Only when he determined that he was sufficiently far from the herbal garden of confusion did he stop. By the time Dreamlight entered the herbal garden, he had sensed Ian's departure. However, it took him time to open up the herbal garden's array formation. He did not have the luxury of time to pursue Yun out of it again. After a strange glint flashed in Dreamlight's slender eyes, he finally calmed down. Go on in. Take whatever herbs there are, said Dreamlight. 10 Knight and company swarmed in. They did not see Yun and only saw Dreamlight standing quietly to the side. None of them dared to ask. On a second look, the garden which had been filled with countless treasured herbs had nearly been swept clean by Yun. All that was left were immature herbs or ones that were not too precious. Thinking of their losses before obtaining this, the soul disciples beat their breasts and stamped their feet in deep anguish. If anything was to be blamed, it was that they were too weak. If they had the power to crack open the herbal garden's array formation, Yun could have forgotten about taking away all the perks it held. Meanwhile, Yun had already flown a great distance away. The downpour continued inundating him as he absorbed the energies from refined ores while traveling with a Yuan Qi barrier conjured. Shan Ling was already accustomed to Yun's speed. She knew that at such high speeds, the blows the black rain struck on his barrier every second were 100 times stronger than when he remained still. But even so, Yun was able to handle it without flinching. This person was truly terrifying. To think that she had belittled him back then. Thankfully, she knew of the God Confusion Valley's secrets and was of value to him, or she might not even know how she died. Senior Bai, can you identify these spirit herbs? Yi Yun had reaped a bountiful harvest from the herbal garden of confusion, but he unfortunately did not recognize many of them.
I can only give you their names at best. I do not know the herbological details.
Bai Yuan shook her head. She was not an alchemist and she had only made one trip to the Chaos Heavens about 1 billion years ago. It was already quite impressive that she could recognize so many herbs. From the looks of it, I need to seek out an alchemical manual.
Furthermore, it can't be an ordinary one.
It needs to be a heritage left behind by an alchemist master.
That will be a little difficult.
Yi Yun was highly skilled in alchemy, but he had no means to use the herbs he just collected.
This left him somewhat depressed.
If he had the knowledge, just a few days of seclusion would allow him to awaken Lin Shintong from her slumber.
Ya! Ya! Yi Yun suddenly heard yelps coming from none other than the 9 transformations celestial silkworm.
The little fellow had turned excited when it caught the whiff of herbal fragrance. Previously, the chaos ores were of use to it, but that was incomparable to natural treasures.
The 9 transformations celestial silkworm was also considered a fae. It needed to devour natural herbs to nourish its lifeblood and body. Go ahead and eat.
Your nose sure is sharp to smell these while sleeping.
Yi Yun threw a bunch of herbs into the God Advent Tower.
With Shan Ling present, he did not plan on letting the 9 transformations celestial silkworm come out.
The herbs Yi Yun chose to give to the 9 transformations celestial silkworm were the ones he plucked the most of.
He had no plans on using up any of the different strands, or it would truly be depressing to find he was lacking any of them when he got down to the alchemical refinement. The 9 transformations celestial silkworm began chomping down on the herbs, for it knew that Yi Yun might extract some of its blood during a critical moment. It would really be losing out if it did not eat more to supplement itself at that moment.
Yi Yun smiled when he saw the 9 transformations celestial silkworm's behavior and ignored it.
Instead, he turned towards Shan Ling. Do you know that androgynous person?
You do, right? Upon hearing Yi Yun, Shan Ling jumped in fright.
If not for the pressure Yi Yun placed on her, she even had the intention to cover his mouth. That's the Grand Elder of the Soul Race's heavenly dream path, Dreamlight.
His perceptive powers are forbiddingly terrifying.
Don't discount his perception's range just because we are in the God Confusion Valley. It's possible for him to hear us while you are somewhere else. If he chases up to us, we are dead.
Yi Yun chuckled and said, he already has the intent to kill me. Do you think I will change his mind if I speak a few good words behind his back?
Yi Yun had such a feeling back when his eyes met Dreamlight's. Yi Yun was a human genius and was very possibly a great future threat. Furthermore, he had swept the herbal garden of confusion clean. It would be odd if Dreamlight had no intention of killing him.
However, although Dreamlight looked extremely formidable, he appeared injured. Yi Yun recalled their encounter. Dreamlight's soul sea did not seem as impervious as he imagined. They had only entered the God Confusion Valley recently, so what was it that could injure a godly monarch?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1592, Inner Valley. Chapter 1592, Inner Valley. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
Using his energy vision, Yi Yun continued driving the spatial shuttle towards the inner valley with Shan Ling on board.
In fact, Yi Yun believed that the outer valley actually had many places worth exploring, but godly monarch Dreamlight's appearance made Yi Yun think twice.
He tried his best to stay a good distance away from Dreamlight.
The journey from the God Confusion Valley's outer valley to the inner valley was fraught with danger.
The typical Divine Lord would hardly be able to reach the inner valley, much less use a flying artifact to speed into it. A group of warriors were arduously making their way forward under the lead of a few elders. They had set off a day earlier than the Taisha ancient mining contingent, but due to the unexpected changes in the God Confusion Valley, a portion of the maps became unreliable. Therefore, they had only barely reached where they were after all this time. They had already lost quite a number of people on the way. Even one of the elders had perished due to the storm. This only demoralized the rest.
Keep it up. The inner valley is straight ahead.
Although we can't be considered as arriving early, we arrived earlier than factions such as the Taisha Ancient Mining, which received the news late. There won't be people chasing up to us for the time being.
There will be more opportunities in the inner valley.
The earlier we enter, the greater chance of us having the initiative, said an elder who was walking right in front while conjuring a protective Yuan Qi barrier.
Yes,
answered the disciples behind him in unison.
All their eyes lit up. They just needed to persist a little longer, for the inner valley was just up ahead.
However, the closer we are to the inner valley, the more careful we have to be.
Make sure to stick close to me.
If you take a wrong step, You might very well end up in a land of no return, said the elder.
At that moment, an intense yuan-chi fluctuation suddenly approached them at rapid speeds from afar. A few elders turned their heads simultaneously as the disciples also looked up and over.
They saw a white airstream tear through the fog above them as it streaked across, before vanishing in the direction of the inner valley's entrance.
A disciple could not help but ask, wasn't that a spatial shuttle? Was it a spatial shuttle? It should be some godly monarch's flying artifact, right? Said another disciple hesitantly. It's quite impossible.
I saw it very clearly. It's a spatial shuttle of the lowest grade.
The disciples looked in the direction of the inner valley's entrance.
Someone had actually managed to drive a spatial shuttle of the lowest grade into the inner valley. This was such a heavy blow to their precarious process of forging forward. Yi-Yun had scanned the area beneath him from the spatial shuttle. On his journey, he encountered two batches of people. However, the first batch of people had found themselves trapped in a gigantic vortex that had suddenly appeared.
They instantly vanished.
As for the second batch of people, their luck and strength seemed quite good. From the looks of it, he had been mistaken. Quite a number of teams that entered the valley did not have godly monarchs leading them. After all, godly monarchs were few in number. Even though some factions did not have godly monarchs, they still wished to make an expedition to the God Confusion Valley. After all, even if they were unable to obtain the best opportunities, just the benefits the periphery offered could very well provide them with bountiful harvests. We have already entered the inner valley, said Shan Ling, her tone carrying a tinge of pleasant surprise.
She was surprised to find herself safely arriving inside the inner valley by following Yi-Yun.
The moment they entered the inner valley, the heaven-earth yuan-chi inside became completely different than that of the outer valley. There was extremely rich yuan-chi within that nourished a countless forest of ancient and massive vegetation. This vegetation blanketed the land and hills. The inner valley resembled a illusionary ancient forest that was intermixed with a mountain valley at a glance. The towering trees reached 1,000,000 feet in height. Their crowns blotted out the sky and there was a green hue everywhere.
It left one feeling a little lost. Yi-Yun acutely sensed that under the green hue, there were more dangers that would only strike greater fear into people than anything of the outer valley. The inner and outer valley seem like two different worlds. It's truly quite an amazing topography, said Yi-Yun.
He did not sense any barriers or array formations when he entered the inner valley, yet for some reason, the valleys were in such a stark contrast, like ice and fire.
With the purple crystal's vision, Yi-Yun scanned a few extremely powerful energy blobs. One of them gave him an apprehensive feeling.
Yi-Yun directed the spatial shuttle to carefully avoid those energy blobs as he continued venturing deeper into the inner valley.
Oh? That is?
Yi-Yun suddenly saw a blob of unique light through his purple crystal. It was like a fire plume that was silently flickering underground. When he saw the fire plume, Yi-Yun felt that the blood in him suddenly seemed to boil over.
This was something useful to him.
The spatial shuttle flashed over and moments later, Yi-Yun had arrived above a huge lake in excitement.
What is this place? Asked Yi-Yun.
I heard that the inner valley has a mobile lake named Li Water.
It's likely this.
However, this is likely just a portion of the Li Water. A large portion of the water body might be underground, said Shan Ling after some careful thought.
In fact, she had also only heard of it since Li Water would suddenly appear and disappear.
Apart from encountering it by chance, it was very difficult to find.
I see.
Yi-Yun could sense that the fire plume was under the lake's surface. He stopped the spatial shuttle above the lake before lowering it onto the lake's surface.
You wish to enter the water? Shan Ling asked in astonishment. I have no idea what dangers lurk within the water. That's right. Yi-Yun answered her simply with 2 words.
Shan Ling turned agape, but she did not say a word.
Had there been any lack of instances when Yi-Yun courted death this entire journey? Yi-Yun struck down with his palm. Boom! The lake surface stirred and parted instantly. Yi-Yun charged straight into the newly created rift.
Shan Ling watched anxiously from the spatial shuttle. Now that they had entered the inner valley, she would similarly die tragically without Yi-Yun. Therefore, she also wished that Yi-Yun could return alive.
About half a minute passed.
Suddenly, the water body began to quake intensely as a stir that seemed to shake the earth emitted out from underwater. At that moment, Yi-Yun's figure flew out rapidly from the rift like a fish leaping out of the water. He clasped a dazzling fire flint that was brilliantly white in color.
Yi-Yun rushed into the spatial shuttle before commanding it to rapidly fly off. Boom!
The lake's surface rose as the water broke, revealing a pair of cold, ruthless eyes. The eyes were trained on the spatial shuttle which was flying higher before it let out a raging roar. The lake stirred violently for quite a while before an indignant roar sounded from inside. Finally, everything returned to its original calm. Shanling looked down and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Regardless of what was inside the lake, it was absolutely not something she could deal with. She had no idea what it was that made Yi Yun take such a huge risk. She looked at Yi Yun's hand. The item, which resembled an ice crystal, appeared extremely bright. It was so dazzling that it was difficult to look at it straight. And within the ice crystal, it appeared as though there was a scale sealed within. "Xenomorphic ore?" said Shanling in surprise. Yi Yun looked at the xenomorphic ore in his hand in satisfaction. The ore was filled with terrifying energy, but that was only a small part of its value. Its true value was the scale sealed within. Just holding onto the xenomorphic ore made Yi Yun feel the Dragon Emperor blood in him boil. If Yi Yun did not guess wrong. But at that moment, Yi Yun's eyes suddenly narrowed as he looked at a distant spot. Someone is coming. Soon, a few figures appeared into the distance as they rapidly headed for him. The monster in the water had caused too great a stir, so it clearly attracted the notice of these people. It was just that Yi Yun never expected these people to come so quickly. As these people approached, Shanling let out an exclamation as her body trembled and she revealed a pleasant look of surprise. Upon seeing Shanling's reaction and the man leading them, Yi Yun guessed at the man's identity. He had a head of golden hair and he looked handsome. He was tall and his face and body coruscated with scaled armor. Shamong Xian. The #1 genius of the Shamong family clan of the Desolate Clan, /novel full, calm. Shanling glanced at Yi Yun, but she could not help but exclaim, "Young master. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1593, Shamong Xian. Chapter 1593, Shamong Xian. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Ever since she was severely injured while carrying out a mission, Shanling had never gotten a chance to recover. She was even sold as a female slave. Such circumstances had plunged Shanling into despair. She never expected that she would once again see Shamong Xian in the inner valley at that moment in time. Instantly, she was caught up in emotions as tears welled in her eyes. "Shanling?" Shamong Xian was somewhat surprised. "Why are you here?" He could tell at a glance that Shanling was injured, and her wounds were not light. She had less than 10% of her original strength left. Not only that, Shanling had a seal binding her body. "Who cast the seal on you?" Shamong Xian's voice had a tinge of coldness as he looked at Yi Yun. Shanling was with this man, so the person who had cast the seal naturally had to be him. Shanling's expression changed slightly as she said in embarrassment, "Young master, it was Yi Yun who brought me into the inner valley. If not, I would never have been able to meet you. I'm asking you, who was it that cast the seal?" As Shamong Xian spoke, he extended his hand and beckoned. Whoosh! Shanling felt her abdomen hurt as though something was being extracted. The color in her face drained slightly as she nearly fell to the ground. When she looked at Shamong Xian's hand again, he was already holding onto a nomological mark. It was none other than the seal which Yi Yun had left in Shanling's body. Che! Shamong Xian crushed the nomological mark immediately. Actually, without Shanling's explanation, Shamong Xian could sense that the nomological mark contained an aura similar to that of Yi Yun's. Shanling did not dare lie to Shamong Xian, and she could faintly sense that the situation was going in a bad direction. She said, "Young master, I previously requested Yi Yun to bring me into the inner valley to seek you out. We were strangers after all, so the seal was placed on me." Ha ha! At that moment, a larkish giggle sounded as a voluptuous woman in tight clothing slowly walked forward. She elegantly stood behind Shamong Xian as her voluptuous body nearly clung to his. "I don't think it's a simple restraint, right? Shanling, the clothes you wear might look charming and adorable, but they're made of ordinary cloth. This is not what a warrior would wear. Instead, it looks like the clothes that slave merchants put on their slaves in Xianyuan City. Your unique cat ears have also been deliberately manifested. You must have eaten a pill that deliberately stimulates your Fey bloodline, right? Why would you eat such pills when you are weak? I heard that human males with certain fetishes enjoy the cat ears or fox tails of young female Fey. If I were to guess, you were sold as a slave by a slave merchant, right? And this human bought you and cast a seal on you." After the voluptuous woman said so, Shamong Xian's expression sank. He did not mind if his servant died, but if she was sold as a slave and even bought by a human, it was an insult regardless. "Yao Rao, I risked my life for the Shamong family clan and ended up seriously injured. That was how I ended up in the hands of a slave merchant. Although I was sold as a female slave, my body remains untainted. All I did was endure some humiliation in order to meet young master again. Shan Ling's petite chest heaved in anger. She could tell that Yao Rao had replaced her as Xiaomang Xian's personal maidservant. As such, Yao Rao naturally did not welcome her reappearance. Untainted? Yao Rao laughed. Even if you are a virgin, I have heard that slave merchants often teach newly captured female fae certain things before selling them? Shan Ling's expression turned pale. She could ignore Yao Rao, but when she saw Xiaomang Xian again, she did not see pleasant surprise in his eyes. Instead, there was a tinge of coldness. Back when she was in trouble, regardless of how despairing her situation was, she ultimately remained loyal to Xiaomang Xian and missed him. Yet, she never expected that her reunion with Xiaomang Xian would turn out this way. Previously, she had even promised Yi Yun that Xiaomang Xian would reward him handsomely if he brought her back. Now, from the looks of it, she had been too naive. Young master, this human actually dares to enslave your former maidservant. He should be killed. As the voluptuous woman spoke, she took a glance at the lake behind Yi Yun. They had sensed an intense spirit chi fluctuation from the legendary Li water. Perhaps, Yi Yun had taken something impressive from it. If Yao Rao could figure that out, Xiaomang Xian naturally had the same conclusions. When he heard Yao Rao, his eyes flashed a queer look. You bought my former maidservant and deserve death, said Xiaomang Xian. Since Yi Yun was able to bring Shan Ling into the inner valley and take out something from the Li water, it implied his strength was extraordinary. But even so, he was only one person. Furthermore, Xiaomang Xian had a group of experts from his family clan with him. Yi Yun immediately knew Xiaomang Xian was only providing a convenient excuse. The truth was that Xiaomang Xian was eyeing the xenomorphic ore he held. He looked around and he picked his ears. It seems your Xiaomang family clan is working independently. In fact, Yi Yun had already discovered that there were many family clans with various surnames that came under the Desolate clan. Xiaomang Xian's Xiaomang family clan was likely uncordial with Bronze Drum's family clan. If not, Shan Ling could have sought Bronze Drum's help back then instead of fearing him. Godly monarch Celestial Pang was with Bronze Drum while the Xiaomang family clan had likely acted independently in order to reap most of the benefits for itself. These people were definitely strong, but Yi Yun showed no fear as long as they lacked godly monarchs. What are you getting at? Xiaomang Xian frowned. I wish to tell you that you can just be frank if greed is driving you. It's disgusting watching you lead the life of a whore and expect a monument for your chastity, said Yi Yun with a scoff. He naturally did not mince his words because of Xiaomang Xian's stature. How dare you? How dare you insult my young master? Yao Rao widened her eyes as she screamed. She had never met anyone who dared insult Xiaomang Xian to his face. Yi Yun's cold gaze stabbed at Yao Rao. Shut up. You have no right to speak here. Before his voice faded away, Yi Yun had already struck out at Yao Rao with his palm. The palm appeared ordinary, but it suddenly produced a spatial rift in front of Yao Rao. Immediately following that, a terrifying palm seal bore down like it blanketed the world. Boom! A loud boom sounded as the violent yuan qi dissipated. Yao Rao looked at Xiaomang Xian in front of her with a pale face. If not for Xiaomang Xian's blocking of the strike, she would likely have been killed. You insult me and even attempt to murder my subordinate in front of me? You have a death wish, said Xiaomang Xian coldly. Yi Yun laughed. Cut that out. A heavy and dull bladed sword appeared in his hand suddenly. His eyes turned cold as fighting spirit ignited in them. Ever since he came to the Chaos Heavens, Yi Yun had yet to experience a battle that delighted him. He had long wished to seek out a Fae to test out his Dragon Emperor technique. The Fae from before were either too weak or too strong like the godly monarch, golden-winged Celestial Pang. Right before him, Xiaomang Xian's strength was just perfect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1594, 30 seconds. Chapter 1594, 30 seconds. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. Shan Ling was given a fright when she saw Yi Yun initiate combat by drawing a weapon. Yi Yun, my young master broke through to the Fey Lord realm 1,000 years ago. He has also experienced the lifeblood lightning tribulations which rejuvenated his body. It's unlikely any human under the godly monarch realm is my young master's match. U.P. Dated by Novelful, Com. You have the ability to fly through the God Confusion Valley at fast speeds. Quickly board your spatial shuttle and escape into the fog. They might not be able to catch up to you. Shan Ling had been rescued by Yi Yun after all. Furthermore, she had been used as an excuse by Xiaomang Xian to kill Yi Yun after her reunion with him. She did not wish to see Yi Yun die under Xiaomang Xian's hand. Nearly invincible under the realm of godly monarch? Yi Yun was taken aback.
That was the same evaluation he gave himself.
That was interesting. Shanling, you are communicating with that human via voice transmission?
When Yao Rao noticed that Shanling was looking at Yi Yun with a look of anxiety, she immediately guessed that Shanling was sending voice transmissions.
Slut, did you betray young master and sell intelligence to that human? Have you fallen for him?
Your betrayal of young master deserves death. As Yao Rao spoke, she struck out at Shanling. At that moment, Shanling had no means to resist, so she was immediately bound by Yao Rao. Without Xiaomang Xian's permission, Yao Rao did not dare kill her, but she was bent on making Shanling suffer some humiliation. Xiaomang Xian turned a blind eye to what Yao Rao was doing.
Yi Yun watched the scene coldly.
He was not very familiar with Shanling, but he did not think she deserved such a wretched outcome. At the end of the day, she was just a maidservant of the Xiaomang family clan. Her standing in it was negligible. As for Yao Rao, she happened to be the type of woman Yi Yun detested the most.
He took a glance at Yao Rao and said, "Your name is Yao Rao, right? I'll take your life in 30 seconds. What?
Yao Rao was just about to slap Shanling when she heard him. She was momentarily stunned.
Xiaomang Xian broke out into laughter. Was this human ignoring his existence? Are humans all so dumb? To make such audacious claims when their lives are in peril?
As Xiaomang Xian spoke, his body bulked up as his limbs grew rapidly in size. In a blink of an eye, he transformed into a muscular half-fae, half-human biological creature. The golden hair atop his head flailed as the scales on him covered his entire body.
Sharp golden spikes twinkling with cold light also grew out.
A violent and ruthless aura emerged from his body as a black turbulence appeared around his head. At that moment, his pupils constricted as the dull blade in front of him cleaved over at him.
Xiaomang Xian roared as he extended both his arms.
10 extremely sharp blasts of air sliced through the sky instantly like wind blades as they met the dull blade.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The wind blades were sliced apart by the dull blade, leaving 10 terrifying marks on the distant ground where it landed. They appeared crisscrossed on the mountain.
Meanwhile, Xiaomang Xian's figure had suddenly vanished from its original spot.
It was not teleportation, but that he was just too fast. But at the same time, Yi Yun had begun moving. 2 blurry figures instantly clashed in mid-air, producing a world-shaking boom. It was as though lightning was surging through the heaven and earth, emitting a thunderous terror.
Oh? A human like you has actually cultivated a body tempering art? Xiaomang Xian was alarmed.
Humans were always known to be good at laws, and were much slower at cultivating body tempering arts.
Yi Yun did not respond as he cleaved down once again.
The heavy sword in his hand was a weapon left behind by primordial Chaos Downlord.
To the present Yi Yun, it was no longer considered a divine weapon.
However, it still contained a sliver of the primordial chaos laws, making the sword extremely heavy.
Yi Yun was battling with his body arts, so he needed a heavy weapon. Ka-cha!
Amid the intense clash, Yi Yun slashed at the bone spikes on Xiaomang Xian's arm, causing his arm to feel numb. But at the next moment, the corner of his mouth revealed a sinister smile. A strange red glow emitted from the bone spike, and suddenly a behemoth in the form of a lion appeared behind him.
The moment it appeared, it let out a tumultuous roar. It was a Swanee one. Hidden within Xiaomang Xian's body was an ancient Fey bloodline.
It was also the source of the Xiaomang family clan's strength.
Die!
Xiaomang Xian roared as the sanguine light bloomed from the bone spikes that lined both his arms.
Ka-cha! Yi Yun's heavy sword cleaved down without obstruction as the terrifying lifeblood forces spewed out like an erupting volcano. This is what you mean by within 30 seconds? Unfortunately, not only will you fail to take my maidservant's life, you will end up beheaded by me. Xiaomang Xian scoffed sinisterly.
The gigantic Swanee behind him widened its jaws as it attempted to devour Yi Yun. Yet at that moment, a huge cauldron crashed down from the sky, hitting the Swanee like a toppling mountain.
Bam!
The cauldron struck the Swanee's back directly.
No matter how powerful the Swanee's body was, the flesh on its back could only be ruptured by the ascending dragon cauldron's blow. It let out a tragic cry. You! The Swanee was a manifestation of Xiaomang Xian's lifeblood, so its injury turned his face pale. With a loud bellow, he shot out 9 bone spikes at Yi Yun. However, Yi Yun simply waved his hand to turn the space around him sticky. The 9 bone spikes seemed to enter a marsh as they decelerated rapidly. Xiaomang Xian was alarmed.
Not only were the bone spikes affected, even his motions were heavily affected. It was as though the space around him had turned extremely sticky.
The power of a domain?
Xiaomang Xian immediately identified it as Yi Yun's domain.
Back in the Divine Parish Hall and Primeval Universe, Yun had absorbed large amounts of nebulous primordial chaos. He had infused the nebulous primordial chaos into his destruction domain, and by fusing primordial chaos with destruction, he made his domain unassailable. Your lifeblood is indeed powerful, allowing you to fend me off in direct combat. Yun looked at Xiaomang Xian and sneered. However, I do not only cultivate my body. I'm a human. I had yet to use my nomological powers. As Yun spoke, the primordial destruction domain rapidly contracted as the heavy space began crushing Xiaomang Xian's body, producing disgusting cracking sounds. Xiaomang Xian's muscles bulged as he did his best to resist the primordial destruction domain. He was a peerless genius of the Fey race after all. His powerful body had transcended a lifeblood heavenly tribulation, so with it, he managed to withstand the primordial destruction domain. Ka ka ka. Fine cracks appeared in the space within the domain due to Xiaomang Xian's struggles. But at that moment, the ascending dragon cauldron's lid opened and spewed forth a flood of black fire. The black fire gushed out like the sea, burning through everything. It was none other than Yun's heretical godfire seed. Xiaomang Xian had just extricated himself from the primordial destruction domain only to find himself amid a sea of fire. His golden scales were being burned black by the heretical godfire seed as they began rupturing. There was no end to it. Xiaomang Xian was infuriated, but at that moment, his face sank. He saw Yun already standing behind a voluptuous woman. This woman was none other than Yao Rao. The sudden coldness that inundated Yao Rao made her turn pale. She turned her head immediately, only to meet Yun's ice-cold stare. Ah! Yao Rao screamed as her body trembled. There was only terror in her eyes. However, Yun's killing intent locked onto her, preventing her from moving at all. This human was like a devil. Only when facing his killing intent did she realize how minute she was and the horror he represented. Young master, save me. Yao Rao never expected Yun to suppress Xiaomang Xian. Against such a powerful opponent, all she felt was despair. She used all her strength just to break out of the binds of Yun's killing intent, only to let out a trembling cry. However, Xiaomang Xian was still embroiled in the sea of flames. He could not save her. Yun raised his hand. I said I would kill you in 30 seconds. How dare you? Xiaomang Xian charged out of the sea of flames suddenly. But at the same time, Yun struck out with his fist. Bam! Yun's punch hit Yao Rao straight in the chest as her voluptuous body exploded upon contact. The remnants of her body flew out and smashed into a boulder. Boom! The boulder shattered as what was left of Yao Rao was a heap of shattered bones with blood flowing out of every orifice. I. Yao Rao reached out her hand, looking at Yun with eyes filled with horror and indignation. She had never imagined that she would be killed by Yun right in front of her young master. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1595, Second Fey Manifestation. Chapter 1595, Second Fey Manifestation. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Yao Rao's death left everyone deadly silent. The clansmen of the Xiaomang clan and Shan Ling looked at this scene in shock. Shan Ling's adulation of Xiaomang Xian went deep into her being. Although she knew Yun was extraordinarily powerful from her shared trip with him, she never expected Yun to be able to repress Xiaomang Xian. Xiaomang Xian looked at Yao Rao's corpse as a voice that did not seem human emitted from his throat. It sounded like a fey beast's roar, I'll rip you apart. Ka 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 ka. Amid a dull thunderous boom, Xiaomang Xian began to swell crazily. He had already transformed into a half-fey-like appearance, but at that moment, his body grew twice in height. His limbs became more muscular as his muscles bulged up. The veins were so tightly packed across his muscles that they seemed to contain terrifying power. Young master. Upon seeing Xiaomang Xian's body undergo such a transformation, all the members of the Xiaomang family clan were shocked. This was Xiaomang Xian's second Fey manifestation. Only descendants of powerful Fey with extremely pure bloodlines were capable of second Fey manifestations. It also drained the Origin's power within their Fey cores. Xiaomang Xian was truly infuriated to use such a power. Woo woo woo. As the muscles on Xiaomang Xian's back squirmed and let out a dull and heavy reverberating sound, sharp bones began to bore out of his flesh. Then, they spread apart and formed two gruesome bone wings. Not only so, Xiaomang Xian's expression was undergoing changes as well. His pupils turned into golden vertical slits as his gaze turned ferocious. A sharp, forked tongue grew out of his mouth as his teeth extended beyond his lips. At that moment, Xiaomang Xian no longer looked anything like a human. His body had swelled into that of a metallic tower. He was completely an erected Fey of ferocity. As Shamong Xian completed his Fey manifestation, his aura also turned extremely beastly and violent. He ground his teeth and looked at Yi Yun with immense killing intent. Yi Yun, I'm going to tear off your flesh piece by piece and skin you alive. You've cultivated in body tempering arts, so you will die slower than most human divine lords. That's just perfect. Otherwise, merely killing you would be going far too easy on you. Yi Yun frowned and said, after turning ugly, even your words sound unpleasant. The bone wings on Shamong Xian's back shook before wrapping around his body. He charged straight out of the heretical godfire, and although the surface of his wings were slightly charred, it was obvious that Shamong Xian thought nothing of it. Boom! Yi Yun struck out his palm forward to block the impending blow, and right in front of him was the huge claw of Shamong Xian. Spatial rifts had been torn open along the periphery of the claw, but between the massive claw and Yi Yun's palm was a blob of grey nebulous primordial chaos. Primordial chaos laws. Shamong Xian's massive head emerged out from his claws as the corners of his mouth suffused a sinister grin. His mouth, which was lined with sharp fangs, suddenly widened as he bit down at Yi Yun. I'll swallow you. A momentary sense of danger flashed across Yi Yun's heart. With a twist of his body, he immediately appeared by the Li Waters lakeside, leaving the spot he was previously standing on a void. Shamong Xian had bitten down on empty space. Shamong Xian chewed as viscous liquid dripped out of the gaps in his teeth. The drops left corrosive marks in the air, and when they hit the ground they immediately withered a large swath of vegetation. With a single bite, he had torn apart space like a canvas. His spit even contained lethal venom. Shamong Xian was indeed powerful. Boom! Shamong Xian's terrifying body also landed with a thud, causing the entire ground to tremble. One of his hind claws stepped on a boulder and instantly crushed it to pieces with a loud crack. The Fae were not skilled when it came to laws, but they were the most potent in bloodlines and bodies. To Shamong Xian, humans were weak and puny. He could easily hold a human tight and turn them into meat paste with a single claw. Roar! With a loud roar, both his claws fiercely stomped on the ground, blasting open 2 deep craters in the ground. At the same time, Shamong Xian hurled towards Yi Yun like a small mountain. The 2 giant claws extended towards Yi Yun from 2 directions at the same time. He was going to rip open Yi Yun from the middle. Boom! The giant claws struck Yi Yun's Yuan Qi protective shield, but Shamong Xian did not stop at all. He continued pummeling down with both his massive claws in a barrage of attacks. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, the Shamong Xian had already delivered over 100 blows. The ground around Yi Yun was already in ruins, bestrewn by terrifying cavities which were a result of the aftershocks. Shan Ling watched from mid-air. Compared to the terrifying and grisly build of Shamong Xian, Yi Yun appeared like a tiny boat in a tumultuous storm at sea. He appeared extremely weak. Yi Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. The Fae's brute strength was indeed terrifying. As one of the most outstanding members of the Fae, the strength of his body had already reached an astonishing level. In contrast, although Yi Yun cultivated in the Dragon Emperor technique and had the Dragon Emperor bloodline, he had no way of competing with Shamong Xian in the aspect of bodies. My body tempering is still too weak. If I had a body as powerful as this Shamong Xian, together with my nomological powers, I wonder what level of strength would I reach. Yi Yun's expression turned cold as he heard the explosions around him. At this moment, the tail behind Shamong Xian fiercely lashed out at Yi Yun. The space between Yi Yun and him emitted a sound as though it was groaning under the hardly bearable strength. Even the nebulous primordial chaos forming a barrier in front of Yi Yun paused. At this moment, Yi Yun stretched out his hand and reached towards Shamong Xian's tail. A sinister smile flashed across Shamong Xian's eyes. Compared to his tail, the size of Yi Yun's palm was as small as an insect. It wasn't even worth mentioning. However, suddenly, Shamong Xian's pupils contracted. He abruptly felt his movements slow down as he watched helplessly as Yi Yun's hand passed through the nebulous primordial chaos and grabbed his tail. Yi Yun did not seem to use much force, but a simple grab from him made Shamong Xian's expression change drastically. Cracks suddenly appeared under Yi Yun's palm as the flesh he held began to shrivel up. Furthermore, it constantly extended up Shamong Xian's tail. What is that? The power of decay? The laws of time? Shamong Xian was alarmed. The laws that humans had mastered were abstruse and unpredictable. And Yi Yun's powers were directly eating away at his body. Even though the strength of a Fae's body was astonishing, they would ultimately age and weaken to the point of reducing to a pool of flesh and blood, eventually turning to bones. No matter what it was, nothing could withstand the power of time. Only then did he realize that there was a small azure lamp floating beside Yi Yun. It looked unremarkable, but it seemed ethereal and distant. Boom! All of the muscles in Xiaomang Xian's body stirred and, with an angry roar, his body finally regained enough mobility to break free of the power's restraints. After he frantically retreated 1,000 feet away, he looked at his tail, which had an inconspicuous palm print. However, around the palm print was withered flesh and blood. His bones could even be seen in certain spots. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1596, 3,600 Swords. Chapter 1596, 3,600 Swords. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Young Master. Upon seeing this scene, members of the Shaman clan burned with anxiety. The Fae cultivated their bodies, and once their bodies were injured they had to expend lifeblood to replenish those losses. Although it was only his portion of his tail, it was still quite a considerable loss for Xiaomang Xian. Xiaomang Xian grabbed his tail, yanked it forcibly and pulled it out. Let's join in to kill this person. Two Xiaomang clan elders could no longer sit still. With loud roars, their aged bodies swelled like toads as they stimulated their Fae bloodlines. However, before they could charge forward, they discovered that the sky had turned a hazy gray. The entire battlefield had been blanketed by Yi Yun's primordial destruction space. The heavy pressure left everyone's motion stalled. Yi Yun extended out both arms as he pointed with his index and middle fingers, gathering immense primordial destruction forces at his fingertips. Shoo! 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 12 beams shot out at the two Xiaomang clan elders from different directions. The terrifying nomological powers contained within left every member of the Xiaomang family clan astounded. Before they could even defend themselves in time, the 12 beams had already changed directions. The fact that they amassed towards Xiaomang Xian meant that Yi Yun's target was still Xiaomang Xian. This was the Shura finger that Yi Yun had learned from the Divine Parish Hall. Back there, casting it just once was enough to make him feel enervated. But now, Yi Yun could already cast 12 beams simultaneously. Ka-cha! The void around Xiaomang Xian shattered as the beams formed a spatial black hole that devoured everything. Trapped within, Xiaomang Xian had no means to escape. At that critical moment, Xiaomang Xian bit the tip of his tongue as all his skin ruptured. Gnarly bone spikes grew out like sprouting toadstools after a rain. Mystic Art, 3,600 Swords. Cha! 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 All the bone spikes on Xiaomang Xian's body shot out at once. Powered by robust lifeblood forces, they shattered all of Yi Yun's Shura finger beams. The bone spikes, which were augmented by potent energies, continued flying in an indomitable fashion, redirecting themselves at Yi Yun. In a blink of an eye, the situation reversed. It went from a trapped Xiaomang Xian to him aiming 3,600 bone spikes at Yi Yun. This was already Xiaomang Xian's killer move. As the Xiaomang family clan's strongest genius, it had been years since he was forced into such a predicament. This attack was one that damaged the enemy while dealing nearly the same damage to oneself. But at that moment, a black gigantic wheel appeared beneath Yi Yun's feet. It was as though it was a spinning disk of fate. Thousands of demon gods within it struggled as they roared, causing destructive forces to surge out. The wheel's diameter spanned a few kilometers as it completely blanketed the surrounding space. When compared to the wheel, the 3,600 bone spikes were like toothpicks in front of a palace. They were negligible. Pwah! All the bone spikes were overwhelmed by the 10,000 demon wheel of existence. Once injected with the potent destructive forces, the bone spikes shattered one after another. Xiaomang Xian's body quaked as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Each of the 3,600 bone spikes was linked to his lifeblood, but now, they had been decimated by Yi Yun. You! Xiaomang Xian's eyes turned bloodshot as though he had gone deranged. Yet, the 10,000 demon wheel of existence did not lose its momentum as it came crashing down on him. Young Master! All the disciples of the Xiaomang family clan were alarmed by this scene. They could not allow Xiaomang Xian to die here. All of them transformed into their Fey manifestations, prepared to charge into the primordial destruction domain to save Xiaomang Xian. But at that moment, the azure lamp of time had already appeared above all their heads. The azure lamp spun as it pulsed with a dim glow. Everyone felt time seem to slow down without end as their motions became extremely retarded. And as this happened, Xiaomang Xian had already been devoured by the 10,000 demon wheel of existence. His body was situated in the middle of the wheel. Ah! Xiaomang Xian let out a frantic bellow, but as the wheel spun, it crushed his body like a massive grinder. Simultaneously, a cauldron burning with black flames slammed straight at the wheel's core with a hefty force. Boom! There was a loud boom, then the entire world seemed to turn silent in an instant. At the middle of the 10,000 demon wheel of existence was Xiaomang Xian's skeleton, broken into pieces. Sha! The cold and ruthless mirage snow stabbed into Xiaomang Xian's throat at the very last moment. With the ice-cold mirage snow in hand, Yi Yun looked at Xiaomang Xian. Compared to Xiaomang Xian's colossal body, Yi Yun's full height only reached Xiaomang Xian's chest. Xiaomang Xian's face was already grotesque, and now it was also filled with pain, indignation, and hatred. The Xiaomang family clan will ensure you die without a proper burial. Just as Xiaomang Xian said that, the mirage snow in Yi Yun's hand slashed across his neck. Pwah! A gigantic head flew up as blood spurted tens of meters tall. Following that, the body and head were devoured by the 10,000 demon wheel of existence. All the lifeblood powers were absorbed by the demon gods in the 10,000 demon wheel of existence. Yi Yun took a deep breath. Although it was a certainty that he defeated Xiaomang Xian, it was not easy for him. He had exhausted more than half his strength. It was a battle that he had given his all to. Ever since he transcended the 9th stage lightning tribulation, this was the first time he was combating at full strength. Xiaomang Xian did live up to the claim of being invincible under the godly monarch realm in a certain way. This human killed young master. The Xiaomang clan disciples were alarmed when they saw Xiaomang Xian's head lopped off by Yi Yun. Shanling's face turned as white as a sheet. Never in her wildest dreams did she expect that the outcome of getting a random human youth who she encountered in the Shenyuan Dune to bring her to the God Confusion Valley would be Xiaomang Xian's murder. She originally believed she had overestimated Yi Yun, but Yi Yun's strength had far exceeded her imagination. Yi Yun looked coldly at the Xiaomang clansman in front of him, his mirage snow still stained with blood. It was the perfect time for him to silence all of them. However, it was too difficult. Let's go. Let's report the news of young master's death to the family clan, said an elder from the Xiaomang family clan. He clearly sensed Yi Yun's intentions. Yi Yun knitted his brows as he slashed out with mirage snow. Sha! A stark black sword beam which seemed like it was pulling everything in the world into darkness shot out. At that moment, the two leading elders of the Xiaomang family clan burned their blood essence. Boom! Like two erupting volcanoes, the darkness was illuminated by the boiling lifeblood as though it was melting. Escape in different directions. Spread the news and seek revenge for young master, said the elder rapidly. There were many clansmen from the Xiaomang family clan present, with no lack of Fey lords among them. Therefore, if they were bent on escaping, the difficulty of retaining them was a lot harder than killing Xiaomang Xian. Furthermore, Yi Yun was no longer at peak state. He had greatly expended his lifeblood in Yuan Qi. Adding to that was the fact that there was no heaven-earth Yuan Qi to invigorate him in the God Confusion Valley. Energy spent could only be regained with chaos ores. If he were to recklessly chase after them and encounter a godly monarch who was answering the call for help, there was no way for Yi Yun to escape. With this in mind, Yi Yun gave up as he watched all of them escape. He also knew that he had made the Xiaomang family clan his enemy by killing Xiaomang Xian today. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1597, Strength Improvement. Chapter 1597, Strength Improvement. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. Yi Yun was already mentally prepared to be the Xiaomang clan's enemy. He knew it was inevitable when Xiaomang Xian showed killing intent toward him. In the martial world, it was only right for powerful factions to eliminate weaker factions. However, if the weaker faction were to put up a resistance, they would completely cross the powerful faction and only invite fatal trouble on themselves. Yi Yun thought nothing of the matter. He did not mind offending the Xiaomang clan. Meanwhile, the members of the Xiaomang clan had all escaped. At the final moment, no one dared attack Shanling. They were still uncertain of her relationship with Yi Yun and were afraid that he might seek revenge for her. Yi Yun looked at Shanling. As Xiaomang Xian's maidservant, she was actually destined to end up with a tragic fate. I can bring you out of here. As for your future, decide that for yourself. Of course, you can try to seek revenge against me. In that case, I can send you to accompany Xiaomang Xian. Upon hearing Yi Yun, Shanling let out a tragic laugh. Xiaomang Xian's actions had chilled her heart. Furthermore, his death was a result of his killing intent. She naturally did not hate Yi Yun, but regardless, Xiaomang Xian was once her mental crutch. With him dead, Shanling felt lost. There will be people coming here soon. We have to leave immediately. Perhaps there were more treasures in the Li water, but Yi Yun had no means to explore it. In the God Confusion Valley, there was no lack of opportunities. What truly mattered was living on to obtain and hold on to those opportunities. As Yi Yun spoke, the God Advent Tower had already appeared in front of him.
If Shan Ling continued her days, he would decisively abandon her.
However, Shan Ling chose to silently enter the God Advent Tower. Yi Yun's body phased away as he vanished instantly.
In one breath, he flew nearly 500 kilometers away. In the God Confusion Valley where one's perception was screened, it was impossible to track anyone beyond a 500-kilometer radius.
Yi Yun found an uninhabited valley. He set up a concealment array at its entrance and immediately entered it to begin his meditation.
He had expended a great deal during his battle with Xiaomong Xian. However, he had gained quite a lot from it. At that moment, Yi Yun held a spatial artifact in the form of a bracelet. It was the interspatial artifact which Xiaomong Xian had carried. Yi Yun would naturally not miss out on taking Xiaomong Xian's collection after killing him.
I wonder what's inside.
With a thought, Yi Yun wiped out the lifeblood mark on the interspatial bracelet. He then used the purple crystal to probe it to ensure that there was no tracing mark on it.
Yi Yun then took out one item after another. There were a total of 20 exquisite white jade chests.
He opened the first few and found that they were filled with refined ores. Combined they amounted to more than 5,000 kilograms. Back on the Taisha or mining spirit cruiser, Song Yue had only given him her prized collection, 5 kilograms of refined ores.
All the wealth he had taken from Song Gu did not even equal 400 kilograms. Compared to Xiaomong Xian, their collections paled in comparison.
There was a huge chest that contained bottles of pills. They held restorative medicine used by Fae, lifeblood pills, etc.
Yi Yun had a Dragon Emperor bloodline while the Xiaomong's totem was a Swanni, one of the 9 sons of the dragon.
These pills were naturally something he could use.
Oh. This is... Yi Yun saw a tiny wooden chest that resembled a woman's makeup box in the medicinal chest. It looked unadorned and was made of an unknown material. It's stellar moon Nanmu.
This material is only available in the Chaos Heavens. It can ensure that divine medicine retains its medicinal effects even after hundreds of millions of years.
Such material is extremely precious. Just this box alone is worth thousands of kilograms of refined ores. Bai Yuan's voice sounded in Yi Yun's soul sea. Oh. Yi Yun's expression changed as he looked forward to the items within.
When he opened the box, it emitted sparkles that resembled that of gems. It was not divine medicine, but chaos crystals. They are extremely pure superior-grade chaos crystals. The quality of these chaos crystals are much better than the one used at the entrance of the God Confusion Valley, added by Yuan. Over the past few days, Yi Yun also learned of the method to create chaos crystals.
Such superior-grade chaos crystals were the result of processing chaos refined ores with special techniques.
They were placed in arrays to absorb the worldly essence, and after tens of thousands of years of incubation and tempering, they would be refined by crystal refinement grandmasters. In the end, only one chaos crystal would be produced by using 3,500 kilograms of refined ores. Together with the losses made from refinement, as well as the crystal refinement grandmaster fees and the incubation time, a chaos crystal was worth about 5,000 kilograms of refined ores. From the looks of it, these refined ores are Xiaomong Xian's spare cash. The chaos crystals in this box make up the bulk of Xiaomong Xian's wealth. Bai Yuan said, chaos crystals should be very precious to Xiaomong Xian as well. With his stature, he would mainly cultivate with refined ores. He would have to conserve his chaos crystals or he could not afford the expenditure.
Yi Yun nodded. Oh. There are still things in this box. Yi Yun saw a blood-colored jade slip at the bottom of the stellar moon Nanmu box.
He injected his perception into it and saw a Swanni with its claws and fangs bared.
Upon seeing the Swanni, Yi Yun felt his lifeblood boil over.
It was as though it was about to burst out because of the image on it. This was a contemplation picture.
Yi Yun instantly realized that the blood-colored jade slip could very well be the Xiaomong family clan's cultivation technique that was passed down over the generations.
Xiaomong Xian carried it along with him to study it, so it naturally meant it was nothing trivial.
This cultivation technique is not bad.
It's probably only a portion of the whole heritage, but the Xiaomong family clan will definitely want it back at all costs, said Bai Yuan.
Such family clan cultivation techniques could be destroyed since the family clan's grand elder could draw them again.
However, if they were to land in the hands of others, that would be a vendetta that could not be erased.
Yi Yun said, they would not spare me even without the contemplation picture. It doesn't matter having another reason to pursue me.
Regardless, he had made a killing from killing Xiaomong Xian. Yi Yun put away all the treasures and only left one chaos crystal out of the box. It floated in front of him as he began powering his Dragon Emperor technique. Large amounts of essence chi surged out of the chaos crystal and infused Yi Yun's lifeblood, replenishing his energy stores.
The feeling of cultivating with a chaos crystal was like soaking himself in a pool of ambrosia. All his pores opened up as he freely absorbed the ambrosia and enjoyed the pinnacle pleasures of life. Ian only felt that, as the chaos crystal energy surged into him, his lifeblood was experiencing a catharsis. The foul chi in his muscles were expelled as he felt extreme pleasure. 2 hours later, the chaos crystal turned a lot dimmer. As for Ian, he was bursting with energy as his eyes sparkled. This only replenished his physical strength, but following that, the tiny black wheel which floated in his dantian began to stir up an energy vortex. The moment the 10,000 demon wheel of existence appeared, the energies within the chaos crystal were expended even faster. In just an hour, the chaos crystal lost all its luster and, with a light crack, it was reduced to grey dust. That was all. Ian looked at the grey ashes in his hand and felt wistful. He had only barely recovered to his pinnacle state. The energies contained within the chaos crystal were much more than thousands of kilograms of refined ores. However, the quality of the energy was incomparable. Ian discovered that his strength had improved a little from the restorative process. A warrior's dantian and body were like reservoirs. Yuan Qi and lifeblood powers were the sources of water. If the water was drained, using heaven earth Yuan Qi or refined ores to replenish it would be akin to filling up the reservoir with water. However, Ian felt that replenishing with chaos crystals seemed to deepen the reservoir by a little. Although it was only a little, that was still rare. After all, Ian was already at the Divine Lord realm with an especially robust foundation. Every improvement was extremely difficult. If he were to solely use chaos crystals to cultivate in the future, the speed of his improvements would increase to a brand new level. Of course, the expenditure required would be an astronomical number that even a huge family clan could not afford. There are still 15 chaos crystals. I'll cultivate a few more times before deciding on the future. Since it was wealth he robbed, Ian did not feel the pinch using it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1598, Thousand-Eyed Taper. Chapter 1598, Thousand-Eyed Taper. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Ian's cultivation lasted an entire day and night. During this period, Ian activated the Azure Lamp of Time and under its effects, he cultivated for 2 months. By the time Ian finished cultivating, he had used 9 out of the 15 chaos crystals, leaving himself 6. In these 2 months, Ian spent most of the time cultivating the Swanee contemplative picture. Any lifeblood expenditures were replenished with chaos crystals. Ian's strength would raise a little every time he experienced a full restoration. In terms of quality, the Swanee contemplative picture was inferior to the Dragon Emperor technique, but their focuses were different. The Dragon Emperor technique was a cultivation technique used to raise one's lifeblood powers. However, the Swanee contemplative picture contained moves in it. Merely having powerful lifeblood without knowing any moves made one's combat strength naturally limited. While the Azure Lamp spun, Ian took out another chaos crystal. Ian was bent on obtaining the huge opportunities in the Inner Valley. However, since he had offended the Xiaomong family clan, it was crucial he raise his strength. Life came first before everything else. At this moment, with a boom, the ground quaked violently as a terrifying energy blast erupted from afar. Ian's heart stirred as he flew out of his seclusion ground. He saw that an energy blast had swept past an area tens of kilometers away. The land was in disarray and the might of the terrifying energy blast left him shaking. Ian focused his gaze and saw a black fog surging into the sky. There was a ghostly aura billowing as a gigantic ghost banner descended from the sky. It was as though the sky was blotted out by a black screen that enveloped everything. But at that moment, limitless nomological light gathered together and formed a nomological sword which tore through the ghost screen completely. This was a battle between godly monarchs. Energy blasts that could left him so astounded had to be a result of godly monarchs. These are moves from humans or ghosts, said Bai Yuan. Ian had already guessed it without Bai Yuan mentioning it. It was likely Taisha's godly monarch Divineheart who was fighting an unknown mighty figure of the ghost race. For 2 godly monarchs to engage in such an intense battle, it was likely that they had discovered an incredible treasure. I wonder what they are fighting for. Yun was intrigued. And at that moment, he discovered a group of human warriors being chased by a monster which was hundreds of feet long. The monster resembled a gigantic squid. Its body was covered in eyes and each eye looked different. It was as though it could suck the souls of people into them. It's a thousand-eyed tapir, said Bai Yuan. They are ghostly beings nurtured by the ghost race. Every time it kills a divine lord, it will grow an eye. The killed divine lords are unable to rest in peace as their souls are sealed within the eyes, to be tormented continuously until they are turned into wraiths and lose their memories. They then become used by the thousand-eyed taper. Nurturing a thousand-eyed taper is an extremely vile mystic art. One can nurture a hundred-eyed taper to a thousand-eyed taper, or even a myriad-eyed taper. A myriad-eyed taper has the strength of a godly monarch. To not be able to rest in peace after being killed. The ghost race's mystic arts sure are ruthless. Ian placed himself in the shoes of victims. To be devoured by a thousand-eyed taper was truly a life worse than death. And at the instant he had such a thought, he saw the thousand-eyed taper devour a human disciple. He let out a heart-wrenching cry, but, no matter how he struggled, he was like a pebble that fell into a huge lake. It did not cause so much as a stir.
Marshal Nephew Lee. Darn it.
An azure-clothed middle-aged man held a black rule as he struck down with it in a bid to save the disciple. However, his attack was blocked off by a strange beam which emitted from the thousand-eyed taper's eyes.
It failed to be of any use. It's Steward Joe. Ian noticed that the person using the rule was none other than Steward Joe.
The human contingent which godly monarch Divineheart lead was naturally from the Taisha ancient mining. It was only natural to see Steward Joe. Steward Joe was not weak, but he was facing a thousand-eyed taper which was nurtured by a godly monarch from the ghost race. It had 8,000 eyes and was not far from reaching 10,000 eyes.
Ah!
The thousand-eyed taper let out shrieks as 12 wisps of black mist spewed out of its body. In a blink of an eye, the black mist transformed into black-robed ghost warriors. Their bodies were entirely black and the only distinguishing area was at their glabellas, where there was a red eye the size of a fist. The moment the eye appeared, it spewed out red light like a blood fountain.
Fua! Taisha disciples were penetrated by the red beams as they let out tragic cries before falling to the ground.
Their flesh and blood withered at discernible speeds. Ian saw this scene from nearby and could not help but feel his heart palpitate. The battle techniques of the ghost race were completely different from that of humans. Furthermore, these ghost warriors did not have corporeal bodies.
Ian saw that when the human divine lords counterattacked, the ghost warriors would fly back into the thousand-eyed taper.
The thousand-eyed taper was like an invincible tank that ferried them around.
Ian did not rashly charge into the fray given the situation in front of him. He felt no sense of belonging toward the Taisha.
It did not treat him particularly well, so it was pointless helping them. The only thing he cared about was what kind of treasure the Taisha and the mysterious ghost the Arch were fighting over.
Taisha is likely about to lose. Ian judged the situation.
Now, it all depended on godly monarch Divineheart to turn the tides of battle. However, Ian had little hopes for him when he saw the ghostly auras in the sky that resembled an abyssal hell. Bayuain said, "It is hard for ghost warriors to cultivate. The cultivation techniques they had while still alive were extremely weak. In order to cultivate ghost race cultivation techniques, many ghost race geniuses get married in their teens. They then commit suicide after having a child so as to convert their cultivation to a ghost race mystic technique. They leave behind a descendant only to ensure the continuity of their race. And in the 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 years after they become a soul, they would no longer know the joy that food and sex brings, much less be able to reproduce. They naturally gain a lot from sacrificing so much. They can live longer and their combat strength is higher than human warriors at the same level. I know you are trying to fish in troubled waters, but it will be very difficult. Once you attempt to snatch the treasure, you will incur the fury of 2 godly monarchs.
Things will quickly go south if you become their common enemy."
Bayuain exhorted Iyun, but at that moment, the members of the Taisha ancient mining also noticed Iyun. They were frantically escaping when they suddenly saw Iyun standing nearby.
All of them were alarmed.
Back when the Taisha ancient mining separated from Iyun, they had seen him enter the God Confusion Valley alone. They believed that without any faction protecting him, Iyun's venture was doomed. They never expected to see him looking perfectly fine in the inner valley. Furthermore, Iyun was still alone.
Did he reach the inner valley all alone? How can this punk be here?
The person who spoke was Zhou Feng, Steward Zhou's cousin. Back then, it was to Zhou Feng's credit that Iyun was labeled a spy.
However, due to godly monarch Celestial Peng's presence, it gave Iyun an opportunity to leave without any problems.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1599, Diverting Trouble. Chapter 1599, Diverting Trouble. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. That's Iyun. While engaging in a fight and retreat pursuit, the Taisha ancient mining warriors exchanged voice transmissions.
This punk has really hidden his strength. Although we already knew he was not simple, we never expected him to reach the inner valley alone. Zhou Feng had an ugly expression. Even the Taixia Ancient Mining had lost some disciples on their journey into the inner valley. Godly monarch Divineheart was also unable to protect everyone. Therefore, it was inevitable that some disciples perished as they reaped resources along the way. They had a godly monarch protecting them, but even so, they were left in wretched states when fighting the ghosts. Zhou Feng obviously felt pissed seeing Ian standing there watching their battle like their troubles had nothing to do with him. I have to divert the trouble. I can't let this punk stay comfortable. He has hidden strength, so he can share some of the pressure for us. Zhou Feng rapidly said to a few trusted disciples. They immediately understood his intentions and changed directions together with Zhou Feng and flew toward Yun. Behind them, there were 5 ghost cyclops. All of them had Ghost Lord cultivation levels and were locked in a relentless pursuit. Martial Nephew E, well done. I never expected you to reunite with us in the inner valley so soon. Quick, receive us. Zhou Feng shouted from afar. Yun was originally from the Taixia Ancient Mining and shared the same race. There was no need to act. Besides, Yun was naturally extraordinary to have reached the inner valley alone. Perhaps, they could find an opportunity to reverse the combat situation with Yun helping. As the distance between them drew closer, the 5 ghost warriors also diverted their attention onto Yun because of Zhou Feng's words. At that moment, Yun suddenly grinned. Who did you say is receiving you? I'll receive you right now. Yun roared as all his lifeblood powers erupted like a volcano. On! A loud dragon's roar shot to the highest firmaments. At that instant, a gigantic divine dragon phantom appeared behind Yun. His lifeblood powers were as deep and vast as the ocean. It caused one's blood to boil. The tremendous lifeblood pressure made Zhou Feng's fellow disciples feel as though they had crashed into a wall. And at that moment, Yun held the ascending dragon cauldron and smashed it right at Zhou Feng. 9 stances of the ascending dragon, reverse scale. With Yun's Dragon Emperor bloodline, his usage of the ascending dragon cauldron as a weapon was like sending meteors to the ground. And right at the impact site was Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng was appalled. He believed that even if Yun felt aggrieved, he would keep mum and help fend off the attacks for them due to the urgency of the situation. He never expected that as a human and a member of the Taixia Ancient Mining, Yun would so blatantly attack them while godly monarch Divineheart was around. Yun, you have a death wish. Zhou Feng was only able to say that before he faced the ascending dragon cauldron's impending blow. With his life on the line, Zhou Feng was only able to swipe the black saber in his hand to fend it off. Bam! With a loud explosion and energetic blasts, Zhou Feng felt his arm quake violently. He nearly dislocated his arm as Yun's potent lifeblood powers together with the Dragon Emperor technique pounded Zhou Feng's organs. He spat out blood from his severe injuries. Ah! Zhou Feng cried out tragically as his body was sent flying away. But right behind him were the 5 ghost lords. They had drawn energies from the thousand-eyed taper and were at peak conditions. They originally believed that Yun was here to reinforce the humans and were planning to attack. They also turned stupefied, having never expected the sudden turn of events. However, they were ghosts after all. Their emotional upheavals were more subdued than humans. After just a thousandth of a second of hesitation, they attacked. Phew 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 phew. 5 grisly red beams of light shot towards Zhou Feng and company. Pwa pwa pwa. The red beams of light penetrated the hearts of the Taixia disciples from behind. All of the disciples around Zhou Feng died tragically. As for Zhou Feng, he was slightly stronger. He managed to avoid having his vital spots penetrated at the critical moment, but his arm and thigh were penetrated by 2 beams of red light. Ah ah ah! Zhou Feng screamed. In a blink of an eye, his injured thigh and arm began to wither and shrink. His vitality was rapidly depleting. Ghost warrior attacks contained a corrosive force. He clenched his teeth and slashed with his black saber, immediately severing his injured arm and thigh. Instantly, blood splattered as Zhou Feng's dismembered limbs withered into dried pieces of meat in midair. You. The corners of Zhou Feng's mouth was stained with blood. He did not hate the ghost warriors, instead, he hated Yun. Having lost a limb and a leg, with no way to reattach them, his strength would greatly drop even if he survived the day. You dare attack me? How extremely foolish of you. Do you think you have the right to become a minion of the ghosts? Ghosts had always been exclusive. Humans and Fae could still share common ties as there was only a racial difference. But between humans and ghosts, they were separated by life and death. After hopping onto the ascending dragon cauldron, Yun looked at Zhou Feng and sneered, "You think too highly of yourself. I just found you a sore sight and wanted to kill you. It's just that simple. As Yi Yun spoke, a blue sword appeared in his hand. He aimed its tip at Zhou Fang as killing intent bore down on him. A look of horror immediately appeared in Zhou Fang's eyes. He had already lost an arm and leg. Yet, Yi Yun was still bent on exterminating him? Godly Monarch Divineheart was still around. Since I've offended you, I might as well wipe you out, right? As Yi Yun spoke, he slashed out with his sword. Cha! A cold beam containing destructive forces stabbed at Zhou Fang. You! Zhou Fang was alarmed. He brandished his black saber to fend off the attack, but having lost 2 limbs, he had lost a great deal of energy. He was unable to use even half his powers, so the difference between him and Yi Yun was just too great. Pang! The black saber in his hand was sent flying as Mirage Snow did not lose any momentum. Like a snake ejecting its tongue, it stabbed straight into Zhou Fang's throat. The sword paused as a rain of blood sprayed out. Zhou Fang's head flew up hundreds of feet high, and that was the end of him. Yi Yun reached out and grabbed Zhou Fang's interspatial ring. Meanwhile, Yi Yun had already sensed a killing intent lock onto him. He turned back and saw that it was Steward Zhou. Yi Yun, you killed Zhou Fang. Steward Zhou had just engaged in an intense battle with a Ghost Lord. He had sent his opponent retreating, but was unable to save Zhou Fang. In just a few seconds, Zhou Fang was already dead. Zhou Fang was his cousin after all. Although the familial ties were not deep in a large family clan, it was not okay to allow Yi Yun to kill a family member. He wanted to harm me and I killed him. There's nothing wrong with that, said Yi Yun calmly. Steward Zhou frowned, but at that moment, he did not dare fight Yi Yun. The dangers of the ghosts were still looming while Yi Yun was unfathomable. Yi Yun's strength had far exceeded his expectations. He had traveled the outer valley alone and killed Zhou Fang in seconds. Although Zhou Fang was inferior to him, he was not much stronger. It also meant that Yi Yun's strength was definitely above his. How was a junior like him this powerful? His future was practically unlimited. The moment he thought about how he had belittled Yi Yun all this while and offended Yi Yun back when they first entered the God Confusion Valley, Steward Zhou felt deep regret. This person was originally a member of their Taixia Ancient Mining. But now, he was almost an enemy. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1600 Waiting for the Highest Bid. Chapter 1600 Waiting for the Highest Bid. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. Steward Zhou could be described as having irrevocably committed. He could not turn a blind eye to the death of a Taixia Ancient Mining steward. But even if he wanted to press the matter, he lacked the ability to do so. Yi Yun, you still have a contract with my Taixia. How dare you kill my Taixia's steward? So what? Yi Yun thought nothing of it. Taixia's contract doesn't force one to clean one's neck and wait for death, does it? I obviously knew that Zhou Fang wanted my life and counterattacked. Is this in violation of the Taixia's contract? The Taixia contract's clauses were not considered overly oppressive. It was quite reasonable. If the clauses were too oppressive, Taixia itself would have long splintered. No one would sell themselves to the Taixia to be slaves. Steward Zhou crossed words with Yi Yun while running. With ghost experts behind him, Yi Yun was not foolish enough to believe that the ghosts would treat him as one of theirs after his killing of Zhou Fang. Furthermore, Yi Yun had no intention of being an ally of the ghosts. Steward Zhou fumed from Yi Yun's tone. With the outcome of Godly Monarch Divineheart's battle with the ghosts' Godly Monarch still up in the air, it was impossible for him to hope to gain Divineheart's help. He could not just continue fleeing, either. The members of the Taixia Ancient Mining would be scattered if they continued fleeing. Although the inner valley was not perennially covered in mist like the outer valley, the suppression effect on one's perception was identical. If they were separated, it would be nearly impossible to reunite again. When that happened, all the Taixia Ancient Mining would have left would likely be Godly Monarch Divineheart and a few stewards. They would be generals without an army. As the leader, he could not escape the blame for losing all the elites of the middle echelons in one expedition. Steward Zhou looked at Yi Yun again and realized that Yi Yun was having an easy time escaping. Although ghost lords were constantly delivering attacks behind him, they were easily deflected by Yi Yun. This punk definitely has the strength to counterattack, but he just refuses to do so. With this in mind, Steward Zhou burned with furious anxiety. Yi Yun, you are from the Taixia Ancient Mining after all. There's still a contract in place. Not only have you not helped my Taixia, you have even slain my Taixia's steward. Now, despite having the strength to help us fend off the ghosts, you just watch by the sidelines. Aren't you going overboard? At that moment, Yi Yun had just fended off a red beam from a ghost lord. He sneered, "Steward Zhou, I do have a contract with Taixia, but you seem to be mistaken. It was not I who took the initiative to leave Taixia, but it was all of you who became certain I was a traitor and chased me away. Besides, according to the specifics of the contract I signed with the Taixia hired me as a low-ranking miner. My salary is also at the pay grade of a low-ranking miner. I can be promoted based on future performance. This contract is in effect for a century. Now, I'm only a low-ranking miner of the Taixia. The salary I earn from Taixia is only about 5 kilograms of crude ores. I have already done my duty and mine. When the time comes, I will hand over some of the ores to Taixia. Steward, what else do you want from me? Are you expecting to hire a warrior that can beat 7 or 8 ghost lords for just 5 kilograms of crude ores? And one that is willing to stay employed at that rate for a century?" Yi Yun's retort was clearly filled with sarcasm. Steward Zhou's expression sank. Yi Yun was not committing himself until success was certain. He was continuing to embroil himself with the ghosts, neither attacking or escaping. Instead, he kept following the Taixia group, obviously waiting for the highest bid. Such an act was truly insidious. However, Steward Zhou did not say a word. He knew that Yi Yun's words stood on the side of reason. His Taixia had not been good to Yi Yun either, so why would Yi Yun help them? Furthermore, an expert who could fend off several ghost lords simultaneously would be an honored elder in Taixia. And the salary given to said honored elders was not measured with chaos ores. Nice of you. Steward Zhou clenched his teeth and said, "What salary do you want?" Yi Yun smiled and said, "I want blood essence pills. A blood essence pill that can be used by godly monarchs." "What did you say?" Steward Zhou's heart leaped. The so-called blood essence pill was a specialized pill used to replenish blood essence. Typically, high-ranking warriors would burn their blood essences under extenuating circumstances. They could then use blood essence pills to replenish their blood essence. However, it was very difficult for high-ranking human warriors to replenish their blood essences after burning through them. They needed specific precious herbs, each one priceless, that were refined with special techniques. A godly monarch-ranked blood essence pill basically needed a godly monarch alchemist to refine it. The price was obvious. Don't think so highly of yourself. So what if you easily killed Zhou Feng? You want a godly monarch-ranked blood essence pill? What a joke. Even the salary of the few honored elders of Taixia when they act collectively isn't worth that much. If Steward Zhou was not worried that Yi Yun would not take advantage of his situation, he would have already broken out into curses. Yi Yun was really making an outrageous demand. Honored elders? As long as they aren't godly monarchs, they aren't anything serious from my point of view. All I want is a godly monarch blood essence pill. If you aren't keen on the deal, forget it, Yi Yun said nonchalantly. The godly monarch blood essence pill was naturally for Lin Xintong. It was fine even if he did not obtain it this time. He was bound to get one if he spent some time. After saying so, Yi Yun slowly pulled away from the Taixia group. He had no intention to entertain them any further. How arrogant! Steward Zhou gritted his teeth. Yi Yun's tone implied that he disparaged Taixia's honored elders. Ah. Tragic cries sounded one after another. A few more people died tragically among the escaping Taixia group. This was the terrifying aspect of ghosts. They were able to devour the souls of warriors from other races to strengthen their combat endurance. They did not rely on chaos ores as much as the others did. If this went on, the members of the Taixia ancient mining was likely to be completely annihilated. It was even possible that a few stewards would perish there and then. What use was wealth without life? Despite knowing that Yi Yun was fishing in troubled waters, he could only give in. With this in mind, Steward Zhou clenched his teeth and said to Yi Yun, "A 9-heart life rejuvenation pill for your aid." Steward Zhou did not pin his hopes on Yi Yun truly fending off all the ghosts. Just buying him time to take a breather was sufficient. "A 9-heart life rejuvenation pill isn't bad," said Bai Yuan in Yi Yun's Soul Sea. There were only a handful of godly monarch blood essence pills in the chaos heavens. Bai Yuan did not expect Yi Yun to have heard of them. All right. Yi Yun agreed immediately. He abruptly did a switch in direction as he locked onto 2 ghost lords and attacked. The 2 ghost lords were pursuing about 8 Taixia disciples. One of them had an ample bosom and a slim waist. Her clothes were a purple veil and she was Yi Yun's superior, Purple Lighthall's Hall Lord Purple Succubus. Back when Yi Yun first joined the Taixia, it was Purple Succubus who gave him his salary. Yi Yun chose the 2 ghost lords first also because of her. After all, they knew each other. At that moment, Purple Succubus was nothing like her usual coquettish and alluring self. She had already witnessed the deaths of a few Taisha warriors who were hall lords just like her. Some of them had been pierced through by the Ghost Lord's beams and turned to desiccated flesh. Others were devoured by the thousand-eyed Mo, having their souls trapped within to be tormented for all eternity. There were others who were swarmed by souls and eaten clean after being inflicted with severe injuries. The way they died left her scalp tingling. Purple Succubus would rather she be completely wiped out of existence than die in such a tragic manner. Her face was as white as a sheet and her yuan qi was nearly depleted. In her despair, she did not pay any notice to what was happening with Steward Joe a few kilometers away. A ghost lord had mounted a strike on her with 100 ghosts, and just as Purple Succubus was planning to burn her blood essence to fight it out with them, a mystical cold beam flashed past her. Following that, a terrifying destructive force erupted. Boom! Space shattered as ghostly auras were swept into a destruction vortex. Haunting wails were heard as hundreds of ghosts were instantly wiped out of existence. Furthermore, the sword chi did not lose its momentum as it struck the Ghost Lord's body. Ah! The Ghost Lord let out a sharp howl. It shot out a red beam from the eye at its glabella to block the sword chi, but the destructive forces were artful. A wisp of destructive force traced the red beam and infiltrated its owner's body, causing its soul body to shake violently. It seemed to suffer immense damage. Oh! The Ghost Lord's red eyes flashed with a baleful aura as it turned its head suddenly to see Yi-Yun approaching on a cauldron. Is shooting those ghost beams the only thing all of you are capable of? How boring. As Yi-Yun spoke, he slashed down with Mirage Snow, and while doing so, a Dragon Emperor Phantom surfaced behind him. Overwhelming lifeblood forces swept out like the ocean as they concentrated on his single strike. The power of lifeblood hurt ghosts the most. Humans were weak in lifeblood and so were weak against ghosts. This was also why the Taisha was completely not the ghost opponent's matches. Ah! Two Ghost Lords raised their hands to attack Yi-Yun, but as Mirage Snow slashed down, the horrifying lifeblood powers struck them ruthlessly like tidal wave. It instantly tore through their protective ghostly auras. Boom! 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 Yi-Yun's lifeblood force enveloped them as the two Ghost Lords seemed to burn in lava. Even with their cultivation levels, they found it impossible to resist the terrifying energies that resembled those of a burning sun. Their souls were constantly battered, and at that moment, Yi-Yun had already arrived in front of them with sword in hand. Cha! With a swipe of his sword, the two heads of the Ghost Lords were lopped off. However, ghost warriors were dead to begin with. They were unlike humans who were dead without heads. The two Ghost Lords in front of Yi-Yun still had sticky blood strands connecting the severed head to their bodies. They resembled the clinging fibers from severed lotus roots. Through the tugging of the blood strands, their heads began to reattach. Yi-Yun sneered. Boom! Terrifying heretical godfire seed blasted out as a sea of fire gathered from every direction, enveloping the two half-dead Ghost Lords. The two Ghost Lords wailed in pain as a result of the destructive forces consuming their bodies while the heretical godfire seed burned them away. In seconds, they were eviscerated into nothingness. Yi-Yun had slain 2 out of 12 Ghost Lords in just seconds. Up to then, the Taisha disciples who were being pursued by the Ghost Lords were still reeling in shock. And among them, Purple Succubus was looking incredulously at the youth who had slain 2 Ghost Lords. You are Yi-Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.